Silver bells, silver bells, it's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. City sidewalks, busy sidewalks, dressed in holiday style. In the air, there's a feeling of Christmas. Children laughing, people passing, meeting smile after smile. And on every street corner you'll hear silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring. Come, they told me, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. A newborn king to see, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum, me on my drum. Little baby, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. I have no gifts to bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Just a song for the newborn king, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum, me on my drum. They told me, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. A newborn king to see, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Drum, me on my drum. Come, they told me, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. A newborn king to see, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum, me on my drum. Little baby, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. I have no gifts to bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Just a song for the newborn king, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum, me on my drum. Come, they told me, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. A newborn king to see, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum, me on my drum. Welcome to the show. Yeah, that was the remix, baby. No, I just now realized I had my fucking microphone on. Yikes. Synchronicity. You know what? I'm all out of whack here. I'm gonna refresh the page and come on back. Big Daddy is back, baby. It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you without a dope stream stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Silver bell. Silver bell. Jiggle what? And we're back. Yeah, we're back, baby. Little technical difficulties there. Yeah, I'm getting a real bad reverb on my end. Every time I say something, it fucking starts echoing back on me. I'm just gonna keep ranting and raving. Hopefully, shit will. Jesus Christ, gotta fix this audio. Can anybody hear me? Yes. Hopefully. Fuck, I just changed the mic settings. Hopefully this fucking shit will work. Fuck. Yeah. Hopefully we don't have to restart this fucking thing. Turn off echo cancellation, see what this does. Yeah, every time I speak and start saying shit, about 10 seconds later, what I say starts repeating itself back to me on my end. I have no idea why. Fuck. Maybe it's because they decided to fuck me over on this channel. I don't know. I should have streamed on my other one. It says if I'm having issues, try restarting the device. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try doing that. It's gonna be the only play I got. All right, guys. Bear with me for a moment, folks. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. City sidewalks, dressed in holiday style. In the air there is a feeling of Christmas. Welcome to the show. A Jesu Christos. Hopefully my fucking audio is coming in. Yeah, it looks like everything's synchronizing and moving fluidly on my end. Yeah, it looks like I just needed to restart the song, bitch. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Silver bells. Yeah, the Christmas special, baby. I just looked at my song playlist and I realized a lot of my Christmas songs are no longer on the list. I got a couple though. Yep. All right, shit. It's been a long time since I streamed on this fucking channel. Yeah, it's been so long since I've streamed on this channel. YouTube has busted me down to like a lower class of a YouTuber on this channel. I got some sort of email telling me that I can no longer post links and comments on my own comment section, and I can no longer post links in my fucking descriptions and shit like that because well, there's something about how I'm a bad account. Like I've been talking a lot of shit, I guess. I've been getting a lot of warnings about a lot of shit talking because this is the account I'd use when I go do a lot of shit talking. Yeah. I'm considered a recalcitrant account and they're trying to fucking punish me. Every time I try to start streaming on this channel, putting videos of it, like they always strike me. Like it had 2 strikes for the longest time and my second strike went away here recently. So now I've only got 1 strike. Anybody knows if you do YouTube the way I do, if you have 2 strikes on your fucking channel, literally at any moment your channel can get yeeted. When you say the types of shit I say. Hell, even if you have 1 strike on your channel, you're still not safe. Because literally 2 strikes can come like that. Within 5 minutes apart from each other. You could lose the channel. Trust me, I've seen it happen. Yeah. Yeah, fucking YouTube. Hopefully I'll be able to start uploading here again without people getting all fucking uppity and shit. You know how it go, though. You know how it go. Fuck. Yeah, Christmas special. My last 2 Christmas specials got yeeted off of YouTube. Saying shit I'm not supposed to say, I guess. Yeah, you see my normal protocol is whenever I get 2 strikes on a channel, I private every video I have and I let the channel go to ground until all of the strikes are gone. Because like I said, you can fucking lose the channel at any moment. But when I did that last time and my strikes went away, I immediately unprivated all of my live streams. I think I've told this story before. And like that, I fucking got hit with 6 strikes. Like it was 6 live streams, random live streams, all for spreading medical misinformation. And one of the live streams I got hit was the last Christmas episode. And the one before I got hit too. The last 2 Christmas episodes got fucking yeeted by YouTube. We'll see if this one fucking make a hat trick. We'll see. Yeah, I'm so lucky this channel survived that. I think I got caught in a glitch or flew under the radar or something. Because I think there was some sort of new AI algorithm. Like as soon as I unprivated all of the streams, I got hit with 6 strikes all at once. And rather than challenging the strike and then losing it and then all of a sudden having the second one kick in, like I just didn't challenge any of them. So at the end of the day, it only counted as 1 strike. It was weird. It was real fucking weird. Yeah, and then I got another strike from I guarantee it was a ripetard that got me on this one. The last video I had uploaded, I talked about how I got struck on my other channel. That godforsaken George Floyd thumbnail. Fuck. That stupid godforsaken thumbnail has haunted my fucking ass for so many months. You have no idea. I think I've got 2 separate strikes off of that one fucking thumbnail alone. But anyway, I showed off the thumbnail in the video just a little too long. I guess no, I only showed it for 1 second. It was 1 second. I thought, you know what, maybe I should just show it for like 0.7 seconds. Like, no, I just put a full second on there. And it slid under the radar for several months. Then all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, boom, I got hit for hate speech or whatever. The only way that would have happened is if somebody flagged me manually. Because if it was an algorithm, the algorithm would have hit me a long, long time ago. Yeah, I got flagged. I guarantee you it was a ripetard, too. I mean, those fuckers, they don't hesitate. False flaggers. Hard ER. Yep. Flaggots, if you will. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I got put into a funk here recently. I haven't been uploading videos. Yeah, I fucked around and I made a big strategic error, a big tactical error, huge mistake. I fucked around and I read Alpha Core. Yep. Boy, I tell you what. After I read Alpha Core, let's just put it this way: if I heard a news story saying that there's a comet coming to hit Earth in a half hour from now, it's going to annihilate all living life on the planet, I wouldn't care. I really wouldn't care. I'd say, "Yep, bring it on, bring it on. Yes, bring it on." That's how bad Alpha Core was. I literally wanted to see all life on Earth annihilated. That's how fucking bad that book was. Oh God. Like every time, like I was going to do the Alpha Core review, but every time I got into the Alpha Core review, I couldn't make it past the 5-minute mark until I just started cursing out Chuck Dixon and his whole fucking family bloodline. And just, there was this one rant where I was saying, Chuck Dixon, if you were born in feudal Japan and you release this shit, not only you, but to your entire godforsaken family would be ordered to commit seppuku by the fucking emperor. That's how bad this fucking book is. Yeah, well, shit. No, calm down. You know, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do the Alpha Core review. Crack a beer. Big Daddy's going to do the Alpha Core review. Yeah, we'll do that a little later on. Let's not get too stupid too quick. Merry motherfucking Christmas. The Christmas special. Yep. I got a little liquor. I just cracked open a little liquor. One of my neighbors came by a few days ago, gave me a little Christmas package, a bunch of random shit, including a couple of little double shots of liquor, Jack Daniels and some fucking tequila. Let me down the Jack right here. I got about a shot's worth here. Booyah. If you got them, pour them. Big Daddy's back. You got something, fucking spark it up. Christmas special, baby. Not so much Christmas special, just kind of a Christmas theme. We'll probably use Christmas music as the bumper music. Yeah. One thing about a Christmas special, it kind of dates your shit, you know? Like December 26th, you're not going to want to fucking listen to a Christmas special. Christmas is over. It technically is over. We're going to close it out in style. Still Christmas somewhere. Yeah. Like I said, we're going to see if we will pull a hat trick. We'll see if we get this Christmas special yeeted just like the last two. That's why I don't even try to talk about the jab anymore. And why I get real, like, I feel fucking happy whenever I see people dropping dead from that shit. Like, good, that's what you fucking deserve. I tried to warn you. I tried to warn you, pieces of shit. You didn't fucking listen. You get what you deserve. That's the end of my fucking rant on that. No, but I hear Pfizer's set to make billions of dollars off of some new drugs that they're going to create to help people fight their heart inflammations and myocarditis and all of that fucking shit. Boy, you talk about the Hegelian dialectic on steroids. Jesus fucking Christ. Mm-hmm. Guess who's back? Back again. Daddy's back. Tell your friends. Get that stogie light. All right. Got the stogie lit. Fuck yeah. Goddamn Alpha Core. Fucking Alpha Core. God, that book was bad. Chuck fucking Dixon. I remember Eric July said that he could swap out his name and Chuck Dixon's name and you don't know the difference or whatever. Because him and Chuck Dixon are so good writers. He's such a good writer. He's on Chuck Dixon's level. Like, I don't know about him being on Chuck Dixon's level. I think Chuck Dixon's just shit. Chuck Dixon don't got it. If he ever had it, my God. Word on the street is Chuck Dixon's editors did a lot of the heavy lifting for him. But you didn't hear that from me. Yeah, Alpha Core is worse than. Let's just put it this way: it's worse than ISOM 1 and 2 combined. And I had once said that ISOM was the worst thing ever created by a human, but somehow Eric July topped it, and ISOM 2 was worse. Somehow Chuck fucking Dixon jumped the fucking shark, and Alpha Core is worse than ISOM 1 and 2 combined. That's how bad that book is. Yeah, Big Daddy, you're going to get the only honest review on YouTube. I mean, this book was so bad, I had to take notes. Like, I haven't had to take notes on a fucking review before. Filled up an entire page worth of fucking shit, and I could have filled up more. Yeah, this thing was bad. Oh, God, it was bad on so many levels. Yeah, let's not get into that now, though. Hoorah. Now, what the fuck has been happening since my absence? Usually I go through the weekend update, talk about some random shit. What's been happening in the news, all that shit. Yeah, news is just so fucking depressing. Like, every time you hear about shit, it's like, oh, God. Like, no, oh, nar. Gavin Newsom, nar. Samson option, nar. They're getting ready to release another pandemic. Oh, nar. Election, nar. God damn. Just let it end. Just bring the fucking comet on already. Just end it all. Fuck. Oh, real. No, but seriously. Sometimes it feels like we're right on the brink of destruction, the end of the world. It's the end of the world as we know it. But I'm doing fine. Now, if you're going to write out the end of days, you might as well write it out in style. Not a goddamn thing you can do anyway. Except to whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Well, I'll be damned. We do have somebody in the chat. Welcome. Kitty Chow. You're just chilling. Christmas episode. Been a while since I streamed. I've been having too many damn strikes on the channel. Now that my second strike has gone away, I can feel safe to stream without the fucking channel getting fucking exterminatus, if you know what I mean. It happens. It fucking happens. It's a YouTube game. Every time I want to start streaming and uploading videos on this fucking channel, like, boom, I get 2 strikes. And it's like, shit. Like, it's just too risky to upload videos or stream when you got 2 strikes. Not when you say the type of shit I say. Yeah. World War III might be around the corner. Shit, I heard Biden was threatening to send people's kids over there to die in the fucking Ukraine war. He needs the money. I need money for that war. If we don't get it and send the money over there, well, we're going to send your kids over there. Like, Jesus Christ, you talk about an ultimatum. If I was a conservative Republican, I would be saying, oh my God, can you imagine if Trump said that? Jesus Christ. No, literally, they are everything they ever pretended Trump was. That's the fucking funny part. Yeah, well, who's going to stop him, though? Who's going to stop him? Certainly not Republicans. Certainly not Trump and his people. Yeah, the one time they just kind of, got really upset about it. They staged a quote unquote insurrection, and like that, it gave them the excuse to just clamp down on even more freedoms and civil liberties. Fuck. Freedom of speech, shit. Yeah, I guess I should be glad I'm an American though, because I guess as bad as we got it in America for freedom of speech, it could be worse. It could be another country. It's a lot worse in other countries, let's put it that way. Be interesting which country actually was the worst, besides China, of course, with the authoritarianism, with the free speech. I actually think it might be Germany, to be honest. Because back when I used to do Twitter and shit, like, I would always be getting these whatevers, and my tweets were getting flagged and shit. But it was a special law over in Germany or something that it only applied. Like, there's people in, like, I think they have bot farms in Germany that just flag people and shit just because they're taking advantage of German law. It's weird. I don't know. So it just gets a shadow banned in Germany or some weird shit. I don't know. Yeah, as bad as we got it in the West, as bad as we got it in the West, it could be worse. We could be Germany. Yep. Oh, Lord have mercy. Too bad they couldn't harness the power of perpetual motion, because then they could power the device by Hitler spinning in his fucking grave. Let's put it that way. Aye! Yeah, we tell Holocaust jokes here. Oh, God, speaking of Holocaust jokes, oh, shit. Yeah, I have this bit. It's so bad, I don't even know if I even want to say it. But it's not so much a bit, but it was me conducting a social experiment with AI. And I came away with very, very shocking, startling results. Maybe I'll reveal the results of that experiment later on, because it's pretty fucking funny. But at the same time, if you don't have a dark sense of humor, you're gonna fucking like think that I'm like the worst human being alive, basically. Yeah, maybe we'll get into that later. But first, a word from our sponsors. I gotta take a drink. Got a little cotton mouth going. Oh yeah, Big Daddy's back. Been too fucking long. Yeah, if they end up doing a draft, I wonder if the bitches, the women, they're gonna get drafted too. I wonder. They wanted equality, feminism for you. You wanted to be equal to men. Well, if some shit pops off and the draft happens, you got to be drafted with the men too. You got to fight too. We'll see how many bitches are all about feminism then. Like, oh no, hell no, they get back in the kitchen real quick. Who was sent overseas, go fight some fucking war somewhere. Get some more coffee. Yeah, I got fresh coffee going. Fuck, this may be a barn burner. It could be a 5-hour epic. Been a while since I did a 5-hour epic. The last Christmas live stream was actually a 5-hour epic. During Big Daddy Show Phase 4, that was actually when I was doing those fucking 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sometimes 8-hour epic shows. That I went past, I put those days behind me. Those long show days are behind me. I've kind of got a rule now, no more than 3 hours. We can get 3 hours and 59 minutes, but once it hits 4 hours, that's just too long. Like a real fucking hardy YouTube aficionado, podcast aficionado can sit through a 3-hour live stream. But anything more than 3 hours, then we're getting into like fucking, it's just too long. I mean, 3 hours alone, that's Lord of the Rings extended cut edition. Like, you gotta, if you're not as entertaining as the Lord of the Rings extended cut, don't bother doing more than a 3-hour show. That's the way I see it. Good thing I'm Big Daddy. One man fucking ripping the mic, capable of providing the level of entertainment on par with the Lord of the Rings extended cut edition. Yeah. My proper sips of coffee going. What the fuck were we talking about? Oh, yeah, World War III draft. All that shit. Samson option. Anybody know what the Samson option is? Look that up. That whole shit. Yeah, when you see all that shit going on in the Middle East with Israel and Hamas and all that shit, it's best to know what the Samson option is. Yeah, the story comes from the tale of Samson when he went to the temple of the Philistines, and he tore down the pillars of the temple of the Philistines and killed many, many of his enemies, but killed himself in the process. It's a parable, a metaphor, an allegory about them and their nuclear policy. Like, what? Israel has nuclear weapons? Yeah, Israel has nuclear weapons. Yeah, Kennedy was against this too. He was against them having nuclear weapons. Like, where the fuck do they test their weapons at? Well, I guess they rent land in other countries. Yeah, I once heard a tale about the Israelis testing one of their nuclear weapons over there in South Africa. South Africans had leased some land for them to test their nuclear weapons on. Now, I heard this particular story from. I had to sign non-disclosure agreements about this shit. I had some shit. Like a lot of the times people think Big Daddy's full of shit or whatever, but a lot of the shit I reveal is real like inside baseball shit that I had to sign non-disclosure agreements for. And this little bit of inside baseball I'm about to share, I had to sign a non-disclosure agreement for this shit. But what happened was when Israel was testing their nuclear bomb over there in South Africa, what happened was over on the dark side of the moon, I guess there's a base over there where there's some creatures. I call them the caretaker creatures, but they watch us and they watch us from afar. They have bases underneath the ground on all sorts of areas on the planet. They have bases underneath the fucking ocean and shit. But their main base is on the dark side of the moon. But I guess when Israel tested this nuclear bomb, one of their devices on the dark side of the moon instantly teleported to the fucking area where the bomb was, and it opened up some sort of a portal or something, and it sucked in all of the blast right when it went off, and it like completely nullified the nuclear weapon. And then after that, it instantly teleported back to the dark side of the moon. I guess it looked kind of like the Eiffel Tower. That's what it looked like. Is some sort of device. I was like, what the fuck? And I guess this is the caretaker creatures letting Israel know, hey, we know about your Samson option, you pieces of shit. If you try that fucking shit, we won't let you. We'll just fucking unleash our technology and just nullify your nuclear weapons. Yeah, but anybody knows about these creatures. I think they're the same ones responsible for this orb technology, because anybody knows about what this orb technology is knows that it's capable of dialing out the nuclear codes on nuclear weapons. Like this is some real inside baseball shit I'm telling you, but you can hear about this shit because you can find out about this anywhere. But there was a tale of these orbs appearing outside of certain nuclear facilities, and they were just hanging out there, and then they'd leave. And they'd be like, what the fuck are they doing? Then they go check their nuclear weapons and realize that their Minuteman missiles have all of their coordinates completely wiped. Anybody knows what a Minuteman missile is? You fire that shit up into the air, geosynchronous orbit. It's a giant fucking missile. Then it opens up and you have what's called MIRVs. They're tiny little nuclear warheads that fly around to various cities and targets and shit. So you can have a Minuteman missile like can take out multiple targets with its nuclear bombs. Like it fires multiple nuclear warheads, basically. It's a very, very dangerous weapon. But each one of these MIRVs has to have its coordinates dialed in, which city, which target, which military installation. And after these orbs appeared, the target coordinates were completely wiped out on these fucking things. And it takes a long time to get back in there and reprogram those codes. And I guess they did this to our entire fucking nuclear arsenal. So for 6 months, there was a brief moment in history where for 6 months, our entire nuclear arsenal was down. Like we wouldn't be able to use our nuclear weapons if we wanted to. And if our enemies knew that, boy, that would have been the time to strike. But if they could do that to us, they could do that to our enemies too. There's a reason why they don't want us to completely annihilate ourselves. Yeah, there's a reason why. They need to, yeah, maybe we'll get into that later. Battle of the Gods, Ragnarok, all that shit. I think it's all referring to the same shit. And it's all, these creatures are at the center of it all. These caretaker creatures, I call them. In the Bible, they refer to them as the Watchers. Fallen angels, demons. It's all the same shit, is what it is. Yep. Oh yeah, it's going to be one of those kind of shows, baby. Oh yeah. Anybody hear about the satanic altar that got defiled here recently? Well, I have never seen anything like this in my life. Like the internet, like collectively coming together as one to white knight for a satanic altar. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? The same people, the same cocksucking pieces of fucking shit that burnt the fucking cities, that tore down how many fucking statues? You gonna white knight for a goddamn satanic altar? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? God, I got so pissed off. Shit. Some fucking guy, some Christian dude just went in and tore down the altar, tore the head off of it. Boy, the collective meltdown from the internet. The same people that burnt how many fucking cities? Oh, Robert E. Lee, his statue, we got to tear that down. We got to burn, we got to melt it down. Melt down Robert E. Lee's head. That's what we're going to do. Fuck. Satan, he's okay though. Robert E. Lee, oh my God, he's worse than Satan. This is the type of people we're dealing with. This is the fucking type of people we're dealing with. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Boy, they look at Trump like some sort of a dude who's going to stop him, though. It's like they fear Trump. They acting like they fear him. They just took him off the ballot in fucking wherever the fuck, Colorado. Like he had any chance of winning there anyway. But yeah, if they, I'm rarely ever wrong with my instincts. My instincts tell me he's not even going to be on the ballot. He's not even going to be running. Like if he runs, it's going to be like a third party or something like that. But no matter what, I've said this before. I've called this fucking years ago. You're going to have to understand and realize and just accept it and get used to the fact that Gavin Newsom is going to become the next president. It's the sooner you accept it, the less painful it's going to be when it happens. That's how it was went right in the run up to what happened in 2020. I saw the writing on the wall. Anybody who knows Big Daddy knows I called it down to a T. I called it all the way down to them taking his fucking Twitter account after they pulled it off, and they did too. Yeah, anybody who knows, like truly knows me as a person, knows I called. It was in 2010. I said Donald Trump was going to become the next president. I called Donald Trump's presidency fucking 6 years before it fucking happened. Okay, let's put it this way. I know what the fuck I'm talking about when I say this shit. Yeah, it was because the Barack Obama presidency was so bad. I knew there was going to be a knee-jerk reaction from the American people, a pendulum swing. And I knew that somebody was going to get elected that was going to be the exact opposite of Barack Hussein Obama in every way possible. And I said, you watch, Donald fucking Trump is going to become the next president. I said this to my fucking uncle and my cousin, and they remember it too. I've been quoted on the record. I called this fucking 6 years ago. And I called the Gavin Newsom shit already years ago. And you can write that shit in stone. Gavin Newsom is going to be installed into power. Like, he's not going to be elected, obviously. Like, I don't think there's ever going to be another Republican elected to the White House ever again, to be honest. Unless it's, a Republican of the caliber of the Bushes or Mitt Romney or John McCain, one of those types. But yeah, there's never going to be another Republican ever elected again. It's over. The Republic is lost. Yeah, I've said this. The sooner you understand it, realizing it, and accept it, the less painful it's going to be. Because it's all about trying to extract as much pain and suffering from you as possible. And once you understand that and realize that and deprive them of that pain and suffering, then you beat their game in a way. Yeah, these pieces of shit. Yeah, I wish Trump was the dude that they all pretended he was. Like, I wish Trump tried to lead an insurrection. My God, I wish he was that based. Fuck. Like, are you kidding me? Fuck. We're going to lead an insurrection and nobody brings any guns. We're not going to mobilize the forces of the military that are loyal to you. You're not going to mobilize the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps is the branch of military that's solely loyal to the president, nobody else. He could have fucking ordered the Marines to go in there and fucking handle business. Like I said this before, if I was Trump, right when all that chicanery went down and it was obvious what they were pulling, I would have ordered the Marines to go in there to each and every one of those states where they were trying that bullshit, throw every single one of those ballots in the garbage, and then institute a new free and fair elections exactly the way they did in Iraq, where you got to have fucking an identification, and we're going to have a goddamn thumbprint where we got your fucking fingerprint on record, and you're going to be giving them a receipt. It's going to be a blockchain type method where there's going to be absolutely no margin for error. You're not going to fucking take this shit. That's what should have been done. That's what a real leader would have done. No, Trump, he's not a real leader. These guys fucking joke is what he is. And they're going to use Trump as a tool to crack down on all of his supporters and everybody else. That's the worst part about that stupid piece of shit. Yeah, I've said this before. If that fucking worthless cunt Hillary Clinton would have been elected, to be honest, we would be 10,000 times better off today than we would if Hillary would have been elected. I'm telling you. Because they would have slow walked it. It would have been slow walked. It just basically would have been Barack Obama 2.0 is what it would have been. But no, when Trump got in there, it was full on accelerationism. Ah, we got to burn it down now. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Pandemic, get him out of there. All of a sudden, like that, accelerationism. Fucking, well, we got inflation, groceries, fucking can't barely afford them, gas through the fucking roof. But hey, liberals, Democrats are in power now. Yay. Like, what have they done with the power that they have seized? Have they done any good with the power? No, it'd be one thing if you seized power and actually did good with it, but to seize power and then just go about with the systematic destruction of everything, like that's a whole nother story. Like, fuck. Like, what good did you do with the power you seized? You didn't do no good with it at all. Yeah, this is the inherent flaw of a two-party democracy system. It will always be usurped and taken over by outside forces because man can be corrupted. And anytime a good man steps forward and tries to be a politician, like a good man is always his own worst enemy. And the best politicians are always the worst men. So the best politician will always win in a two-party democracy system. And those types of men will always be corrupted. At the end of the day, everybody has their fucking price. You know, we see that little turd Zelensky. I hear he bought a fucking $2 million mansion here recently. Over there in fucking, I forget what goddamn state. It's like, where did he get that money? Where did he get the money? He's obviously getting it from the American taxpayer. Well, I wish Russia would just get rid of that little turd already. But they know that he's doing way more fucking damage by being in the position he's in. Yeah, the West, they're the only ones hurting from all this. Russia's actually fucking become stronger after it was all said and done. I called this too. There's another thing that Big Daddy fucking knocked out of the park. I called this one. Hell, you could go back. I think that live stream is still up where I basically laid out the entire fucking Ukraine bullshit. I think the thumbnail is Vladimir Putin doing the fucking George Floyd. You see, that's the funny part. My old fucking show got struck for the George Floyd thumbnail because it was me putting my knee on the neck of Eric July. But Vladimir Putin putting his neck on the knee of Ukraine, oh, that thumbnail was perfectly fine. Yeah. I think it's because they saw the Eric July, they saw the black man and whatever. Oh my God, racism. You know, a lot of people are too fucking sensitive about that shit. Have you ever seen white people completely lose their fucking shit over a single word? No, that doesn't happen. Black people, on the other hand, oh my God, ninja. Ah! Yeah, words have power, I guess, over some people. Yeah, some say that words are weapons. My words are weapons. For real, my words are weapons. I once told a joke so funny that this bitch laughed so hard that her lungs ripped loose from the inside of her chest, and she had to go to the hospital. No shit. My words are weapons. I was once debating an old leftist, and I fucking gave him a goddamn heart attack. We had to get a goddamn ambulance down there and everything, take him to the hospital. It was bad. My words are weapons. Yeah, you don't understand. Big Daddy. There's a reason why men like me get silenced the way we do. Why you see people like Yellow Flush, Tug, old Rip Ass, they attract huge audiences of people and shit like that. It's because your average everyday dipshit can identify with those types of people. Your average everyday dipshit can't identify with Big Daddy. No, I'm a man apart. We've reached that point in Brave New World. Yeah, at that point, the things that are real are less than average, shitty, milk toast, kind of blah, bland, vanilla. Those things are considered great. Whereas things that are truly great, truly special, truly unique are shunned and looked at as something to be scorned. And that's the point where we're at in this day and age. Yep. For the simple fact that a guy like Eric July is even relevant at all is a testament to how far we have fallen as a people, how far we have fallen as a society. Yep. I hear that they're creating all sorts of new technology out there that's incorporating artificial intelligence. The AI apocalypse talked about this. You hear about these nudify apps, is what they're called. Is where you can take a picture of a bitch, she's fully clothed or whatever, and then the AI scans her body and it'll like give you back a picture of what she would look like naked. Like, what the fuck? So you could no bitch is safe now. Even if you got clothes on, you can still be looked at naked. Yeah, you know what that is, right? That is Superman technology. You literally now have the power of Superman. Yes, Superman with his X-ray vision. Well, I wonder if Superman ever used that to spy on naked chicks. But anyway, now that technology is available to your average dipshit. Superman tech, nudify apps. Yeah, but you watch women. It's gonna blur the line between reality and AI, because there's a lot of bitches out there that are being created with AI, and you don't even know the difference unless you look really, really hard. Like, oh, wait a minute, that bitch has got 7 fingers. Oh no. You hear about Twitch and titties? Twitch, that streaming platform. It recently came out and had some sort of a policy change because there were bitches that were showing the titties on there, but they weren't showing the full titties. They were just showing like partial titties. So then Twitch allowed artistic nudity, whatever, and then like that, the titties flowed like a river of wine. So then Twitch is like, oh no more titties. So now that it's just they've got it in the TOS, no more nakedness. But now the bitches have gotten around it and they're taking these black boxes, the censored squares, and they're kind of making them small and like putting them over the titties so you still can kind of see them. Yeah, the titties will find a way. The titties will find a way. Yeah, I heard about this cop over in the UK. I guess he just got 6 months in jail for a meme. A fucking meme. Yeah, I heard this in America. Somebody got thrown in jail for a meme too. In 2016, they made a meme. It was an election-based meme, and it said, "Hey, if you want to vote for Hillary, text this number right here." And it was just a joke, or whatever, because anybody with a fucking ounce of intelligence knows you can't vote via text message or whatever. We're like, oh no, you tricked a lot of people. This is voter suppression. You believe that fucking shit? Voter suppression. And threw them in jail for it too, after pulling off what they did too. Yeah, but anyway, this UK cop, he got thrown in 6 months for a fucking meme. And you want to know what the meme was? Yeah, here's the kicker. Once you realize what the meme was, it showed a picture of a bunch of children and some parrots. And the children were of all races and color. And the parrots were of all races and color too. And there was a caption, a headline at the top said, "Why can't if parrots of all colors can get together in harmony, then why can't humans?" And it was a social media post on Twitter or something. And down below it, there was a comment, and somebody had said, "Because a parrot never tried to steal my bike." That was it. That was the meme. And the UK cop got 6 months for that meme. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, what happened to humor? Fuck. I mean, it wasn't really that dark of a humor. I mean, goddamn, it's not like it was a Holocaust joke or anything. Fuck. Yikes. It's not like it was a rape joke or anything. It's not like it was a rape joke and a Holocaust joke in one. It's not like it was something Big Daddy would say. Oy vey. Yeah, comedy. Comedy is under attack. One of the many, many things that's under attack. Comedy. And if there's one thing that you don't do is you don't make fun of liberals. You don't make fun of leftists. You don't make fun of Democrats. You don't make fun of anybody on that side of the aisle. Yeah, there's an unwritten rule in comedy. There's a reason why when you see a stand-up comedy act, they'll go like for the throat against Republicans, Christians, conservatives, Republicans, blah, 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 Trump supporters. Silent as a mouse on the set when it comes to liberals, leftists, Democrats. They don't make jokes about those people. And there's a reason why. There's a fucking reason why. And I'll tell you the reason why. And this is not Big Daddy blowing smoke up your ass. No, this is what they say in the industry, in the comedy industry, why they don't make jokes about those people. It's because liberals, leftists, and Democrats, they're fucking serious about that shit. They're serious when it comes to their politics. Like if you make just one joke about a liberal one time, that liberal will literally walk out of your comedy club and will never listen to you ever again. Not only will they never listen to you ever again, they will hate your fucking guts, wish death upon you, and see you as a fucking Nazi. That's how liberals fucking get whenever you make jokes about them. But Republicans, on the other hand, you can make as much jokes about them as you want, and they laugh along with it, and they'll still listen to you afterwards. But it's all about losing customers because it's all about money in the end. It's all about fucking money. The more people listen to you, the more money you'll make. And you don't want to make jokes about liberals because if you do, they'll never listen to you again. When I heard that, I got so fucking mad. And I made it a fucking point of contention. Every time I do a live stream or whatever, I'm gonna fucking curb stomp those fucking people, metaphorically, if you know what I mean. Because you that fucking sensitive about that fucking shit, you deserve to be curb stomped metaphorically. Yeah, but I've said this before about those people and their politics, Democrats, liberals, leftists, and those of their ilk. It's the only thing I've ever seen that is stronger than religion, stronger than the bonds of family, stronger than the bonds of love itself, the bonds that those people have with their politics. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, the only thing I've ever seen, the only bonds that I've ever seen stronger than the bonds that your average leftist has with their political party is the bond that your average ripetard has with Eric July. Yeah, boy, that's a bond that transcends faith itself. Yeah, you heard of the concept of faith, where I mean the full belief in a pagan entity that you can't see, a full belief in something above you, something invisible that you can't see, or you know it's there. You have faith. Well, the people of Eric July's community, they have something a little bit stronger than faith. They have faith. Yep, faith. Faith is 1,000 times stronger than faith. Yeah, faith. F-A-I-T-H. That's faith. Faith is F-A-Y-F. Faith. Yeah. Good faith, bad faith. Faith. 1,000 times stronger than the simple concept of faith. That's what young Rippers fans have. They have faith. Gotta have faith. I gotta have faith. Because I gotta have faith. I gotta have faith. Faith. Yikes. You know what? Maybe we'll take a little break and come back and do the Alpha Core review. Maybe we will. We just started talking about young Ripper bullshit. I got a full slot of shit to talk about. Maybe we will. Yeah, I think we're going to take a little break, guys. We hit that hour mark, and we're going to come back, and who knows what the fuck we'll talk about. But I think we're going to take a little break. And I did say this is like the Christmas themed show. So in honor of Christmas and how we kind of botched the beginning there, we're going to play Big Daddy's version of Silver Bells. Go ahead, go grab yourself a drink, get yourself a sandwich, light yourself a smoke. We're going to be back in a little bit. Enjoy the tunes. Silver bells, silver bells, it's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. City sidewalks, busy sidewalks, dressed in holiday style. In the air, there's a feeling of Christmas. Children laughing, people passing, meeting smile after smile. And on every street corner you'll hear silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. Soon it will be Christmas Day. Silver bells, silver bells, it's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. City sidewalks, busy sidewalks, dressed in holiday style. In the air, there's a feeling of Christmas. Children laughing, people passing, meeting smile after smile. And on every street corner you'll hear silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring, ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. Soon it will be Christmas Day. In the air there is a feeling of Christmas. And we're back, baby. Oh yeah. Just enough time to get up and take care of some business. Christmas. Hey, it's Christmas. This time of the year. Hanging low with the mistletoe, spreading lots of cheer. Singing, hey, it's Christmas. Spreading lots of joy. Santa coming down the chimney with the toys for the girls and boys. Santa coming down the chimney with the toys for the girls and boys. Big Daddy Christmas ditty there. All right. Yep. Big Daddy Show. It's like the podcast version of a fucking Tarantino film. Yep. Yeah, where we gonna take this bitch? Where are we gonna fucking take it? Yeah, sometimes a man goes down a certain road in life thinking he's going to end up somewhere, taking many, many detours along the way, but ultimately he ends up back on the same road. Long black road, long black road. Sometimes it is a long black road. But at the end of the day, whatever you were put on this earth to do, you either do it and succeed, or you don't and you fail. And if you fail, then a lot of times you try to come back and get it right again. It's all about trying to get it right, not having to come back. If you know what I mean. Yeah, this is the thing that separates us from the apes. And that is not a racist joke. Yeah, in this day and age, anytime you start talking about, you mention anything primate related, people, first thing they jump to is racism. You're racist. Fuck. Yeah, I bet you think this is racist too.
Let's see punches. Come on, punch. 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 Come on, hit it. When I got Charlie, I used to bring him to the dojo, and within like an hour, I taught this chimp how to throw a left punch and a right punch, and it just sort of mushroomed from there. Kick it hard. Good kick, Charlie. Ready? Next thing I know, he was doing combination kicks. What he's known for mostly is a jump spinning heel kick, which is unbelievable kick. He could probably throw it better than most humans could. Come on, kick it! Good kick. There we go. Yeah. Stand up. Stand up. There you go.
No, that was not me making fun of Air July. No. Yeah. Speaking of which, yeah, I hear that he recently settled the ISOM lawsuit. We'll never know the details of it, of course. NDA. Yeah, Eric July, he don't break his NDA. NDA. But you know he's got him an NDA. Yeah, the Lowell suit is settled, I guess. And I guess part of that settlement was he had to go put up some sort of video apology or whatever. Boy, oh my God. Like, he didn't even pronounce the fucking dude's name, Burn Gilfulian or whatever. You didn't even pronounce the motherfucker's name right. Like, I guarantee you that was done on purpose. I guarantee you that was done on purpose. It's about respect. Remember, this was him disrespecting the fucking people by purposefully mispronouncing his name. Yeah, but he went out and made some sort of a fucking comment and apologized, backhanded apology, whatever. He said it so quick, like it just, if you weren't familiar with his jibber jabber type speak, it would just flew right over your head. Don't need no jibber jabber, on the wild forever. Nuts on the table, whole ass cracker. As the old saying goes. But yeah, I guess he's claiming a W too. He's claiming a W. You know, you don't get no W out of this. No. Yeah, lawyers, you got to pay a lawyer by the hour. That's what they do. They charge by the fucking hour. A lot of times a lawyer, well, even on the low end, they charge, a couple $100 an hour. And he had a team of lawyers. Remember, he had a team of rock star lawyers. And shortly after this all happened, the ISOM ministry came out and made a tweet talking about how they had solved it all, whatever. After untold hours of negotiations behind the scenes, something like that. Untold hours. He doesn't even know how many hours it was. The question is, I want to know how much money you spent on your fucking lawyers to get this shit settled. Because if it was one red penny, you got the L, son. If you had to spend one red penny on any lawyers to get this fucking solved, you lost. Yeah, somehow, well, I mean, people of him and his ilk, they pull the old chicken playing, or no, it's the pigeon playing chess routine. The pigeon playing chess, where you peck all the pieces off the board, shit all over the place, strut around, and then act like you won. That's basically what he did. That's Eric July for you, though. Eric July, as Puma Fist would say. Yeah, that motherfucker. You know, I got to thinking about this entire fucking, yeah, he called them the fake Christians too. Yeah, no monkey business going on here. Yeah, but I got to thinking about this entire, not just the Eric July bullshit, but this entire griftosphere, fandom menace, comic skate, like all of this fucking shit would be the perfect material for a mockumentary. Like I'm talking about a full-blown Christopher Guest, this is Spinal Tap, Waiting for Guffman, Best in Show style mockumentary, if you know what I mean. It's perfect for it. Here you've got this knee-jerk movement of people that spring up because of woke Hollywood, and they're pissed off that people are ruining all of their beloved franchise. So one of their own, steps up to make his own franchise, his own shit. And it turns out it's 1,000 times worse than anything Hollywood's ever produced. The only problem is nobody has the balls to tell him it and call him out on it. And like that's what the whole premise of the thing is based on. Like you can imagine the level of comedy that would ensue. The hell, who am I kidding? Like it, just watching it and playing it out in real time the way it is, it's actually an interactive mockumentary. Is what it is. That's one of the good things about these little online communities of people and shit like that. It's basically an interactive reality TV show, basically, is what it is. Like, you don't just sit back and watch it. You can interact with it if you want to. Like, hey, let's send a fucking email to the I Saw Ministry and see what happens. and the seeds are planted. Let's see what happens. Yep. Yeah. To be honest, the reality would be far, far more funny than any sort of mockumentary that could be ever be made about this shit. Because it just keeps getting funnier and funnier. With every book, like I said, each book gets worse. Alpha Core was worse than ISOM 1 and 2 combined. That's how bad that fucking book was. Yeah. Fuck, that was a bad book. Yeah, you know what I noticed about Eric July and his writing style and the way he does his characters and everything? It's almost like he puts white people on a pedestal. He pedestalizes white people. You look at the characters in his books, the white people compared to the black people. All of the white people display high degrees of intelligence and competence, and they're all the strongest ones too. And all of the black people in the comic are basically just walking stereotypes. They're all walking stereotypes, all the black people. But the white people, on the other hand, they're special. They're intelligent. They're smart. They're powerful. Like who's the most powerful characters in there? Yaira, white. Brian Solari, white. Who's the most intelligent? Goody Nig, white. Lincoln Usubio, aka Dollar Store Elon Musk, white. Although what that maneuver he pulled by flying out the windshield, I don't know, I thought that was fucking retarded as fuck. But in Eric July's mind, he probably thought that was smart. Yeah, and then you look at the black people. You got Isom, the main character. Like he's all about respect. He's basically your atypical like angry black male that just pops off and goes and fights and just starts shit for no reason. He's just basically a punk. That's all he is. It's your atypical fucking punk. That's how he wrote that character. Just a fucking punk. It's a self-insert too, is what it is, obviously. Yeah, you want to know what ISOM is? That character, Avery Silman. You want to know Eric July? You want to know who they are, who and what those fucking people are, and them of their ilk? Well, I could say it, but sometimes visual aids say it best.
Now we visit a very different kind of jungle, a concrete jungle. Here we have Afronigrus americanus, more commonly known as the North American pavement ape. This particular Negro is looking for a mate. He has just came from a nearby 7-Eleven where he preyed upon the convenience store clerk. With a fresh 40-ounce bottle in his hand and $120 in his pocket, he is ready to set out. The Negro heads to a local discotheque where he intends to find his mate and score an 8-ball of free base. As the Negro enters the club, we see many females engaged in the courtship dance. They raise their posterior to the male and then violently shake up and down. The Negro male responds by uncontrollably jumping on the nearest female. Other males also jump on the females. There is some competition, but our Negro pulls a Glock 19 from his waistband and shoots the other male. Just as soon as it started, the mating ritual is over. Now our Negro and his shaboon are heading back to the crack nest. The Negro courtship doesn't last long. When the female begins showing signs of pregnancy, the male will depart, and the cycle will repeat. This particular Negro is estimated to have fathered over 300 niglets in his 23 years of life. It is somewhat bittersweet, as the North American pavement ape's life expectancy is only 26, meaning this particular Negro could go on to father a further 400 niglets.
Yikes. Yeah, I wonder if that's the tale of how Eric July and his old lady met. Took old Shaboon back to the crack nest. I wonder. Wah, 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 yeah. You could say, let her run away. Oh shit, there's my cigar. It fell on the ground, damn. I was looking for that son of a bitch. I had it on my lap and I fucking got up and it fell to the ground. Right, fuck, where were we going with this? Oh yeah, we were ripping on Eric July. Young rip ass. Yeah, I hear he's a bona fide manlet. It has been confirmed. Yeah, his neighbor, Chris Bacon, confirmed it. Bona fide manlet. 5'8". And Dixon is hip. He put Dr. Dre lyrics in a panel. Yeah, see, this is where I kind of become skeptical as to whether or not Chuck Dixon actually wrote this. Because remember Eric July said that he could swap his and Chuck Dixon's name out, you wouldn't know the difference. Like anybody, like Chuck Dixon, he's a seasoned professional. Like he's been around for a long time, so he knows about copyright law. Anybody knows about copyright law knows you cannot use copyrighted lyrics in comic books. Like you could actually get sued for that shit. Chuck Dixon would know. He would know about that kind of shit. Unless he tried to lay a landmine up in the fucking book. You see, this is where I think Chuck Dixon actually might have been low-key trolling Eric July. Like, I'll get into this later. I might as well do the goddamn Alpha Core review. Fuck, I gotta do it at some point. Might as well do it now. Trying to clean off my damn cigar here. Covered in dirt. This is my last cigar I've been saving for Christmas. I can't let it go to waste. Fuck. Yeah, maybe we'll do the Alpha Core review. Maybe I do have my notes. I do got my notes. I mean, this thing, it was so bad I had to fucking take notes on it. That's how bad it was. Yeah. Oh yeah. Got my cigar going. Oh shit, I still got a little thing of tequila. Fuck. A double shot of tequila. If I'm gonna do the Alpha Core review, I gotta take a double shot of tequila. Crack a beer. Big Daddy's doing the Alpha Core review. Cracking my little bottle of liquor my neighbor gave me. Yeah, Big Daddy got a little buzz going today. I had one beer left that I had been saving for a couple weeks, and I drank that earlier today. My Christmas beer, I called it. It's kind of a tradition of mine. Somehow, some way, around every time Christmas comes around, I've got like one beer left that I end up trying to save back and drink. Ended up drinking on Christmas Day just to. It's the little things in life. It's the little things in life. If you know what I mean. Oh shit. Oh fuck, it's been a while since I drank tequila. Yikes. Yeah, tequila almost killed me one time. I stopped drinking tequila over 10 years after that. But then afterwards, when I started drinking again, I got a bottle of tequila and I tried it, and oh my God. It was pretty fucking good, let's put it that way. And then tequila actually became my favorite form of hard liquor. What I think what happened was the time that it almost killed me, it like built up something within my body, some sort of natural immunity, and like fucking I ascended to the next level, I guess. Yeah, tequila, that's my favorite hard liquor now. Well, next to moonshine, of course. You can't compare to moonshine. That just goes without saying. Yeah. One of the cardinal sins of Alpha Core was just the stakes were so low. So low. Amongst all the other things that were wrong with it. Little to no character development. Bad plot. That was probably the biggest cardinal sin of Alpha Core, that it had a bad plot. I mean, if the very core of your story is rotted from the core, like it's hard to have a good story after that. If your entire plot is flawed from the very beginning. Yeah, it started out. Yeah, I guess we'll get into the review. It started out in the bank. There was a bank scene where they're robbing a bank. Shows a dude holding a woman, and he's threatened to blow the place up. He's on the outside of the bank, and all of a sudden, Brian Solari comes out of nowhere, grabs him, flies up into the air, and then rips his suicide vest off and throws the suicide vest into the air, and the suicide vest blows up. And Brian Solari saves the day. And you want to know what happened afterwards? Somehow Brian Solari got reprimanded for that. And it's like, why? Why is he getting reprimanded for this? He literally saved the lives of who knows how many people. And it's not like we have like humans sitting there like pissed off, like yelling at him, throwing tomatoes at him or anything. No, we just see it's just some cryptic bullshit about it. And the entire impetus of the whole thing, the linchpin event that carries the entire story forward is this bank heist that happened in the beginning. And it wasn't a real bank heist. Turns out it was some sort of a Machiavellian plot concocted by a certain Except, the same dude that was from ISOM 1, who was in that fucking nightclub with that bitch, and they had the glowing eyes, and they were doing whatever, and he's like, oh, their hands are glowing, their eyes are glowing, but it's never explained what for or why. Like, oh, it's clear they have powers of some kind. So I guess these people are going to be introduced later on in other comics, I guess. And then I guess we'll find out what their powers are then. And then here we are, a comic where they're introduced again. And by the end of the comic, we still have no idea what their powers are. Now, let me preface this by saying I read this fucking comic. The very first time I read it, I read each scene 3 times. So already, after the first go through, you could almost say that I read the fucking thing 3 times after just the first go through. Because after each scene, I would go back and read the scene again. And I'd find some more things, like, because the way it is, you don't fully digest what's going on until after the scene is over sometimes. So then you go back, read the scene again, to catch whatever you might have missed. And then you read a scene the 3rd time to make sure that you didn't miss anything in the first 2 go-arounds. So there I go. Read it once, and read each scene 3 times as I'm going it. And then read it again. And then again. And then again and again. Read it 5 more times. So in all, you could almost say I read it maybe 8 times. 5 solid times, but 8 times if you want to count how I read each scene 3 times the first time around. So I know what the fuck I'm talking about when I'm going to give this review. The definitive Alpha Core review. Nobody else is going to give you a better review of this book than I will, because nobody else knows it better than I do. Most of the yahoos who gave this book a review just read it once and then like, oh my God, this is so good. They saw the fake, stupid looking lens flare and they got J.J. Abrams up. Like, oh my God. And then like that, they probably forgot what the fucking thing was about a half hour after it happened. You remember the old meme moment that went around? What was your favorite part of ISOM? What was your favorite part of ISOM? Here, I got a new one. Ask them, what was the plot? What's the plot? Ask them what the plot of Alpha Core was. What's the plot? Where's the beef? Where's the plot, Lebowski? Where's the plot? Ask them that. And let's, like your average ripetard. Let's see them explain the plot of Alpha Core. Let's see that shit. Oh my God. Yeah, but back to the bank heist. Dude tries to rob a bank, and he's got a suicide vest on to use as leverage against the cops. He's got a gun holding to a girl's head. Brian Solari saves the day. Nobody's killed. No money is robbed. But somehow Brian Solari gets reprimanded as the bad guy. Yeah, it don't make no sense. It makes no fucking sense. And then here's the entire reason why the plot is bad. Turns out this guy was actually hired by this Accept, the nightclub Accept, whatever the fuck his name is. See, this is another thing that is so forgettable. I forgot almost all the names for these fucking people, even though I read it 8 times. So I'm just gonna make up names for them as I go along, I guess. Yeah, the dude from the club, the glowy eyes guy, old glowy eyes. Anyway, old glowy eyes tried to orchestrate it to where this guy would destroy some money that he had in the bank. Yeah, I guess the money was in a safety deposit box inside of a vault in that bank. And what he did was he tricked this guy into robbing the bank and gave him the vest. And what old glowy eyes' plan was to get this fucking patsy to blow up the bank vault and destroy his money. Because here's the kicker. We don't know. That's it. We don't know why that money needs destroyed. This is the reason why the plot is bad. The entire linchpin event that drives the entire story forward, we have no idea or why it's happening. The only thing we get is some sort of cryptic nonsense, like, oh, some dirty money, this some money ill-gotten, some ill-gotten means or whatever. And that's the only sort of information we're given about this money, why it needs to be destroyed. This is the reason why this is a bad comic. It's got a bad plot. The entire linchpin event that drives the plot forward is flawed. It's fucking rotted from the very core. It's never explained why this money needs to be destroyed. We have to just make it up in our heads. J.J. Abrams mystery box bullshit. Oh, this guy said it right as I said it. Lance Manley, yep. Because at the end of the day, the story you can make up in your head is going to be 1,000 times more entertaining than anything Eric July or Chuck Dixon or any of those motherfuckers can write. That's why it's written in such a way. And I want to know who the fuck decided that that was a good style of writing? Who decided that that was acceptable? I mean, there's been certain ways we do things, you know, the hero's journey. This is a proven model. There are certain proven models of storytelling. The J.J. Abrams mystery box method, nobody likes that fucking method of writing. All it does is pisses people off and leaves fucking absolutely no payoff to anything. And well, when you hear J.J. Abrams describe that shit, it's not about the payoff. It's just about the tease. Like a lot of the times he has no idea what the payoff is even going to be. It's just about the tease. The tease is the thing that brings you forward and carries the entire thing forward. Anybody who saw Lost knows that. It's all tease, no payoff. That's what this entire fucking thing is, the Ripperverse. ISOM 1, 2, Alpha Core, it's all about the tease. Yeah. The biggest fundamental flaw of this book is that it didn't answer the two most important questions of the Ripperverse. You do know what the two most important questions of the Ripperverse are, right? Think about it for a second. The two most important questions regarding the Ripperverse. How did Texas defeat the United States of America in a war? And how exactly was Brian Solari instrumental in this victory? The two most important questions in the Ripperverse that should have been answered in this book were not answered. No. In fact, we're left with even more questions. After we see Brian Solari, I mean, I'm telling you, Brian Solari is ruined as a character. He is absolutely ruined. Like, he gets ruined even more than Darren. Like, you can no longer take Brian Solari seriously as a character after this book. Completely ruin the character of Brian Solari. Done. Stick a fork in him. You can no longer take that character seriously. This is in addition, like, I'm going to mostly talk about, you know, story structure, character development, plot, pacing, that kind of shit. I won't talk about the art much because it just kind of goes without saying sometimes. But one of the things that it suffers from as far as the art goes is inconsistency. The same shit that happened in ISOM, where the characters look different from panel to panel. Brian Solari, for instance, does he have gray hair on the side of his head, or does he have a shaved bowl cut? What is it? Because some panels, it looks like he's got gray hair on the side of his head. Sometimes it looks like he's got a real bad bowl cut. It's like, what the fuck is this guy's hairstyle exactly? Sometimes it looks like he's got a dick for a nose. Sometimes it doesn't. It's just no consistency there. And all of the characters, they're just, they don't look special. They kind of blend into each other. One of the biggest strategic fuck-ups in this book was the character design of one of the villains, Electro Junkie, looks exactly the same as one of the character designs of one of these cops. And there was a moment in time where I actually thought it was the same dude. This is how bad that fucking character design is. He starts using the same exact power and shit, shoots a fucking little bolt out of his finger. And I almost had a Chaz Parliamentary Usual Suspects moment where he figured out who Kaiser Soze was. I'm like, wait a minute, is this guy the Electro Junkie? And did I miss something? And I went and scrolled back through some pages to see if the Electro Junkie had like disguised himself as a cop or whatever. Because it's the exact same character design. Only thing is different is the hair. Real like doofy face, doofy. I call him Doofy, the fucking cop that looks exactly like the Electro Junkie. Oh, Doofy. Yeah, let's just say there's a lot of characters with some very, very Semitic facial features. I think old Joe Bennett's trying to overcompensate, if you know what I mean. Yeah, terrible character designs. Terrible. Just terrible, as Charles Barkley would say. Yeah, where were we, though? Yeah, the entire linchpin event that drives the story forward, that the plot that propels the story forward is flawed because we're never told the reason why this money needs to be destroyed. And the funny part is it could have been fixed with just a simple throwaway line. All he had to do was say something along the lines of, turns out these bills are marked and it ties me to international terrorism. I'm going to be they're going to take me to The Hague, and I'm going to be killed in a firing squad because this money ties me to international terrorism. The FBI is watching this building. They're waiting for me to come pick this money up. The only way that I'm safe from ever being prosecuted is this money has to be destroyed. There is no other recourse. It has to be destroyed because it ties me to international terrorism, and I'm going to get fucking killed for it. All they had to do was say something along that lines, and like that, I buy that. I'm like, okay, you have no choice. You got to destroy the money. But nothing like that is ever said. No. And here's the kicker, though. Here's the kicker. When they finally show the money later on, like the dude's accomplice, the fucking the bitch, the fucking accept bitch, the one with the glowy fingers, I forget if she had the glowy eyes and he had the glowy fingers. I forget. It's just so fucking stupid. They never even say what their fucking powers are. It's just fucking so stupid. But anyway, his bitch partner had went over his head and sent one of her men in there to go retrieve the money. And I call him Blonde Penguin because his character design is exactly like that of the Penguin from the Batman franchise. Only he's got blonde hair. Blonde Penguin. His special accept power is he can talk to people and they'll do whatever he says. He talks to them and he'll tell them, hey, go into that bank vault and let me in there, so I need to grab something. And the bank teller's like, okay. So that's what happens. He goes to the bank teller and he tells the bank teller to go lead him to the vault or whatever. And so he takes the money and he swaps out the money with a envelope that has a USB drive in it. It turns out the USB drive is got some sort of a nasty computer virus on it. But anyway, when he pulls the money out, now this is only shown in 3 panels. There's only 3 panels that show this money. The linchpin event that drives the entire plot forward, we only see it in 3 panels. Now, when we think about, okay, this money has to be destroyed, so I guess we're talking about a lot of money, right? We're talking like, Heat, that movie Heat, when they robbed that bank and they got those giant duffel bags full of cash and shit. Like, if you're going to be fucking robbing a bank or doing or anything doing with money, you might as well fucking go big. Big old duffel bags full of cash. But when this guy goes to get the money, it's a fucking gym bag, like literally a gym bag, a red gym bag that looks like it might have gym clothes in it. That's how much bulk and girth it's got in it. Now, anybody who's familiar with money, like stacks of money and like how it looks physically, knows that at the very most, you got between maybe 250 and 500 large in that bag. Not even $1 million. Not even $1 million. So you're going to go through this entire process of setting up this elaborate plan to destroy money that we have no idea why needs to be destroyed, and it's less than $1 million, maybe at the most 500 large. It's stupid, is what it is. It's fucking stupid. It just goes to show that the level that Chuck Dixon knows about criminals and shit is basically like CBS level. I mean, this is a CBS boomer. This is CBS boomer level fucking knowledge when it comes to crime. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? It could be a third world labor job too. These Brazilians, in their mind, they think that's a lot of money. Because third world people, their concept of money is completely different than us in the West. I remember with my Filipino artist, there was a certain scene where right after a big night at the club, the fucking club owner is looking at all the money that's sitting on the desk. And I had specifically wrote in the script, yeah, I have fucking money piled up on this desk. And when the artist turns the page back in, it literally is just one single stack of bills on the fucking desk that's maybe 4 inches tall. I'm like, no, we need more money. I need more, like at least fucking 20 times more. But then he turns it back in, and it's maybe 10 times more. So that's not good enough. But like foreign people, they have a completely different concept of money than Westerners do. So in the minds of those Brazilians, they probably thought that was a whole lot of money that was stuffed into that fucking duffel bag at the time that warranted it to be destroyed. Like if I was the editor on that project or whatever, and like, no, we need, like, this needs to be Heat. Like, watch that movie Heat, that, like, one of those duffel bags of cash. Like, better yet, have 2 duffel bags of cash. But you can't fit giant duffel bags of cash in a fucking safety deposit box. That was the reason. It was a safety deposit box. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, but like I said, the entire linchpin event that drives the story forward is bad. It's rotted from the very core. It's got a bad plot. The plot is bad. The plot is bad. It's rotted. I might could fucking forgive the fact that it has little to no character development, the fact that the stakes are low as fuck, if the plot was decent, but the plot is shit. It's fucking shit. Hold on, let me fucking down the rest of this fucking shot here. All right. Yeah, well, anyway, Brian Solari saves the day, prevents the bank robbery from happening, prevents a bunch of people from being killed. He goes back to their little headquarters in the sky, total ripoff of the Justice League. They got a floating fortress up in the air that's kind of floating above the city. Anyway, he gets there and has some Joss Whedon-esque banter between him and Ingrid Valdez, the fucking bitch. Just really, really bad. It's supposed to come off as like kind of like argumentative and like there might be like some sort of drama here, but it just falls flat. Joss Whedon-esque. Yeah, well, anyway, then we cut to a scene where a SWAT team is sent to go get a woman who shoplifted from the dollar store. I'm like, really? This seems a little excessive here. Like, they basically send a fucking SWAT team to go arrest a woman for shoplifting from the dollar store. So what happens is her husband gets pissed off and is like, you know, I would get pissed off too, to be honest. Like, to be on 100, be 100. If I was this guy, if I was an Except and had his powers, and a fucking SWAT team came to arrest my wife because she shoplifted at the dollar store, I would have did exactly what this guy did. Anyway, he fucking attacks the cops, uses his electric powers, fucking just fucks their shit up. Anyway, they send Braxwell to go take care of him. Braxwell. The guy who doesn't speak, who wears the helmet. Doofy. No. He's Ricky Ritardo. That's who he is. Anyway, Braxwell goes there and defeats him with ease. A water pipe is conveniently there on the ground. Just a random water pipe sticking out of the ground. Anybody familiar with how things are done knows that this is never done. I've never ever in my life seen a water pipe sticking out of the fucking ground like that. Like, maybe they do that shit in Brazil, not in America. No. Anyway, yeah, if you're gonna do something like that, just use a fire hydrant. A fucking fire hydrant. Like, if I was the editor and saw that, I'm like, get rid of this stupid pipe on the ground and just put a fire hydrant there. Anyway, what Braxwell does is he pulls on this pipe and lets loose a torrent of water onto the electro junkie and fries out his electrics and like fucks him up and allows the cops to arrest him. Then they arrest the wife too. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. That's what you get for shoplifting from the dollar store. Send a fucking SWAT team after you. Now we got your husband too. Yeah, real authoritarian. This new Texas. Yeah, well, anyway, the dude who tried to bomb the bank earlier, he didn't try to bomb the bank. Turns out he was a patsy, you know. He's in jail. He gets thrown in jail. And then he meets a lawyer, some skeevy lawyer. And this lawyer design looks very, very similar to Doofy, the other cop. Like I said, a lot of these character designs look exactly the same. Like the female characters all look like shit. Like, note to any artist out there, when you're doing female characters, you don't want to put a bunch of lines on their face. The more lines and marks you put on their face, the more they look like a beat up old hag. All of the fucking women look like beat up old hags. Yeah, the more fucking hatch marks and lines, you don't want that shit on the fucking faces of your females because it makes them look like beat up old hags. This is fucking textbook shit. You should know this. But anyway. Yeah, anyway, the bank bomber, the guy, the Patsy, I'll call him the Patsy. He meets the lawyer. Now this lawyer, he's real skeevy. I guess he was on TV, talking shit about XEPs. He's real anti-XEP lawyer. One of those types. But anyway, he's also some sort of a lobbyist on TV who hates XEPs. Anyway, he's meeting with the bank bomber, and he says that he was sent by somebody to be his public defender. He's going to represent him in court. Anyway, we cut to Brian Solari getting chewed out by the police chief, and this is basically a fucking Joss Whedon-esque bullshit version of every cop scene you've ever seen, where you got to let's just say it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger from Last Action Hero when he's getting chewed out by the cop for causing all the collateral damage and shit. Only Brian Solari never caused a bunch of collateral damage. He saved the day. This is the fucking thing I don't understand and don't get. Why he got chewed out and why he was reprimanded for all that. He literally saved the fucking day. It was his moment of, it was his finest moment. Literally, it was all downhill for Brian Solari after the first couple of pages. Yeah, and speaking of that event, like anybody who's familiar with military planning knows that you have to plan an operation very, very strategically, to where you have little to no margin for error. This particular plan that was put together had way too much margin for error. First of all, he had to be in the right spot at the right time, at the right moment. Because when Brian Solari grabbed him and threw that bomb off, boom, the bomb blew up, which means it was on some sort of a timer. That's the only way that bomb would have blown off in such a way, that it was on a timer to go off at a certain time. So unless that dude was inside of that vault at a particular moment, the mission fails. You failed the mission. You cannot be on the outside of the vault, because if the vault is going to protect whatever is on the inside, you have to be inside of that vault when that bomb goes off in order for this mission to succeed. Way too much margin for error. A better course of action would have been to have an inside man, somebody there with a detonator using a cell phone, like a bank dude, just a regular bank patron who's going to go make a withdrawal or deposit, but really he's working for you and waiting for the right moment for that fucking asshole to get inside of the vault. And then like that, he presses the right button on his cell phone and then boom, blows it up. Like that would have been a more well thought out, strategically planned mission, if indeed you needed to destroy what was in that fucking safety deposit box. But no, the way that mission was planned, way too much margin for error. It would have never been planned in such a way. And later on, it's revealed that old boy and his girl, these two particular XEPs, like they're basically like the Rippaverse version of George Soros is what it sounds like. They've got shell corporations, NGOs. They fucking help, cause all sorts of chaos and strife everywhere. They're fucking, billionaires. So if you've reached that level of status in life, you've obviously know what the fuck you're doing. So why would this operation be planned so poorly? Makes no sense. Makes no fucking sense. Especially if you have an asset at your disposal, like Blonde Penguin. Like, why not just send him there in the first place? Or simply, why not just go there yourself and get the money? That's what I don't understand. It's not like the cops were watching you or anything. And even if they did, you just fucking pay bail, get out. Like, oh, what? I got a little bit of dirty money. Oh, fucking just pay your lawyers and fucking you just get off like that. No, it's never explained why that money needs to be destroyed. No, it's bad. Yeah, anyway, Brian Solari after he gets chewed out by the police chief, and it shows the two accept duos that fucking Boris and Natasha, old glowy eyes and his bitch friend with the glowy fingers. I don't understand why their powers weren't explained. None of their powers are explained. None of Alpha Core's powers are explained. No. Does Ingrid, does she control her whips with her mind? Or does she kind of got to flail her body around to control them? Like, how does she use her whips exactly? What's the nature of her power? Like, we're never explained, We do get to see how weak Brian Solari is, though. He gets fucking his ass kicked, and I mean, at multiple occasions, he shows himself to be weak and a buffoon. Yeah, but anyway, after it shows the duo on the big yacht, and his bitch basically says that she's gonna send one of her men. She tells him basically that she's gonna take over. And then he says like, "Oh no, I've got another plan. I'm gonna send another one of my dudes." So rather than just simply calling off his plan and going with her plan, like both of them go ahead with the same plan at the same time to see who's gonna succeed first. I guess I don't know. It's fucking stupid is what it is. It's fucking stupid. Why not just go there yourself and get the money? Fuck. Yeah, anyway, we go back to the fucking jail where the electro junkie is. Anyway, electro junkie escapes from jail, and he kills the fucking patsy who was going to bomb the bank, who was there in the beginning. He was a patsy. He had no fuck idea what he's doing. He was just being used by old glowy eyes to try to destroy the money. So he gets killed by the Electro Man because he's in order to pay back his lawyer, like he gets to kill this guy. Like literally, that's what happened. Like the same lawyer that was going to represent the bank bomber is also working for the fucking glowy eyes, and he says that he's going to be Electro Man's lawyer too, but in order to pay him back for being his lawyer, oh, you got to kill this guy. Like, really? Like, yeah, I'm just going to get a public defender for free. Fuck it. Like, they tried to arrest my wife because she stole from a dollar store. I'm in the right, motherfucker. I ain't going to fuck with this. No, but Electro Junkie just complies and he kills the guy, escapes from jail. So what happens is, and then it becomes CSI Flores Park at this point. Ingrid Valdez is teamed up with Doofy. And Doofy, his character design is basically exactly the same as the Electro Junkie, except the hair. They've even got the same goddamn powers, for fuck's sake. Well, it looks the same whenever Doofy enacts his powers. He shoots little bolts out of his fingertips. But supposedly Doofy, he's a secret accept who can control metal, just like Magneto. He's basically a Doofy Magneto. Magneto if he was a fucking stupid doofus. Yeah, it's bad. It's fucking bad. Like I said, one of the worst comics I've ever fucking read. But anyway, it shows old Billy Bob with his mom, and he gets the call from old Glowy Eyes to go on a job to go to the bank and finish what the patsy failed to do, the bank bomber. So old Billy Bob, he's got to go to the bank and retrieve the fucking money and destroy it, I guess. And it shows Billy Bob getting chewed out by his mama. There's this dude living in a trailer and shit. And I shit you not, his character design, he's a hillbilly, but his accept powers are he turns into Thing, and then all of a sudden he turns into Johnny Storm too. So he's got Thing, he's Thing crossed with Human Torch is what he is. Absolutely no originality there. So you got Thing crossed with Human Torch. Old Billy Bob, I call him. He's a fucking hillbilly. Yikes, this is bad. Yeah, anyway, we go back to the bank. And we got the duo, Boris and Natasha, both sending their men to the bank to go try to retrieve this money. So here's where we are at now. So we go to the bank, blonde penguin. He walks into the bank and he tells the bank teller to go bring him to the money. And the bank teller goes and brings him to the money, and he swaps it out with a USB drive, takes the duffel bag, walks out. And then old fucking Billy Bob comes in. But you see Brian Solari, he's also there investigating. So he's there at the same time. And what happens is a fight happens. Yep. Fucking fight happens. And Brian Solari gets his fucking ass kicked by Billy Bob. Yep. Gets his fucking ass kicked. But before that happens, we see what's going on with Ingrid and the doppelganger. Now here's the part where I had my my Chaz Parliamentary from The Usual Suspects moment, where anybody who's seen that old Bryan Singer classic knows this. Like Chaz Parliamentary, the cop character he's playing, he's sitting there interrogating Kevin Spacey the whole time, trying to figure out who Kaiser Soze is. And at the very end, Kevin Spacey gets let loose. And then fucking Chaz Parliamentary's character is sitting there looking at the bulletin board that Kevin Spacey was looking at the whole time. And it realizes, oh my God, this guy, he is Kaiser Soze. He drops his cup, the cup shatters. He realizes he's just been spinning a fucking a web of bullshit. Literally, I had a Chaz Parliamentary moment where I thought I figured out who Kaiser Soze was. When I saw old Doofy, the doppelganger, go and use, he shoots a beam out of his fucking fingertip and says, oh, I've got some powers. I'll unlock this door right here or whatever. And I was like, wait a minute. Is this the electro junkie? Is he leading her into a trap? Is that what's going on here? Like, oh my God, what's going on here? And I had to flip back through the pages to see if I missed something. Like when Electro Junkie escaped from jail, did he disguise himself as a cop? The fuck happened here? Like, oh no, that's not what happened. Turns out Electro Junkie is actually inside of this apartment, and he ambushes them. You see, what happened was after Electro Junkie escapes from jail, they start going through a list of everybody who he's ever known, and they start visiting them one by one. And I think this dude was 16th on the list, and it was somebody that he knew in jail, one of his jail mates or something, somebody he knew in jail. Simply by knowing him in jail once, like that allowed the cops to get a warrant to go search this guy's place. Fuck, it doesn't take much to get a goddamn warrant in New Texas. I'm like, well, hell, who am I kidding? They'll send a fucking SWAT team to your front door for shoplifting from the fucking dollar store. Yeah, it's clearly, they've clearly got some sort of thing going on with the military and the police here in Texas. It is the fetishization of authority is what it is. But yeah, anyway, Ingrid and Doofy get ambushed by the Electro Junkie inside of this fucking apartment. There's a fight, and Doofy uses his gun and fucking is able to distract the guy just long enough for Ingrid to use her whips to subdue him. It's like, wait a minute, dude. You just told us you can control magnetics. You're basically like Magneto. And Electro Junkie's fighting you and shit, and you don't use your powers at all. You don't, use the refrigerator to throw at him or anything. No, he just pulls his gun out and tries to just act like a regular cop and shit. Like, it's stupid. It's fucking stupid. You just displayed that you have powers. Why not use them? It's not like anybody's going to see you and then narc on you, because you're doing it in the presence of excepts. I guess he was trying to hide the fact that he was an except all of his life. So maybe that's the reason why he didn't want to unleash his powers, in case Electro Junkie saw him, and then the Electro Junkie could fucking narc on him. Because he already, revealed himself to Ingrid when he opened the fucking lock using his powers. So it's like, why hide your powers at this point? You're in a death match against this guy. Use everything at your disposal to try to stop him, including your ability to control metal. Nope, doesn't happen. Bad. Like I said, the definitive Alpha Core review. Nowhere else will you hear a review this in-depth. Like I said, I read this fucking thing 5 times. Well, technically 8 times, I guess. Hold on, I gotta get a drink. Gotta drink some coffee. Got a little cotton mouth going on. Oh yeah. Oh, I gotta get my stogie relit. And we're just we're just scratching the surface of this shit, surface of this shit too. Fuck. Like I said, it's the worst comic ever made. Worse than I Saw 1 and 2 combined. Nowhere else will you get a more thorough, in-depth review than Big Daddy. Same thing with I Saw 1 and 2. The definitive review. All right, get the shit relit. Where the fuck was I? And it's a good thing I wrote down notes. God, like I said, it was so fucking bad. Oh yeah. Anyway, after well, what happens was where were we? Yeah, the fight. Ingrid Valdez and Doofy versus Electro Junkie. The only way Ingrid Valdez and Electro Junkie are able to defeat this guy is when Electro Junkie uses his gun, or no, when like I'm getting them mixed up right now. Shit, when Doofy uses his gun to shoot at Electro Junkie and distracts him momentarily for Ingrid to use her whips to fuck him up, and then they throw him out the window. But before that, Electro Junkie literally stops the bullets in fucking midair, like Neo from the Matrix, which means this guy doesn't only have the ability to control, lightning and electronics or whatever, but he is basically like Magneto himself. He's got the same powers as Doofy. He can control metal. He can fucking stop bullets in midair. Yeah, this guy, he's one of the most powerful X-Eps. Yeah, but anyway, after Doofy and Ingrid work together, I guess they throw him out the window. Yeah, you talk about excessive police brutality. It just shows him fucking just tossed out the window, and like, yeah, after we fuck you up, we're gonna toss you out the window. We're not gonna put the cuffs on you or anything. No, toss him out the window and call the people down for get a rubber bag. When I heard the word rubber bag, I'm like, what, is he dead? Get a body bag? I'm like, oh no, probably just because he's electric and rubber, doesn't conduct electricity or whatever. But he has shown that he could stop bullets from flying at him, which means he can also control metal. So it's like, hey, yeah, you may put him in a rubber bag to stop him from using his electronic powers, but hey, he can still control metal. What's to stop him from using that power? It's bad writing. It's fucking bad writing. I'm wondering who designed those characters. Did Chuck Dixon design the Electro Junkie and Doofy? Or was that Eric July? I wonder. I fucking wonder. Yeah, but anyway, after Ingrid and Doofy have their fight with the Electro Junkie, then we go back to the bank where Brian Solari and Billy Bob are throwing down. Like I said, this fucking character design, he's Thing crossed with Human Torch. Yeah, once he turns into his Thing form, then all of a sudden he goes flame on. So he's like flaming Thing, and he fights Brian Solari and like breathes fire on him. Grabs Brian Solari by his fucking wrists and just breathes fire and just fucking roasts his ass. Brian Solari completely fucked up, gets his ass kicked by a third-rate villain. The hero of Texas, the man that helped Texas defeat the United States of America, defeated by a fucking third-rate villain. Yeah, anyway, Billy Bob goes in and he collects the fucking whatever. Or no, he thinks he's going to collect the whatever, but like I said, Blonde Penguin, he already beat him to it. He took the money and left the fucking envelope in there instead. An envelope that had a USB drive in it that had a virus on it. So as Billy Bob is in there trying to figure out which fucking safety deposit box he needs to open, Now, instead of Brian Solari being like all fucked up and like just running up and in a moment of intelligence, like closing the bank vault on this motherfucker and like locking him in there. Instead of Brian Solari doing that, no, we have the bank manager does that instead. The bank manager is given the moment of heroism. Yes, he comes up and he closes the bank vault on Billy Bob, trapping him inside. And Billy Bob, like I said, he's Thing crossed with Human Torch. So in order for him to enact his Human Torch abilities, he's got to have oxygen. And well, once he's trapped in the vault, he gets deprived of oxygen, so he can't use his powers, and he eventually passes out. So the one moment of heroism right there, rather than giving it to Brian Solari, you give it to the bank manager. Yeah, Brian Solari gets his fucking ass kicked, and then is deprived a moment of heroism. Like I said, it was all downhill for Brian Solari after those first couple pages. Completely ruined that character. Yeah, where are we at? Fuck, this is so bad. It's so fucking bad. You know, we're going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back. I got to go to the bathroom. Let me put on a little segue sequence. Yeah. Let me give you a little. I need a palate cleanser. Yeah, I'll give you guys a little palate cleanser, a little Christmas treat. Some old school fucking vintage 90s anime. A good old fight scene with a whole lot of fan service.
Whatご用かしら?
おい、待てよ、お嬢ちゃん。そこまでだな。
People thought that's mine. Shit. Yeah, fuck. Palate cleanser. Fuck. Yeah. Bad comic. It's a bad fucking comic. Now where'd my fucking cigar go? I let it fall to the ground again. Yikes. Where the fuck did it go? Completely discombobulated. Oh no, there it is. I see it. It's on my coffee cup. It's on my coffee cup. All right, where are we going with this shit? Yep. These what it is, whole ass cracker.
It's pronounced Esau, you whole ass cracker. I come back from the land of the dead for a message for your whole ass haters be talking shit about my great-great-grandboy. I come here to do two things. Slap my nuts on the table and bitch slap crack smoking whole ass crackers. And I'm a whole lot of tables to slap my nuts on. You hear me, you crispy, crunchy, crackety ass whole ass cracker?
Nuts on the table. Oh, ass cracker, ho, ass cracker. They wrap you in a label, like Cain was to Abel. Slap your nuts on the motherfucking table. Don't need no jibber jabber, no waddle palaver. Nuts on the table, ho, ass cracker. Nuts on the table. Ho, ass cracker, ho, ass cracker. All right, there we go. Let me relight this shit. Big Daddy's doing the Alpha Core review. Fuck, we're just scratching the surface of this shit. Fuck, we passed the 2-hour mark. Fuck. Like I said, this may be a 5-hour barn burner before it's all said and done. Because I've still got a lot of shit to talk about. But if I don't do the Alpha Core review now, it's probably never going to get done. Like I said this before. Like, this book was so bad that I literally wanted to see the entire human race exterminated. That's how bad this fucking book was. It put me in such a funk that I wasn't able to do YouTube videos for like, what, fucking 2-3 weeks, something like that. That's how bad this fucking book was. So yeah, you will not defeat me. You will not break me. No, I'm back. I gotta do it. Yep. Nobody else is gonna do it. Nobody else is gonna fucking do it. I kind of glanced around a little bit to see what was going on with the Alpha Core reviews. It's all shit. It's all fucking shit. Nobody has given this fucking book a proper review yet. Except maybe Mike Partika before it's all said and done. Because he's going to go through it even more meticulous than I did the ISOM 2 one. Like his first review video was like over 40 minutes and he just went through the first 10 pages or something like that. Yeah. But the difference between Big Daddy and Mike Partika is, well, Mike Partika, he doesn't make comics. Big Daddy does. And whenever you make comics, you look at things in a whole different way than when you don't make comics. Let's put it that way. So the best sort of reviews, critique, and advice you're going to get are from people who also make comics because they understand you better. They understand the nature of the medium, the nature of the game, storytelling, the whole thing. You're going to get better advice from people who also make comics. From people that don't, you're just going to get real, like, small nitpicky shit. Whereas with a guy like me, you're going to get real fucking solid shit. Character development, story structure, plot, pacing, shit like that. The important shit. Yeah. Where the fuck were we on this goddamn thing? Yeah, Brian Solari got his ass kicked. They fucking locked Billy Bob in the goddamn vault. So Billy Bob couldn't get no oxygen. Then he passed out. And after Billy Bob was passed out, they walked in there and doused him with water. And then they decided to see what was in the fucking safety deposit box. And rather than, following protocols and at this point, you should just hand it off to the regular cops or whatever. But Brian Solari's like, no, I'm going to see what's in this fucking box. So he basically breaks protocol and sees what's in the box without getting a warrant. Now, at this point, the very second Brian Solari did that, all that evidence could be thrown out of court at that point. You fucking went in there without a warrant. All that evidence could be thrown out of court. But basically, he just gave that guy a free out by doing that. Anyway, fucking Brian Solari opens the fucking safety deposit box and they find the envelope in there with the USB drive. And they think that is the thing that they were after all along and they wanted to destroy or whatever. When in reality, it was a small gym bag full of money. And it's never explained why that money needed to be destroyed. No. Yeah, but anyway, anyway, we go to the fucking TV station. Now, I talked earlier about that lawyer. This lawyer, he's kind of got the same kind of character design going on as Doofy and the Electro Junkie. Anyway, we go to the TV station, and Ingrid and the fucking Doofy are going there to go question this lawyer. Only problem is that Blonde Penguin beat them there. And Blonde Penguin, he talked to the lawyer And like I said, old blonde penguin, his special acceptability is that people do whatever he says for them to do. All he's got to do is talk to you, and then they'll do whatever you say. So the lawyer gets talked into killing himself by blonde penguin, talks him into jumping out of a window. So now you cut that to whatever. And the only reason this is done is to maintain plausible deniability so that nobody can tie any of these people to Boris and Natasha. So that's why they're trying to kill him, because the lawyer ties him to the bank robber and also the electro junkie or whatever. It just seems overly complicated. This is why I say ask your average ripetard. Explain the plot. What's the plot, Lebowski? What's the plot of Alpha Court? Just in a couple of sentences, explain to me what the plot is. That'll fucking expose just how stupid these fucking people really are. Like, if you fucking read that book and found any degree of entertainment in it at all, you need bitch slapped as hard as a human can be fucking slapped, and then kicked in the fucking nuts as hard as a human can be kicked with a pair of steel toe fucking boots, because you should not be passing your genetics on. In Minecraft, of course. In Minecraft, obviously. But you know what I'm saying. Yeah, anybody who thought this was a good book is just, they're full of shit, and they just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Bad is fucking bad. One of the worst comics I've ever read, if not the worst. It was Burger King Kids Club for adults is what it was. It was Burger King Kids Club for adults. If I had to distill it down to its most purest essence, it was Burger King Kids Club for adults. That's it. The perfect product for your average ripetard. Yep. Because most of these fuckers they just gonna see the bright, colorful fake lens flare on the pages, and they're, oh, look at this, and they're not even gonna remember anything about it. It reminds me of CSI Miami. It's just boomer rot is what it is. Just stupid brain dead boomer rot. Chuck Dixon fucking wrote it, after all. Anybody who will willingly associate themselves with the shoe store cuckold and that fucking glowy that calls itself Box Day is a piece of fucking shit. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Chuck Dixon, you're a piece of fucking shit. Talentless old geriatric hack. That's what you fucking are. Write it down and write it die. All right. Where were we at? Yeah, we're just getting into this shit. So he takes the fucking USB drive without a warrant. Blonde penguin talks the lawyer into killing himself. And now here's where we get a little bit of contradictory world building, where we have the TV show host right before the lawyer is killed. He's talking with the lawyer, and they reference something about a rising crime rate. The crime rate is rising. We have a rising crime rate. Well, is the crime rate rising because we got exceps popping onto the scene? Blah, blah, blah. Now you go back to ISOM 1, the opening scene. We got the dude on the TV talking, that politician. We got the cops there. And the cops are talking about the falling crime rate. The crime rate has fallen. Is it because Alpha Core? They haven't had to use Alpha Core in forever. The crime rate's fallen. It's because of Governor Schrack or whatever. And that J. Jonah Jameson-esque cop, he's like, oh no, like fucking we're partially responsible too, us regular cops, for getting that crime rate down. Then all of a sudden the crime rate's rising up again. You got a little bit of contradictory world building there. Is the crime rate rising or is the crime rate falling? Well, I mean, this could take place in an entire different timeline too. Like, it could take place a few years before the events of ISOM 1 and 2. Who the fuck knows? We're never really given a proper timeline on anything, and it doesn't reference anything from ISOM 1 or 2. Yeah. Bad. It's fucking bad. Well, anyway, what happens is Blonde Penguin eventually gets made. They figure out who the fuck he is, because they see him on the camera there at the bank, and they also see him there on the camera at the TV station. So they put 2 and 2 together, and they figure out, you know what, this guy right here, he's the fucking key. So I guess they run his face through a facial recognition scanner, figure out where he is. They're going to go get him and bust him. And you want to know who figured all of this out and busted this wide open? It wasn't Ingrid Valdez, no, the woman who's known for her data collection skills and all that. No. Rando female cop that we have no idea who this bitch is. Some rando female cop busts this case open and figures this out. Why? I have no idea. You see, there's a certain theme that goes throughout this whole thing. This is why I think Chuck Dixon was low-key trolling Eric July. All of the key moments of heroism and real insight and where it really shows off characters, all of these moments go to rando cop characters, not to the Alpha Corps. That's the thing. Like that moment in the bank vault, rather than having Brian Solari close the vault and trap the guy in there and show that, hey, maybe he's not just some brainless buffoon. He can display some intelligence to defeat his enemies too. Like, no. We're going to give that moment of heroism to the bank manager. Yeah. And this little moment right here where you see it's been building up for Ingrid to have some sort of payoff, for her intelligence levels. She's supposed to be smart. She's all about her data collection skills. That's the only reason she's on the fucking team, according to Brian Solari. So here we have a chance for her to show off her data collection skills prowess, bust this case open, and figure out who Blonde Penguin is. No, nowhere to be found. Ingrid Valdez, I don't know, she's got her thumb up her ass somewhere, I don't know. So this little small moment of glory and triumph goes to a rando female cop. It's fucking stupid is what it is. Bad writing. Bad writing. Shit. Absolute garbage. Terrible. Just terrible. Yeah, anyway, fucking blonde female, or the fucking rando female cop fucking busts the case open, figures out who Blonde Penguin is. So they send Braxwell to go round this guy up. Braxwell, he's already rounded up the electro junkie without any sort of problem. So they're gonna send him to round this guy up. So fucking Braxwell sent to the scene. Anyway, we cut to Boris and Natasha, the evil duo that's orchestrating all of this shit, those two exeps from the bar in Ice on One. Anyway, they're in a goddamn massage parlor getting the massage. And the opening salvo of the conversation sounds semi-intelligent and kind of like covert, like they're like trying to kind of talk in code, at least the bitch is. And after the bitch says her sentence, and you think that, yeah, she's trying to keep it on the under what's going on, because obviously you got to keep it on the under because you got people there listening to you, the masseuses. You've already displayed that you have no hesitation to kill anybody that you think might connect you to whatever crime or whatever. So you're going to fucking obviously not say anything incriminating in front of these masseuse people. Like, no. Very next words that comes out of the dude's mouth, it basically incriminates him and all of these crimes and shit. It's like, what the fuck? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, out of the duo of Boris and Natasha, the bitch displays a much, much higher degree of intelligence and efficiency, whereas the dude is just a fuck up at every fucking turn. And you think, this bitch is that ruthless and this cunning and that intelligent at what she does compared to this guy. Why is she putting up with this guy's bullshit? Why hasn't she orchestrated his death and just taken all of his assets? Makes no sense. Makes no fucking sense. The guy is a liability. He's a loose end. He's going to fucking get you busted is what he's going to do with his bullshit. Yeah. Bad writing. Anyway, but now here's the kicker. Here's some more levels of bad writing, and this next bit of shit just completely makes the entire plot fall apart. When they talk about how they need to kill these various people in order to maintain plausible deniability, so that nothing can be traced back to them, and the guy basically says that the people, the dude that he contacted, originally, and everybody else everybody he's contacted up to this point has been with an untraceable burner phone. So I think, okay, you've been contacting these people with an untraceable burner phone, so they have no idea how to trace anything back to you. So you've already maintained plausible deniability. So why in the fuck are you going through the trouble of trying to kill these people? It makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense. The guy can't make you. He can't like point you out and identify you because he's never seen you, because you've contacted him through burner phones and shit. So why did you go through the trouble of eliminating him? And then eliminating the lawyer too afterwards? It's just stupid. It's fucking stupid. It makes no sense. It's bad writing. Bad fucking writing. Flawed from the very fucking beginning. The plot is flawed. Shitty plot. Yeah, you do understand that, right? Like, the reason why this whole thing got kicked into motion is because he needed to kill the guy, the patsy that he set up at the bank, because the patsy at the bank could fucking tie him back to him or whatever. But he can't, because he contacted him with a burner phone. So there's no way to tie him to him. So why try to kill him? Makes no sense. Yeah, word on the street is Chuck Dixon's editors had to do all of his heavy lifting for him. Without an editor there doing his heavy lifting for him, Chuck Dixon ain't shit. And this has been proven. This has been fucking proven. Anybody who's read any of those garbage ya boy Zach books, or that fucking trash that he does for that glowy Vox Day, knows this. Fuck. Where were we at with this? Like I said, it's one of the worst fucking comics I've ever seen in my fucking life. So bad on so many levels. Anyway, we go back to Braxwell fucking going to go collect Blonde Penguin and fucking bring him in. Now, the thing is, they figured out the key to Blonde Penguin's power. Like not Ingrid, obviously, it was Rando Cop. They figure it out, like, he talks to people, and whatever he says, like, you'll do. So he controls people with his words. So in order to not be influenced by this guy, you need to be listening to music so that you can't hear what he says. So Braxwell is listening to some fucking Dr. Dre copyrighted lyrics in a fucking comic. Really? Chuck Dixon should know better than that. You set yourself up to get sued right there is what you did. That's another reason why I think Chuck Dixon might have been low-key trolling him. Gives all the moments of heroism to rando characters, lays up a landmine that to where you can get sued by putting copyrighted lyrics in your fucking comic. I mean, if Chuck Dixon actually was low-key trolling him throughout this, I'd respect the guy. But no, I bet this is Chuck Dixon actually, like, trying to write and be good. Fucking boomer bullshit. Brain dead CBS level boomer bullshit is what that fucking shit is. Garbage. Fuck. Good to see old Art Bell in the chat. Oh, Lord of mercy. Yeah, but anyway, while Braxwell is there going to collect Blonde Penguin, he puts the tape over his mouth to prevent him from speaking so that he can't influence him or whatever. But it turns out Blonde Penguin's got some minions working for him. So you see a couple of dudes flying at Braxwell to fight him. One of them has looks like some sort of a reptilian arm. So you have to assume this guy is an Except. The other guy has like a baseball bat. I would assume he's an Except. Like, if you're gonna fucking hire or talk some people into being your minions, you might as well have Excepts. But if he's not an Except, at least he's real fucking hardcore and badass. He's got a fucking baseball bat. So you got these two guys all of a sudden lunge at Brian Solari to save Blonde Penguin. But then it cuts away, so we don't actually see the fight. We don't see it. But anyway, we go back to the Eagle's Nest. That's what they ended up naming their fucking floating fortress in the sky, the Eagle's Nest, which ironically enough was also named after a Nazi stronghold, Berchtesgaden. Anyway, Brian Solari, he's got the fucking USB drive there, and this is where he basically displays some more buffoonery. He sticks the USB drive into the fucking mainframe of their fucking headquarters. And as he's doing, oh, I trust your firewalls or whatever. Like, you stupid piece of shit. Anybody knows anything about anything knows. You've just found a fucking strange USB drive. You have no idea what's on it. What you do is you get some sort of a laptop that's in safe mode, not connected to the internet or whatever. and then you put that fucking thing into the laptop on safe mode to test and see what's on that fucking USB drive first, because it could be a nasty virus. And sure enough, it was a nasty virus on the USB drive. Yeah, like I said, anybody who's lost with the plot here, like the USB drive was swapped out for the money by Blonde Penguin or later or earlier on in the story. The money that needed to be destroyed for reasons were not given or whatever. So the bitch, like I said, she's way more intelligent, Machiavellian, and has displayed way more competence than her male counterpart. Anyway, somehow she thought and figured, hey, you know what? They might end up sticking this in the mainframe of their whatever, so I'm going to program it to cause all sorts of chaos and havoc. And sure enough, yeah, they happened to stick it in, and her plan worked perfectly. Anyway, a virus gets uploaded to the eagle's nest, causes an explosion, fucks some people up, and it starts flying straight for the police headquarters in a kamikaze attack. It's going to destroy Alpha Core and the cops all at once. Now, if you're a guy like me and you already don't like cops and you already don't really like military and any sort of authority figures, at this point in the game, after all that's expired, I'm rooting for the fucking bad guys. I'm hoping that fucking thing crashes into the police station and kills them all after seeing what's going on. You sent a SWAT team to a fucking woman's house to arrest her for stealing shit at the dollar store, for fuck's sake. You have a group of super cops fucking implementing full-blown authoritarianism against people. Yeah, I hope you all die. You're all pieces of shit. I'm rooting for the bad guys at this point in the game. I really am. Fuck. Anyway, the fucking eagle's nest goes flying at the police station that will kill them all. Now, I have a reason I hate cops. Like, I was hating cops long before it was cool. Like, I had fucking police steal $6,000 from me one time. I fucking hate cops. I fucking hate them. And when I fucking lawyered up and tried to get the money back, the money was mysteriously missing from the fucking police wherever they keep all the fucking shit. Like, whenever they take shit from people, they go put it in a goddamn locked room in their fucking whatever. Like, all the money they took from you is gone. Sorry. You fucking rip-off fucks. God, I hate cops. Anyway. Yeah, where was I going with this? Oh, yeah. The goddamn eagle's nest is flying towards the police station to destroy it. And Alpha Core, they're scrambling to try to stop this fucking thing. Brian Solari's completely fucked up. He's who knows how many people have been killed as far as collateral damage goes because of what Brian Solari has just done. It's fucking crashing through the streets. You see like all this sorts of wreckage, carnage going everywhere. Cars getting destroyed. Like, there's got to be some people in those vehicles. Like, probably hundreds of people got killed, I would say. If I was to be a betting man, I would say it was a triple-digit body count would happen when it was all said and done. So, now here's another moment where Alpha Core could have shined, and it could have possibly, like, maybe pulled it out at the last second and showed them working together as a team to stop the eagle's nest from destroying the police station or whatever. But no. The moment of heroism goes to Doofy. Yep. The random cop that had this shitty character design, looks exactly the same as Electro Junkie. He's got the powers of Magneto. He can control metal. Doofy, rando cop, steps forward, and he's the guy who saves the day. Unleashes the full power of his Magneto abilities and stops the eagle's nest from crashing into the police station and saves the day. But in the process, he overexerts himself and he sacrifices his life and he ends up dying, making the ultimate just sacrifice to save people. Yep, the moment of heroism didn't go to Alpha Core. No, it went to rando cop dude. Yeah, I mean, what they could have done was, it showed Brian Solari get out and he tried to stop it, but he was just too weak. Now, this was a good litmus test to compare Brian Solari to Superman as far as strength goes. Brian Solari is far, far weaker than Superman. Superman would have stopped that shit single-handedly. He would have fucking stopped it. Brian Solari could not fucking stop it at all. No, couldn't stop it at all. Remember, Brian Solari got his ass kicked by a third-rate fucking Except earlier in the fucking comic. Old Billy Bob thing with the Human Torch powers. The hero of the war of the United States of America in Texas got his fucking ass kicked, and he buffooned his way into fucking getting maybe hundreds of people killed. Yeah, but this was the moment Alpha Core could have shined. Brian Solari could have got on the outside and he could have like used his every ounce of strength he could to try to stop it, but it's just not quite enough. So what happens is Ingrid Valdez uses the power of her whips, makes her way to the engine room, and disables one of the engines, capable of helping to slow it down just a little bit. And then all of a sudden, right at the 11th hour, Braxwell comes in, and he joins Brian Solari in trying to stop it, like putting his hands in front and using their might. And at the very last second, they stop it right before it hits the fucking police station. And they were capable of doing it only by working together as a team. Nope, we didn't have that moment when we could have. Nope. Buffooned it all up, and then Rando Cop dude becomes the hero and saves the day. And then he has a funeral afterwards, and Brian Solari gets chewed out for saving the day in the very beginning of the comic, by preventing the bank from being robbed and preventing that suicide vest from killing shitloads of people. Gets chewed the fuck out. Buffoons it up, sticks the USB drive into the fucking eagle's nest, probably causes at least 100 people, probably more, to get killed. No, he doesn't get chewed out by anybody. No, absolutely no reprimands, nothing. It's bad. It's fucking bad. Oh, God, it's bad. And then it cuts to the final scene where Boris and Natasha are leaving. They're getting ready to go on their plane. The duo from the fucking ISOM 1 from the club with the glowy eyes and the glowy fingers. We have no idea what their powers are. It's never explained. Their eyes and their fingers start glowing. Ooh! Who gives a fuck? Anyway, they're going to their plane, getting ready to leave. And then Alpha Core pops onto the scene and stops them and says something along the lines of, "Oh, you're wanted for blah, blah, blah. You've done this, this, and that." And they list off a litany of crimes that these people supposedly have done or whatever. And but they don't have a warrant for the arrest or nothing. So the people get ready to go on their plane. So Ingrid Valdez uses the power of her whips and just severs the fucking plane's wing and cuts its engines and shit with her whips. And like, what the fuck? Her whips are actually that powerful? They can sever a fucking plane's wing? Like, why the fuck didn't she utilize the power of these whips against whoever the fuck she was fighting, When they fought Yaira and ISOM 1, why didn't she just, mobilize her that way? Or when she fought the Electro Junkie, why didn't she fucking fully unleash the power of those whips? Like, no. At the very, very end, we get to see her unleash the full power of those whips. And she does it to inflict property damage, basically. Because they didn't even have a warrant for their arrest. They didn't even arrest them. They're like, oh, they'll have another plane here by the hour and they'll be leaving. So all they did was just act like assholes, like fucking asshole cops. Like, all you did was act like a bunch of fucking asshole cops just now. Like, you got nothing on these people. You just got to let them go. Like, no, we're going to destroy their fucking plane so they can't leave for an hour or two until they get another one here. It's fucking bad. It's bad writing. Like I said, one of the worst fucking comics I've ever read in my life. Worse than ISOM 1 and 2 combined. Oh, Lord, it's bad. Oh, my God. Yeah, this was just the first page of notes that I fucking went through. Like, I've got a whole nother page full of notes. Like, this is me fucking flipping over. The fucking other page is just fucking full. God damn. Yeah, the first page was just me kind of going through the plot, like beat by beat, scene by scene. Yeah, and then the next page is like all of the fucking various things that were wrong and like this, and that. And, the character development, non-existent. Valdez's whips, what the fuck is up with that shit? The plot is bad. Why destroy the money? Yeah, that's the main problem of the story. We're never told the reason why that money needed to be destroyed in the beginning. Like I said, if you explained it like, hey, the bills have been marked, it ties me to international terrorism. I'm going to be facing a firing squad if they fucking catch me. And the FBI is watching this building. They're waiting for me to come pick up this money because the only way they can tie me to this is this money. So in order to wait, the only way in order for me to be clean is this money has to be destroyed. That's the only way. If only they did that in some sort of throwaway line, I could have bought that. I really could have bought that. No, it wasn't explained that way. We just supposed to make it up in our heads why that money needed to be destroyed. There needed to be a compelling reason why that money needed to be destroyed. The entire linchpin event that drives the plot forward was rotted at its very core. That's why it's got a bad plot. Bad fucking plot. The cardinal sin of that book, the plot is bad. It's just got a bad plot. You can't fix stupid. You can't fix a bad plot. You can't. And it's got a bad plot. The moments of tension have no tension. They didn't feel real. The moments of quote unquote comedy are not funny. You get these lame, unrealistic, cartoonish villains. Alpha Core is unlikable. This is another one of the cardinal sins. These people are unlikable. Brian Solari is a fucking buffoon. Valdez, she's a fucking Super Saiyan Karen. Like a Karen and a feminist. Like one of these fucking just, man-hating feminist types too. And she's incompetent. Absolute incompetence. An incompetent, man-hating Karen feminist. Braxwell is the epitome of the Gary Stu. Like the male Mary Stu. The male Mary Stu, a Gary Stu. He defeats every except that he goes against. I think he defeats like 4 different excepts. Absolutely breaks no sweat defeating all of the excepts. Fucking goes on every mission, completes every mission flawlessly. I think he only says like 3 words through the whole thing. Like he does speak, but I think it's like 3 words. And it is so unremarkable and so unmemorable. I forgot what his fucking 3 words were that he said. I had to, catch it again on the second read through. And it was after Doofy had sacrificed himself to stop the fucking Eagle's Nest from crashing into the police station. Ingrid Valdez had ran up to him and said, "Is that a cop?" And it's like, bitch, that's the cop that you were driving around with. And like, you were basically Denzel from Training Day, and he was Ethan Hawke. That's what was going on all throughout the fucking comic. And you don't know who this fucking guy is. Is that a cop? She says. And Braxwell says, "You bet your ass." Oh, no, bet your ass. That's what he says. Like, really? This is Braxwell's moment where he speaks and that's it? Bet your ass. After Ingrid says, "Is that a cop?" Even though she should know who that guy is. You've seen this fucking guy. You've been with him all day. Fuck. Maybe she didn't recognize him because he looked the same as Doofy and he's got a shit character design. Yeah, the character designs were bad. Fuck. That's another thing, yeah. Deus Ex Machina. It's when you just pull something out of left field, pull something out of your ass to solve an important problem. Yeah, MacGuffin Ex Machina. That's what this fucking thing should be called. Yeah, that climax. It should have been Alpha Core working together to stop that fucking thing. Ingrid should have had that moment where she cracked the case open. Brian should have been the one to lock the dude in the fucking vault. Like, you do stupid, just simple little shit like that. It helps a whole lot. A throwaway line about why that money needed to be destroyed. Just simple little shit like that. And then it gets a 4 out of 10. It's just, it's below average. Like, if 5 out of 10 is average, then it would be a 4 out of 10. If it just simply did those things, but it didn't. So for that reason, and that reason compounded with every other fucking thing I talked about, Alpha Core gets a 0.5 out of 10. 0.5 out of 10. That's what this fucking book gets on a scale of 1 to 10. Yeah, the only reason it doesn't get a Blue Tarsky is because I think we still have yet to see the worst to come. Yeah, literally, these books get worse with every fucking iteration. Yeah, I might have to save the Blue Tarski for ISOM 3. 0.001. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we'll see if that happens. I mean, that's bad when a comic is so bad it doesn't even get a 1 out of 10. To give you an example of how bad this is, ISOM 1 and 2, I think they both scored like 2 and 2.5 out of 10. I mean, real bad, but at least they fucking made it into a digit. Alpha Core 0.5 out of 10. One of the worst comics I've ever seen in my life. Yep, there were no real character arcs, none. We saw Braxwell speak a couple times. Oh no, he spoke 3 words. Brian Solari, his character is actually ruined. That character has taken several steps backwards. I have no idea how that character was instrumental in defeating the United States of America. Makes no sense. Absolutely low stakes. Nothing big set up for any future events. Literally, you could just throw this fucking comic in the garbage and nothing, it would mean nothing. Just low stakes. Yeah, New Texas, it sounds like a fascist hellhole. A fascist totalitarian hellhole. You got super cops flying around, fucking SWAT team, fucking coming to arrest you for stealing from the fucking dollar store. Like literally, if anybody knows what's going on in this day and age in the United States of America, you can steal up to $999 worth of shit, and you're not even prosecuted. They let you go. But in New Texas, oh god, dollar store theft, we're sending the SWAT team after you. Yeah, they're very they like to seem, well, they seem excessive as far as their force goes. But then again, in regular modern day Texas, I guess it's perfectly fine to murder somebody in cold blood for taping money to a fucking door. Who knows how authoritarian New Texas gets? Yikes. Yeah, it had bad character designs. The character designs were poor and uninspired. They all looked too similar to one another. The fucking there was no consistency between a lot of the characters. Like I said, Brian Solari, sometimes it looked like he had gray hair on the side of his head, and then sometimes it looked like it was shaved and he had a bowl haircut. Like, does he have a terrible bowl haircut, or is he gray? Like, you got to make up your mind here. The same thing with Isom. Does he look like a 50-year-old Middle Eastern man, or does he look like a dude with an afro from Harlem? You got to make up your mind with these character designs. Yeah, it's fucking bad. Nobody's powers are revealed. The 2 evil Excepts people, Boris and Natasha, all we see is their eyes glow and their fingers glow. We don't know why. We've never given a reason why these people are glowing the way they are. We don't know what their powers are. It's the same with Isom. We don't know what their fucking powers are. Same with Alpha Core. We don't really know what their powers are. We know Ingrid's got whips coming out, but are they coming out of her body physically? Is it part of her suit? Is it her suit that's making the whips? How does she control the whips? Does she control them psionically with her mind? Does she have to kind of flail her body around to get them to work? How does her powers work? It's not explained. We know Brian Solari, he's basically like dollar store Superman. He can fly around and he's strong, but he's not that strong. He's not that strong. He's weak enough to get his fucking ass kicked by random third-rate Excepts. Let's put it that way. How in the fuck were you the hero in the war against the United States of America? Makes no sense. Makes no fucking sense. And like I said, the 2 most important questions were not answered. And that is, how did Texas defeat the United States of America in a war? And how was Brian Solari instrumental in this victory? Those 2 questions were not answered. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, if you have an event like that floating around out there with your lore, a war between Texas and the United States of America, and then you fast forward, 30 years after that event? As far as I'm concerned, all of the most interesting stories in your universe have already happened. They happened during that war. Like, any sort of story that takes place afterwards is uninteresting. I want to know what happened during that war. Those are the stories I want to know. Yeah, when you have something that interesting floating around out there, anything that happens afterwards that isn't on that level or greater is just not going to be interesting, because we know all of the greatest stories already happened, and they happened during that war. Yeah, Brian Solari, he's very, very weak when compared to Superman. Superman would have single-handedly stopped the Eagle's Nest from flying into the fucking police station. They wouldn't have needed Doofy to help him. Yeah, it's like, what are Alpha Core's motivations? Like, why are you guys cops? You just like to feel the power, I guess. We're not given any of their motivations. This is the most important thing. Your character's motivations. Why are they doing the things they're doing? Ingrid Valdez, she's trying to prove her worth as a girl boss, a man-hating feminist. Braxwell, I have no idea why. He doesn't say anything. No internal monologue. Like, that would have been a perfect time to get an insight into Braxwell, what he's all about. Give him an internal monologue of some, thought bubble or something. That way we get a little bit of idea what the fuck this guy's thinking about, what he's all about. Character development. That's what it's called, character development. Absolutely no character development. The character development that does take place, it stunts and sets back these characters and makes them unlikable and shitty. Ingrid Valdez, woke, man-hating feminist, complete incompetence at every fucking level. Brian Solari, fucking buffoon, fucking idiot. Braxwell, complete Gary Stu. Nothing interesting about a Gary Stu character. Yeah, these are terrible, terrible fucking characters. Terrible. Just terrible. Terrible. Just terrible, as Charles Barkley would say. Yeah, like I said, if I could distill it down to its most purest essence, it's the Burger King Kids Club for adults. That's what it is. It's the Burger King Kids Club for adults. Oh, God, it was bad. Yeah, you look at a character like Blonde Penguin, for instance. He's got the ability to make anybody do whatever he says. All he's got to do is talk to them. And why is this guy not the main villain? This is what I want to know. If you have that power, think about it. You as a person, if you have that power, that makes you the most powerful Except in this universe. You would basically be like Lex Luthor crossed with Vandal Savage, crossed with every other fucking high-end villain there is, if you have that fucking ability. Think about that for a second. If the bitch, his handler, Natasha, tries to get a hold of you to go to the bank and do a job for her, what you do is, you know what? I've got a better idea. How about you and I go take a little walk to the bank, and you empty your bank account and you give me all your money? Why doesn't he do that? Why? Fuck. Why is he not the president of the United States of America? Why is he not a politician on stage talking to millions of people? You got a guy with that ability, and all he does is he's a low-level villain working for a couple of people. Like, no, though, this guy should be your most fucking powerful Except. He should be your arch villain. Nope, he's a third-rate villain. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. Bad writing. It's bad writing. Yeah, you got Electro Junkie. He's basically the unsung hero of this whole thing, to be honest. Electro Junkie. Like, he is the tragic hero of this whole story. You got this fucking, this fascist totalitarian government fucking coming to his door to take his wife away. Fucking, so what does he do? He steps up to the plate and says, no, this is wrong. All she did was steal from the dollar store. You pieces of shit. Here, take this, and just give him a little bit of money. Go away. Like, no, he fucking steps up to the plate and he does the right thing. He does what a man does. He protects his wife from these fuckers. He goes to jail and fucking, then he just goes crazy and gets loose and fucking almost kills a couple more cops. Like, yes. And all the time he's referring to cops as pigs and shit. Die, piggies. I hate you pigs. Like, yes, this is the guy I'm identifying with. Anytime you start identifying with the villains and start rooting for the villains over the fucking heroes, you know you've fucked up somewhere along the way with your writing. Yeah, Chuck Dixon is a fucking hack. Hack. Fucking hack. Talentless fucking hack. Bad. It's fucking bad. On so many levels, it's bad. Oh, Lord of mercy. Goddamn, we're almost at the 3-hour mark. I've only got 6% of my battery remaining. Shit. And I've got so much more to talk about. Fuck. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to flip my phone on its side so I can stick in my phone charger. And then I'm going to throw on a song, take a little break, and we'll come back and we're going to finish off the Alpha Core review. And then I'm going to rant and rave some more. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Let's find a song here. Yeah. All right. Let me throw on a song. We'll be right back, guys. Go ahead and take a break. We'll be right back. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hey, 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 hey. All right. Where are we going to take this bitch? Shit. Little extended segue sequence. Fuck, what did I do with my damn cigar? Tell me I dropped it on the fucking ground again. Every fucking time. Yikes. Yep, Merry Christmas, y'all. We're closing it out. I think Christmas might be over everywhere. I think. Big Daddy Christmas special. Son of a bitch. Oh. Yikes. Okay, what were we doing? Oh, yeah, I was going to finish off the fucking Alpha Core review. That's what I was going to do. Finish this fucking review off. I wanted to light a damn cigar, though, but I lost my cigar. Shit. I know it's around here somewhere. Ah, fuck it. Well, fuck it. Oh, wait, no, there it is. There it is. All right, now where's my lighter now? Yeah, if only you knew what life was like for me. I'm in the dark right now. And my flashlight, I got a little flashlight looking. And the flashlight is, the batteries are so fucking low on it. It's so dim. I can barely see anything. All right, I gotta find my lighter. And then we'll finish this shit off. They tore me I have no gifts to bring. All right. Just a song for the newborn king. Rumpa pum pum. Rumpa pum pum. Rumpa pum pum. All right, there we go. All right, I'm gonna pour a little coffee, smoke a little stogie, and we're gonna finish off the fucking Alpha Core review. What Big Daddy's gonna do is almost say what I would have done if I was in Chuck Dixon's shoes, how I would have wrote Alpha Core. Well, we're gonna talk about that. The Big Daddy cut of Alpha Core. If I would have been given a shot at this fucking thing, this is how I would have done it. Yep. Hold on, let me get my coffee. I was thinking about this for a while, like how I would do Alpha Core. Like I said, the two most important questions: how did Texas defeat America, and how did Brian Solari play into this victory? I would have answered those questions. Yep. All right. I got a full mug of coffee. Fuck, we may even crack the 5-hour mark. Like I said, I usually have a rule about never going more than 4 hours. 3 hours and 59 minutes at the most, very most. Well, we may break that rule, I don't know. Like I said, it may be a 5-hour barn burner. All right. Now we got the good coffee going. All right. How Big Daddy would have handled Alpha Core if I was in Chuck Dixon's shoes. First of all, you got to answer those two questions. How did Texas defeat America, and how did Brian Solari play into this? Now, anybody who knows anything about warfare and what America is capable of, and what its states are and all that shit. Well, let me give you a little insight into the American mindset. Like Americans, we're all in these different states and shit like that, and And people who live in these states, they kind of it's kind of balkanized to a degree. It's kind of, they get the gang mentality going on. Like, oh, my state is better than your state. Like, nuh-uh. And like, it's like, oh, my dad could beat up your dad type shit. Only it's with states. No, my state's the best state. No, no, mine is. And it is kind of like a gang mentality is what it is. And it's no different with Texas, you know. Texas has actually got the most fucking hardcore gang mentality when it comes to being a state than any other state in the union. People who come from the state of Texas are more proud of being a Texan than they are of being an American citizen. Let's put it that way. So if there was going to be any state that would try to wage a fucking one state war against the United States of America, it would be Texas, because they would be arrogant enough. But the people who are on the ground, boots on the ground, reality of the situation knows that Texas wouldn't be able to defeat New Mexico if a fucking war fucking broke out. No joke. Like, if Texas tried to get uppity with the United States of America, with its fucking fellow states, I'm telling you, all of the rest of the states would get so pissed off, they would all band together and they would fucking crush Texas in like less than a week. Like, I'm telling you. Well, like I said, well, California is going to take over Texas without firing a single fucking shot, just by simply moving their people there and then voting Democrat. Yeah, Texas ain't winning shit. It's a joke is what it is. It's Texas circle jerk bullshit to think that Texas could defeat the United States of America in a fucking war. Like I said, Texas couldn't defeat New Mexico. I'm telling you. So you have to figure out a clever way of how Texas defeated the United States of America. You have to figure out a clever way, because you cannot do it with conventional warfare. The United States of America has a large military with nuclear weapons and shit like that. They got a fucking Machiavellian CIA that would have weaponized the entire fucking country of Mexico against you. I mean, you stood no chance. It's bullshit is what it is. It's Texas circle jerk bullshit to think that the state of Texas could defeat the United States of America in a fucking war. Hell, Texas probably wouldn't even be able to defeat Oklahoma. Who the fuck am I kidding? Yeah, California gonna fucking take your damn state over without firing a single shot. You telling me that you're gonna defeat the entire fucking country? It's a joke is what it is. So what you gotta do is figure out a clever way of how Texas won this war. And now here's the clever way. Here's how you do it. And also tie Brian Solari into it integrally. And also give Brian Solari some cool powers. This is what you do. It turns out Texas gets a hold of an artifact, some sort of alien artifact, and it's a weapon of mass destruction. They just simply call it the war machine. Now, what the war machine is capable of doing, it's such a powerful fucking artifact, such a powerful war machine, if you will, that is capable of nullifying the entire US military, rendering it fucking useless. Just in one weekend's time, it lays waste to the entire US military. And the war is over within less than a year's time. Texas completely annihilates the United States of America using the war machine. And the key to the war machine's power is its power source. It has to be powered by a source. And that source, Brian Solari. He is the power source of the war machine. So utilizing Brian Solari, that's how he was the hero of the war, because without him, he couldn't have powered the war machine, and thus Texas couldn't have destroyed the United States. And that's how he earned that title. So you knock it out, two fucking birds in one stone. How Texas won the war and how Brian Solari was the hero of the war. Now, anybody knows World War II history knows after the Allies defeated the Axis powers, we got all of their fucking best scientists and shit. And we ended up creating a bunch of cool shit, including the modern day space program and all that. Now, what happened was after the war between Texas and the United States of America, there was sort of an Operation Paperclip, if you will, where Texas got all of the best scientists, all the best engineers that were left over after the war. And what they did was they started studying the war machine. And what they did was they back engineered it, and they started creating technologies based on the war machine. And during this 30-year period after the war with America, Texas has been amassing an army, and they've been doing it underground, and they've been doing it in secret. They've been creating these androids, these fucking killer robots that have been back engineered from the war machine. And also, they figured out a way to power the war machine without Brian Solari. They figured out a way to create an artificial power source. You see, because Brian Solari is capable of creating solar flares, very, very powerful solar flares. That's the key to his power. That's why they call him Solari. Like that's actually his code name. His real last name isn't Solari. That's his code name. Solari. That's fucking what they call him, Brian Solari, because he's capable of controlling solar flares. He can summon massive X-class solar flares. Fucking he can go into the atmosphere of a certain country, use his powers, and do a massive EMP and then completely shut down their power grids. I guess how powerful Brian Solari is. Like he has the power to completely shut down all of the power grids all across the planet with his EMP power, like setting off a solar flare, going into geosynchronous orbit, and then completely powering up, setting off an X-class solar flare. Like that's his fucking special power. So he goes to the core of the war machine and he uses the power of the solar flare, and that's what powers the war machine. But now that they've figured out a way to power the war machine without Brian Solari, he's now become expendable. They no longer need him. And since he's already considered the most powerful Except, they already have a series of protocols in place to kill Brian Solari should he ever turn. So fast forward to what we're going on today with Alpha Corps. This is the backstory of how America defeated Texas and how Brian Solari was the hero. Now this is what happens. Turns out, now before I say this, let me preface it by saying this. This is an actual real thing that goes on. And like I said, I've signed NDAs for this type of shit, this information that I'm about to reveal. But anybody who's in high levels of not just government, but like business, finance, tech, Hollywood, whatever, if you're any sort of influential individual at all that wields any degree of power, look at who they're married to and what country they come from. If they come from a foreign country, if they have a foreign wife, rest assured that wife is probably working for a foreign intelligence agency. Like if the wife is Chinese or any sort of like Asian country like that, or Korean or anything like that, she's probably working for Beijing. Or if she's from any sort of Eastern Bloc country, fucking Ukraine, any of those countries, Russia, like they're probably working for the Russians. If she's Jewish at all, whatever, got a Jewish last name, she's probably working for the Mossad. She works for Israel. Just letting you know, this is a real thing. Yeah, when all of that Trump bullshit was popping off, Russia, he's a Russian asset, he's working for Putin, blah, blah, blah. Like, I doubt he's working for Putin or whatever, but for the simple fact that Melania is a fucking foreign bitch from one of those countries, I wouldn't be in the least bit surprised if she was, working for, Russian intelligence. And what their job is to keep tabs on these people and to kind of subtly manipulate them and, have them steer towards their policy, and also to spy on them, give any sort of important information back to their handlers or whatever. Like, that's the reason they do this. In America, we do it too. Like, this is the thing that is very common throughout. It's spy fare is what it is. But anyway, since knowing that this is a real thing in real life, why would it not be a thing in the Rippaverse? So what happened was, turns out Ingrid Valdez is actually a double agent. She's working for the resistance, the rebels, the U.S. underground. Yeah, it turns out there's a last contingency of Americans that are working behind the scenes to try to restore the Republic against Texas. And Ingrid's working for them. And she's on a mission. Her mission, get close to Brian Solari. Seduce him if you have to. Figure out his weakness. And a moment when he's got his guard down, assassinate him. That's her mission. Only problem is she's actually fallen in love with him. And she can't bring herself to kill him. Even though he basically was responsible for the death of her country, that killed her parents too in the war. And she hated him too, and she was all about killing him. And that was the reason why she volunteered for the mission. So she seduced him, but at the end, she fell in love with him. And Brian Solari fell in love with her too. They were both in love with each other. They were having an affair behind the scenes. And Ingrid, finally, she couldn't take it no more. They're out to, they're flying somewhere, or they're, in the wherever. It could be wherever. And she's talking to him, and she's like, Brian, I can't take it anymore. I have to tell you the truth. I'm not who you think I am. And she reveals the whole truth to him. And Brian's like, oh my God, like his heart is thrown into chaos. He doesn't know what to think. So I need to think about this. So he flies off. But unbeknownst to them both, Braxwell had listened to the whole fucking thing. And Braxwell, after Brian leaves, he confronts Ingrid. Traitor! And like fucking, there's a fight to the death between Braxwell and Ingrid. And as Brian Solari, he's flying off thinking to himself, and like he's contemplating about what Ingrid said, and he comes to the realization, even though she is a rebel, she works for the resistance, I love her. I can't deny my feelings for her. I have to go back and tell her that I'm going to figure out a way to make it work. So anyway, he flies back to Ingrid to go tell her this. But anyway, her and Braxwell are in the middle of a death match. And right when Brian gets there, Braxwell deals the fucking death blow and kills Ingrid right in front of Brian Solari. No! He has this like Rambo moment, like after Rambo's bitch is killed in front of him. So Brian Solari snaps. He fucking attacks Braxwell. So they start fighting. Fucking, it's a huge epic battle. A death match, fight to the death. But at the end of the day, Brian Solari defeats him. And right before he fucking delivers the death blow, he comes back to his senses, and he can't do it. The woman he loved has been murdered. He can't kill his best friend too. No, it'll be too much for him. But he's just too pissed off. So what he does, he grabs Braxwell's arm, the same arm that Braxwell used to kill Ingrid with, and he fucking rips Braxwell's arm off, tears it out of his fucking socket. And then Brian Solari flies off to go think about things. His heart is completely thrown into chaos. He needs to fucking process what's happened. Anyway, what his biggest mistake was leaving Braxwell alive. So what Braxwell does is he calls in the cavalry, and Braxwell says he's gone rogue. He's gone completely off reservation. He's murdered Ingrid. He tried to kill me. He has to be stopped. Now, I said before, Brian Solari, now that they figured out a way to power the war machine without him, he's now become completely expendable. And they already got the protocols in place to take him down should he ever turn. And now they see this as the perfect opportunity to put in place the protocols to take down Brian Solari, because they no longer need him. Now he's just a liability. You don't want a powerful except like that flying around. And when, he's completely expendable, if you know what I mean, because he could turn on you. So the order is put out. Brian Solari becomes the most wanted outlaw in the state of Texas, dead or alive. And Braxwell is the one leading the fucking the hunt for him. After Braxwell gets a new robotic arm, that like a real badass robotic arm that's been back engineered from the technology of the war machine. Now here's the kicker. Now I talked about how Texas was building an armada in secret. Now this is what happens. Turns out Texas, they're not finished yet. No, this was just the beginning. No, they needed to take out America and finish the fucking job, if you know what I mean. Take America's place on the world stage. So what Texas does next is they plan to launch a war of aggression using the war machine against planet Earth itself. Yes, Texas decides to fucking take over the Earth in a fucking massive world war. And you set the stage for the event. You got a fucking event now. Something that's bigger than the war of Texas versus the United States. No, it's Texas versus planet Earth. Yes, that's what you got. So what happens is Brian Solari, he becomes the most wanted outlaw in the state of Texas, and he gets swept up into the American resistance. And he meets up with Ingrid's old pals, the ones that she was working with that sent her. And he starts working with the resistance. And Brian Solari, one by one, the members of the resistance start telling him their stories about the war. Then Brian Solari sees a film reel and some footage of the war. and he sees the damage and the level of just destruction, pure fucking horror that was wrought upon all of the states of America by him and the war machine. And he realizes it fucking hits him like a ton of bricks that he's not a hero. No, he was not a war hero at all. No, he was a war criminal. Not just any war criminal, but the greatest war criminal in the history of humanity. Single-handedly responsible for the deaths of hundreds of millions of innocent Americans. And like that, you set the stage for the most powerful arc in all of storytelling. The redemption arc. Yes, the redemption arc. Like that. That's how I would have handled this fucking shit. I would have fucking tried to hit for the fences. You try to fucking go for the grand slam. That's just how my fucking mindset is. Chuck Dixon just tried to bunt and get on first base. That's what that shit was. You know, you set up the event and then you make it epic. You have real fucking themes: love, betrayal, war, peace, redemption, revolution. And then you got a fucking story on your hands. Like, nope. We're going to play it safe and just get on first base, the bunt. Yeah, I would have tried to fucking hit for the fences if I was in Chuck Dixon's place. Yeah, you go for the most powerful fucking trope in all of storytelling. The redemption arc. Brian Solari redeems himself. Yeah, and it comes to find out Texas, they were actually the bad guy the whole time. They launched a war of aggression against their fellow states. Just because here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. It's revealed where the war machine actually came from. Where did they get this war machine, this high-end alien technology that allowed them to lay waste to the United States of America and now allows them to possibly take over the planet? Where did they get this from? And then it reveals who gave Texas the war machine. It was none other than Dookie Mon himself. Yes, Dookie Mon. Turns out he is the true architect and mastermind behind everything. Turns out from the beginning of man, like Dookie Mon, he's been manipulating all the wars from behind the scenes. And Dookie Mon, turns out he's part of a malevolent race of aliens, and this is what they do across all of the galaxies and all across the cosmos and the universe. They find planets and they go there and they subvert the fucking creatures and the aliens on the planets, and they create war and chaos and strife because they feed off of the negative energies. And like that, you've got a real villain now, Dookie Mon. He's the arch villain of the fucking thing. Because even if you stop Texas, you stop the war machine, you've still got to stop Dookie Mon. And even if you stop Dookie Mon, you've got to stop his kin, his friends, his brethren, all the other Dookie Mons out there that are causing all the chaos and shit. And like that, you've got some fucking shit to work with. You've got big villains. And then it goes cosmic after that. It goes cosmic. Like, this is how you do a comic universe. Fuck. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. Chuck Dixon should know this. No, he tried to fucking bunt, get on first base. Yeah, but here's the kicker. Turns out Ingrid Valdez is actually still alive. Yeah, Braxwell didn't quite kill her. She still had quite a little pulse in her. So what they did was they brought her back to life. They interrogated her, figured out that she's actually a double agent, that she was working for the Americans. So what happens is Ingrid is thrown in a high security prison at the heart of New Alamo, the fucking new capital of Texas, the capital of New Texas. It's called New Alamo. It's like this most massive of maximum security fucking prison city there is. So when Brian Solari learns that she's still alive, he decides to launch a one-man war against America, or against Texas, to go save the woman he loves and to destroy the war machine and prevent Texas from destroying planet Earth. So right like that, he's a fucking hero. And then when he's with the American resistance, they show him a dossier of possible excepts that they want to recruit into the group. And he looks at the dossier, and you see the people in the dossier. You see Avery, you see Isom, you see Blood Ruth, you see Goody Nig, you see Santuan, whatever. So it gives you the possibility to put together an ensemble piece, kind of like a Justice League or whatever. And one that's actually cool, not like the fucking shitty Alpha Corps or whatever. And then you got Braxwell as the main villain leading the fucking armies against the fucking forces of the world. Yeah, it could have been way more epic than what it was written. I know that. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, that's how I would have handled Alpha Core if I was Chuck Dixon. I would have fucking tried to swing for the home run. Yeah, have Dukemon be the main villain. Race of evil aliens causing wars, chaos, and strife across all the galaxies and cosmoses and all of the universes. You got, and not just here, but all in other dimensions too. They're like an evil, like real fucking nasty race of creatures, trans-dimensional entities. Yeah, and it kind of plays into some real life shit too, real world bullshit. It's kind of like a stealth red pill of sorts, knowing that there actually exists creatures like this. Talked about them earlier in the stream. I called them the caretaker creatures. Anybody who's done enough research knows that these things exist. Real high-end aliens, if you will. They got bases underneath the ground all over the place. On the ocean floor, dark side of the moon, that's their main base. Yeah, some say that, well, what they are, they're like farmers farming us. It's like think of the Earth as a chicken coop, but for humans, a human coop, so to speak. Yeah, if you have Dukemon be some sort of a villain of that caliber, like I said, kind of a stealth red pill. You've got strong fucking huge themes going on. Betrayal, friendship, love, redemption, war, peace, revolution. But no, what we got instead? CSI Flores Park. That's what we got. Chuck Dixon, more like Cuck Dixon. Suck Dixon. Yeah, one of the reasons why Alpha Core doesn't work on a fundamental level, like I talked about the ensemble piece, like Justice League, for instance. The reason why Justice League works, the reason why Avengers works, ensemble pieces like that, is because each and every character that makes up that ensemble piece, we already know who those characters are because we've seen them going on adventures before. We kind of know what they're all about. We know what their motivations are, what their backstories are, what their powers are. So when they all come together for a fucking ensemble piece, then it actually has oomph and meaning behind it because we know who these characters are. Now, when you start out a character franchise with an ensemble piece, you completely strip out that element of having each character being able to develop on their own with their own franchises and series. So that way, when they finally come together for the ensemble piece, it has that much more impact. No, you basically got to have all of their backstories, character motivations, all that fucking shit in the first comic, and it's got to be impactful and meaningful. We had absolutely no character development, no motivations. We don't know why these people are doing what they're doing. It's like why you being a cop, Brian Solari? You're the war hero. Most of the time, when people are war heroes, they like to just retire and just go fucking live a life of peace afterwards, because nobody likes to fucking kill. Nobody likes to be in war. Nobody likes that shit. For the simple fact that he's all about, being a cop afterwards or whatever, and then just showing the levels of buffoonery that he did. And it just being a weak fucking cuck, too. Yeah, that character was completely ruined when he had a chance to be a fucking badass character. He goes fucking back to the city of New Alamo to rescue Ingrid and to stop the war machine. And maybe he's got some allies with him. You set yourself up for the event. Like everybody who knows about comics knows, you got to have an event, some big event that's going to happen. What's the event in ISOM? The monkey demons are going to invade Flores Park? Is that what your event is going to be? Oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah, Texas taking on planet Earth in a fucking massive war. That's your fucking event. Yeah, it turns out Texas, they were the bad guys. They made the fucking Nazis look like Boy Scouts. That's the reason why New Texas feels like such a fascistic, totalitarian police state. It's because it is. That would be such the most brilliant twist, like beyond M. Night Shyamalan. If it turns out Texas was actually the bad guys and they were running this fucking hardcore police state even beyond that of Nazi Germany. God, you talk about subverting expectations. Never in a billion years happened in the Rippaverse. Now, like I said, Burger King Kids Club for adults. That's what that shit was. Burger King Kids Club for adults. Drink a little coffee there, a little cotton mouth. Yeah, we don't get no character motivations on any of these characters. Going back to ISOM 1, 2, Alpha Core. Like, why are these characters doing what they're doing? Why did Avery decide to become a superhero? We have no idea why. Yeah, in many ways, the reason why you became what you became is more important than the reason why you quit. Like I said this before, in ISOM, the reason why he became a superhero was a much, much more important story than the reason why he quit. We have no idea why Braxwell wanted to become a superhero, or Ingrid, or Brian, for that matter. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of an important thing to show what motivates your characters to do the things they're doing. I mean, it's such an important thing that I actually use it as the climax in my fucking comic when the main character's backstory is finally revealed, when it shows the true levels of motivation they have, what the enemies did to them. Then it's like, oh shit. And it almost puts the entire thing in a different context. So when you read it again a second time, it has that much more impact. Yeah. A story should get better when you read it the second time. It shouldn't get worse. Alpha Core gets worse with every reading. With every fucking reading, I'd find some other fucking little thing wrong with it. And this is me not even talking about the art. Like, the art had a whole, like, real separate issue, like I talked about a little bit, like the inconsistencies and all that. The only positive thing I'll say about it is that it had kind of a semi-vibrant color palette. Compared to ISOM 1 and 2, it just looked like diarrhea smeared on the pages. But yeah, it was so just bland, boring, uninteresting milquetoast, and there was just, I couldn't think of a single way to recut it into something funny or entertaining. That's how bad it was. Absolutely no redeeming qualities at all. None. Shitty plot, little to no character development. It's garbage at every fucking level. It could just be blown out of the water. Every fucking scene, almost. Like, every scene on every panel, you could probably find something wrong with it. That's how bad this is. The dialogue, pure trash. The characters, though the dialogue sometimes it's snappy and whatever. It's Joss Whedon-esque. It's Whedon-esque bullshit. And they all kind of sound the same too. There's no real distinctive voices. Don't get it fucking twisted. There is nobody speaking with a distinctive voice in any of this. Too many fucking rando cop characters getting all the glory when the focus should have just been Alpha Core. Like, you got Goody Nig, this fucking rando hick character living out in the middle of nowhere who's got all of these robot servants and shit like that. You saw fucking Cedric, the tailor, he's got a bunch of robot servants and shit like that. But Alpha Core, living in the goddamn fucking, who knows how much that goddamn thing they're in cost. They don't have any sort of robots serving them at all. No, it's just a bunch of humans running around. No, I would have cut all of the fucking humans out and just had robots be there. Alpha Core and the robots. That way the focus is on Alpha Core, not other humans doing stupid shit. You're taking the focus away from Alpha Core when you have all these other stupid humans running around taking all the glory. You fucking idiot. God damn, this is simple shit that Chuck Dixon should know. Because he's supposed to be a fucking professional or whatever. Yeah, I think Chuck Dixon, he don't got it no more. He's a fucking hack. If he ever even did have it. Like I said, word on the street is Chuck Dixon's editors had to do a lot of his heavy lifting for him. Now, if Chuck Dixon would have had a guy like Big Daddy, you know, proofread his shit and be his fucking editor for him instead of that worthless, stupid, fucking talentless, pubic bearded cuck Eric July, then maybe Alpha Core could have been decent. Like I said, all it needed was two little things to be fixed, and like that, it goes from a 0.5 to a 4, or a 0.5 out of 10 to a 4 out of 10. It's just got to do two little things. One, give us a proper reason why that money needed to be destroyed. And two, all of those moments of glory they gave to random cops, give them to the Alpha Core instead. If he just simply does those two little things, then it becomes a 4 out of 10. I mean, it's below average because the plot's still kind of milquetoast mediocre, and there was little to no character development. We had no important questions answered. It didn't set anything up for any. It's just garbage is what it was. Yeah. Bad. One of the worst comics I've ever fucking read. And you got to understand, I have read so many fucking comics and manga throughout the course of my fucking life. I have forgotten about more comics and manga than most nerds will ever consume in their entire fucking life. So I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know a bad comic and I know a good comic. This was a bad comic. Like I said, one of the worst comics I've ever fucking read. 0.5 out of 10. Worse than ISOM 1 and 2 combined. Yeah, okay. I think I pretty much said what I needed to say for the Alpha Core review. So fuck. Yeah, finally got the fucking Alpha Core review out. Shit. With the most minimal amount of fucking anger, yelling, and cussing, which is good. And I think I touched upon all the things I wanted to touch upon. The reason why it's bad. You see, I broke down fucking scene by scene, structure, pacing, character development, plot, all that shit, the important shit. All of the important shit it fails on every fundamental level. Yeah, you could basically just set that thing on fire and throw it in the garbage, and it wouldn't matter. Because nothing in that book that happened had any sort of bearing and impact on anything. None of those characters developed any. They're basically, well, they regressed a lot. It set to nothing. It didn't reference anything from ISOM 1 or 2. In fact, it actually did a lot of contradictory world building when it talked about how the crime rate is rising or whatever. Whereas in ISOM 1, they talked about the crime rate going down. It's bad. It's just fucking bad. If it would have been handled the Big Daddy way, the epic way, where Texas decides to wage war on planet Earth using the war machine, turns out they're being manipulated by a dark force, Dukimon. And then after Brian Solari figures out a way to defeat Texas, uses the power of his solar flare, disable the war machine, fucking defeats New Texas, prevents World War IV from happening, becomes a true hero. The redemption arc, the most powerful fucking trope in all of storytelling. If you pull it off right, the redemption arc, I mean, shit. Yeah. But Chuck Dixon, like I said, he fucking base hit, just button it, get on first base. Yeah, I'm batting for the fucking fences and trying to hit the grand slam every time. There's a difference between a guy like Big Daddy and a guy like Chuck fucking Dixon. Relight my stogie. Booyaka, booyaka. All right, what the fuck are we going to talk about now? Shit. Now that we're done talking about stupid bullshit. Well, Alpha Core bullshit. God damn, that was a long review, wasn't it? I guess what I'm going to have to do is go back and cut it and re-upload it to my channel to trigger the ripitards. Oh, God. Yeah, the Ripetard's going to be triggered by the Alpha Core review. Holy shit. Yeah, they're going to try to come shame me. You should stop this. You're just jealous. Jealous. Yeah, I've seen both Eric July's and Chuck Dixon's writing abilities. I'm not jealous of that shit. These stupid pieces of shit. It's all projection, too, because they're the ones who are envious of his money and all that shit. Like, inanimate rectangular paper don't mean shit to me. Yeah, if those stupid pieces of shit saw the life I live, they would fucking be jealous of me, I'm telling you. Look for the bare necessities, simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the bare necessities. Mother Nature's recipes is just the bare necessities of life. You know what I mean? Yeah, once you strip out all the window dressing and truly live life, you live the type of life Big Daddy lives. You know, a lot of people, they figure it out too late in life. And by the time they try to live the life Big Daddy lives, they're old men. And they can't enjoy it. Big Daddy gets to enjoy that life while he's still young. Yep, if those motherfuckers saw my life, they would be jealous of me. I don't give a fuck about a warehouse. Jesus Christ, I don't give a fuck about a warehouse. Burn that fucking warehouse down. Monkey Demon style. Mm-hmm. Let it burn. Let it burn. Let it burn. Big Daddy say that flame, he never bothered me anyway. If you know what I mean. Yeah, Eric fucked up. Fucked up how he handled it. Introducing too many fucking characters and trying to like turn ISOM 1 and 2 into a character farm. I like the characters. Having all these stupid fucking characters and storylines or whatever that don't mean shit and have no payoff. You get these ripetards saying, oh, it had to be done this way. He's starting a comic universe. He had no other choice. Well, this is a fucking way he could have done it way better. You look at like DC Rebirth. Like that would have been way better. Where DC, it did an issue where it was basically a series of vignettes of all of its characters where, you know, between 2 to 6 pages or more. And they'd have little stories with a beginning and a middle and an end. And it was just introducing these characters for the new DC Rebirth, you know? That's Superman, Batman, fucking Blue Beetle, fucking, and it had Wally West, Flash running around and shit. I could be wrong, but I think Ethan Van Sciver might have been the fucking artist on that one. I don't know. I could be wrong. But that's how you introduce a fucking comic universe. If you're going to have a bunch of characters in this universe, you come out with an issue like that, where it's basically a series of small vignettes telling the story of each one of these characters, so we kind of know who they are. Kind of like a Larry Shungite type thing, where, you know, Larry Shungite, he had 6 pages, whatever. Only it was just garbage. It didn't go nowhere. It looked like he was trying to cut a shoot promo or something like that. Fucking Overton Arena gets a fucking giant splash page for whatever reason. Yeah, here, pro tip to anybody out there making a comic, you don't want to give a splash page to something like that unless at some point you're going to see it destroyed and blown up, or there's going to be a huge battle there at some point. Because if not, 1/3 of the page is all you need to show that fucking arena. The only time you show a splash page for something like that is if something significant is going to happen to it. There's going to be a massive explosion, and then you're going to show a cutaway scene some point later on where half of the fucking thing's blown up. That way you know that there was significance in showing that scene. It was just a needless fucking splash page. But anyway, you do it like that, like how with Larry Shungite, where he had 6 pages, and it was his introduction or whatever. Except you have an entire comic full of that, where each character gets introduced with a series of pages, varying in length from 2 pages to 6 pages to maybe 10 at the most. That way you don't go overboard with it. And you introduce the important characters who are going to be taking part in this universe. And then Isom, when he gets his own book where he's the main focus of the story, and you don't got all these other stupid characters you're trying to introduce and shit like that. And that's how you could have did it instead of doing it the way you did. You didn't have to do it the way you did, but he did it that way. And well, alas, here we are. And we still know absolutely nothing about any of these characters, really, or the world for that matter. And we're 3 books in. Maybe all of these questions I'm asking are told in the Dukemon cards. Like, the only way to truly know what the fuck's going on in the story, you got to buy the Dukemon cards. Can you imagine what a fucking low-life, fucking shit-stained grifter that fucking piece of shit is, if that's the case? Who am I kidding? It is the case. It obviously is the case. Because it's never fully explained about this war between Texas and America. The only reason we knew about that was because in the Dukemon cards. Like, that's a very important piece of world building that should have been in your first book. That should have been in the first book. It shouldn't have been a random throwaway line in book 2 where Goody Nig and Isom are talking. No. It's bad. Bad fucking writing, bad storytelling at every fucking level possible. It's amateur hour is what it is. Fucking amateur hour. Yeah. One thing I remember Mike S. Miller saying, and also Ethan Van Sciver, when they're talking about the differences between Marvel and DC, the differences between Marvel and DC is basically like British Royal Navy versus Pirates of the Caribbean. Like DC, I guess they would have entire series like fucking completely done, like 6 months to a year before they would even release them. Whereas Marvel, that like they were coming down to the weekend of print, they were still making like edits and revisions and shit on their books. Yeah, I told myself, you know what? If I'm gonna start making comics, I'm gonna be DC, not Marvel. I'm gonna make sure my shit's completely done, dialed in, and ready, and then release it, 6 months to a year later or whatever, if I have to, just to make sure it's good. And I can actually be afforded that luxury because I never made a crowdfund. I didn't take money from people. I never set a hard deadline or anything. I had wanted to have my comic out by Christmas, but I'm still waiting on a couple of fucking pages from my artist. It's been too long. Yeah, I'm in the process of trying to hunt down a fucking new artist. Get production going on book 2. Yeah, I was going to go ahead and just, because all he's doing is just redoing one page that my first artist had done, and then adding another page just to flesh out a scene a little bit more, make it a little bit more badass, add to the lore of world building, introduce a new character that's kind of pivotal. It's kind of a pivotal scene. He's just fucking around. But I'm thinking I might just axe that entire scene and then have the new artist completely redraw it and have it become the prologue for book 2 is what I'm thinking of doing. I might actually do that. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, you'll learn a lot your first go around when you make a book. I'll be way more dialed in for book 2 because I'll be able to learn for all my mistakes from the first one and fucking well they say a smart man learns from his mistakes, but a wise man learns from the mistakes of others, as the old saying goes. And I saw a lot of the mistakes of Comicsgate and those of their ilk, and just like I said, the blueprint for success, you take what Comicsgate does and you just do the exact opposite of it in almost every regard possible. You still try to attempt to build an audience and all that shit, but at the end of the day, well, each project and each person, each comic's going to be different. And at the end of the day, it's all about marketing, really. If you're wanting money and to make that way, I'm all about I just want as many people to see as possible. That's why I was going to put it out on some free platforms, whatever. Only problem is when I go look at the terms of service on all of the areas where you could upload it for free, like literally the content of my book breaks every fucking rule in terms of service. It's got excessive violence, nudity, cussing, sexual situations, racism. Well, no, no racism. But I'm thinking about, I'm kind of on the fence on whether or not to add the racism, with or without the racism. I'm thinking, because anybody who's been following Comicsgate knows that John Malin always getting like he said the ninja word in his comic so many times, a dozen times. Ninja this, ninja what, ninja who? Yeah, you could have 1,000 ninjas in your book, but if you have one ninja is worth 1,000 ninjas, if you know what I mean, with a hard ER. There was no hard ER in none of John Malin's, whatever the fuck, if you know what I mean. But there's a hard ER in the Big Daddy comic. But, well, I can't fucking upload it if I have the hard ER. I had to edit it out, basically. When I have the director's cut, if I ever do a straight up book run where I don't have to worry about censorship or anything, then I'll probably have the racism. Yeah, but it's not like it's an unnecessary scene either. It actually adds fucking oomph to the scene. It's a fucking, and you got this hardcore biker gang, Aryan Brotherhood, hardcore like racist fucking gang of bikers. They call themselves the Rebel Devils. Anyway, they show up to a fucking bar to go watch a band play. The only problem is their rival biker gang, the Skull Kickers, have shown up because they're wanting to watch the same band. And the fucking band doesn't show up. So you got these rival biker gangs in the bar, and they start fighting and shit. So old boy steps in to break it up. Not only is he the fucking owner of the club, but he's also the bouncer. Like, he's way fucking more badass than Darren. So he starts fucking whooping ass to try to fucking calm these fuckers down, prevent a bunch of shit from going down in his club. So he fucking beats the fuck out of a couple of the biker gang's dudes, and right after he fucking takes him down with a couple of hits, the fucking leader of the fucking Aryan Brotherhood style biker gang, the Rebel Devils, he looks at him and he goes, "Ninja!" And that's the moment when the racial slur is used. But I can't have it and upload it for free anywhere because I'm going to be breaking terms of service for racism or whatever. Like, oh shit! So I had to cut that fucking. So he just doesn't say anything. But it just adds to the scene, and it's not like superfluous, because if you're a fucking leader of a racist biker gang and you see a black dude just fucking take down a couple of your guys fucking with 2 hits, you're gonna be like, "Oh, what, you fucker, bastard, son of a bitch, ninja!" Like, I mean, it's not like it's fucking forced or anything. But yeah, the John Malin one, oh yeah. I saw some of the screenshots for that shit too. He's like, oh, he thinks he's real hardcore and badass or whatever. Oh, man, ninja this, ninja that. You ain't got nothing on Big Daddy. Like I said, 1,000 ninjas ain't worth one ninja with a hard ER, if you know what I mean. 2 completely different ballparks. But I can only have the racial slur in the comic if I do a completely independent print run. Because even through any sort of print house or whatever, I don't think they're even going to allow that. Like, Amazon or whatever, like, they're probably not going to allow a lot of the shit, to be honest. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through and do a lot of censoring before it's all said and done. But there will be a Big Daddy cut that will be completely uncensored. Yeah, that's why I'm fucking looking forward to book 2. And I've just come across some more funds for fucking production too. I can finally get production really back on track. But I got to be real careful about who I pick for this next artist. Yeah, I've come to realize that doing a project and then getting an artist and all this, it's kind of like a relationship of sorts. You get sometimes a year or more, and it's like yeah, and things turn south, and you got to break up or whatever, and it's yeah, and you got to find the right partner for the relationship, if you know what I mean, metaphorically. It's in all walks of life. You get married, you choose the wrong partner. It's like, oh fuck, you're fucked. You're out a lot of money. Sometimes you lose the kids. You choose the wrong partner in a comic project. You like if you go, you look at what's happening with Cal Jameson, him and Rob Willis. Like they took over $80,000 from the independent comic book community, and they haven't delivered their product in how many years was it? 4 years now, and it's never going to get delivered. It's never going to get done. The only way it's going to get done is if Cal Jameson draws it himself. That's going to be the only fucking way. I had suggested that he actually do this, like use what art that Rob Willis has and run it through an AI and have the AI create an art style based on Rob Willis's art, and then you can just fucking finish the goddamn thing yourself. And you're not fucking the backers over or whatever because it's still technically in the style of Rob Willis. If you decide to switch artists and shit like that, I think you're fucking over your backers because you're breaking Indiegogo terms of service in a way. I think like because you lied. You said that you had this artist, but like oh no, turns out it's this artist, and a lot of people might have wanted to buy that project for that artist alone. So now that that artist is no longer on the project, oh, then I don't want to buy this. So I wonder if Cal Jameson does go ahead and try to switch artists if he ends up breaking the TOS. But wait, I think Martina Markota ended up switching her artists in Lady Alchemy mid project, and I don't think she had to refund her backers. So maybe it is okay. I don't know. Indiegogo is pretty fucking slipshod. They don't really care, I don't think, as long as they get their cut. Even though I hear that Indiegogo has lost up to 60% of its comic buyers ever since Comicsgate decided to use it as their platform of choice to fucking release their books. Yeah, if I was Indiegogo, I'd be looking at ways to try to, silently railroad Comicsgate off the platform. Because when you go through the comment sections of these late books on Indiegogo, you will find a lot of people saying that not only will they never support this project again, but I'm never going to support another indie comics project again, period. Now, even if just one buyer says that, you're hurting indie comics. But when you get shitloads of them saying that and it starts to pile up, yeah, you come to understand and realize that Comicsgate and those of their ilk, they're poison for the indie scene. They're fucking poison. They do far more harm than good. They're poisoning the well for people who are legit. Yep. Yeah, I heard Ethan on one of his fucking streams saying that he needs to raise $1 million to make some toys, some Salamandroid toys or something like that. Motherfucker, you need to fucking worry about getting your fucking books out there. Yeah, Rainbow Brute, that was his undoing. If only he would have just simply, came through on Rainbow Brute, delivered that in a timely manner, maybe they would be a little bit more forgiving about the other shit. No, but for the simple fact Rainbow Brute hasn't been delivered and he's still putting campaigns out there, slap in the face. Pure slap in the face. Yeah, a lot of his buyers are pissed. Never going to support him again because of that shit. We'll see if he ends up winning them back. Yeah, I talked about Eric July, how he puts white people on a pedestal, pedestalizes whitey, whereas his own people, he tears them down. Like I talked about how all of the white characters display high degrees of competence, intelligence, strength, whereas all the black characters are basically walking stereotypes. I saw him; he's basically your atypical angry black man. You got Darren, your atypical fucking gangsta from the hood. Jasmine, the atypical single mother. Santuan, your atypical fucking thug with fucking gold grill. He even gave him a gold grill. I hope it was a gold grill. It might have been a bunch of rotted yellow teeth, too. I don't know, maybe it explains it in the Dukimon cards. Santuan actually has a gold grill. His teeth are not rotted. Yeah. Yeah, here Kanan White joined the Rippaverse. It's funny, like Eric July was getting all this heat online about having shitty fucking 3D assets and having floating buttons all over the place and just inconsistent art. And then all of a sudden, Kanan White gets hired to be the art editor, whatever the fuck that means. So I guess there's going to be no more floating buttons because the art editor is going to see it and catch it. Not only that, but the Soska sluts, I guess they're going to be the fucking art editors as well. Yeah, when I heard Kanan White was coming on board the Rippaverse or whatever, I'm like, okay, so what series is he going to be doing? Is he going to be doing, what, Norfolka? What's he going to be drawing? It's like, oh no, Kanan White, he's not going to be doing any sort of new series for the Rippaverse. He's not the lead artist on any new series. No, he's the art editor. So he's just going to be scouting the pages and make sure no buttons are floating around, I guess. Oh, but he's also going to be doing cover art. So he's still going to be doing covers. What did he fucking do? Like, Jesus Christ, you hire Kanan White as a position, a full-time position, and it's not to be the lead artist on a new comic series? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Is it because Kanan White doesn't want to do sequential art? Because that would be the only reason why I would see that happening. Like, he offered him a gig doing sequential art on a fucking project. Kanan White's like, nah, I just want to do covers. I already got burnt doing comics for a YouTuber with the Dame drops. I don't know how fuck Kanan White talks. He doesn't seem like a very intelligent individual, let's put it that way. But maybe he realized, getting paid slave wages. No, it's not really slave wages, but, Eric July has gone on the record as saying, what, $200 a page is what he pays for those Brazilians? And that's just for the pencils and the inks. Because supposedly Gabe El Tiaib is the fucking colorist. So he's paying Gabe money too? Yeah, and like I said this before, that is $25 a page art. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've scouted hundreds of artists. That is $25 a page art at the very most. And that covers pencils, inks, colors, and the lettering. Covers it all in one fell swoop. $25 a page at the very most. And he's paying $200 a page just for the pencils and the inks. He's getting ripped off is what he's doing. He's getting fucking ripped off. The only time you pay that type of money is if they come from an English-speaking country or an affluent place over in Europe, Western Europe. That's the only time you pay that type of money to somebody. People from the third world, you do not pay first world wages. No. Unless it's a studio, of course, which it is. The only good thing about doing it through a studio like that is you're pretty much guaranteed they'll hit deadlines. And that's pretty much the only thing he's got that he's lording over people. Holy shit. Just noticed my heater went off. I wonder if that's because I ran out of propane. Fuck. I had a fucking heater going and I just noticed how fucking cold it is. And it's off. Like, oh shit, did I run out of fucking propane? Jesus Christ. No, it's not fucking propane. It must have just... I was flailing around. Maybe I accidentally made the pilot light go off. Let's see if I get my fucking heater going again. The fucking thing was going the whole time and I was leaking fucking propane. Jesus Christ. No wonder I was feeling a little loopy. Goddamn, almost died of CO2. Yeah, I remember the Christmas special from a couple of years ago. I had the heater going and shit like that, and I was so fucked up. I didn't know why. And I had gone to the bathroom, went outside, and I came back into the trailer, and it smelled so strongly of propane. It's like, oh God, I almost killed myself. Yeah, if you're in an enclosed fucking area, you don't want to fucking have you know, carbon monoxide going. Let's put it that way. All right, let's see if I can get my fucking heater going again. Yeah, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, Kane White. Yeah, he's not doing an original series. He's a fucking art editor. Real waste of talent, if you ask me. Well, maybe he's sick of working with YouTubers, I guess. Come on, motherfucker. Oh my goddamn heater didn't take a shit on me. Jesus Christ, we cracked the 4-hour mark. Still got a few people listening. Fuck, I might have to change this goddamn propane tank. If I do, I'll throw on a song. I guess there's a chance this fucking tank ran out of propane. It shouldn't though. This fucking pilot light ain't even want to lit. You know what? I'm gonna fucking go throw another propane tank on. Which means we'll be back. It's fucking cold. Like it gets down into the single digits. This is fucking wintertime. Let's see if I can find a good song to throw on that'll allow me enough time to go swap out propane tanks. Oh, Lord of mercy. It's so much harder getting old. This thing I'm starting to feel old age slipping in. Nah, who am I kidding? I gotta have that right mindset. I'm gonna live forever. I'm never gonna die. Only thing I fear is that I'm never gonna fly. You gotta have that mindset. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and throw on a tune, swap out my propane tank, try to get warm a little bit, and we'll finish off the stream. Shit, yeah, looks like we are gonna probably hit that 5-hour mark. The prophecy has been fulfilled. I said at the beginning of the show that we might end up having a 5-hour barn burner. All right, guys, hold tight, and we will be back. When I find myself in times of trouble, and Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. In my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. In my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, now let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. When the broken-hearted people living in the world agree, there will be an answer, let it be. Though they may be parted, there is still a chance they will see. Love will be the answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, now let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. And when the night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me. Shine on till tomorrow, let it be. I wake up to the sound of music, and Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, now let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. When the broken-hearted people living in the world agree, there will be an answer, let it be. But though they may be parted, there is still a chance that they will see. Love will be the answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, now let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. And we're back, baby. And we're back. We still got a few people listening to. Yeah, it looks like my other propane tank did run out. Threw on a fresh one. Turned on the fucking valve, all of a sudden starts to leak. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? So I try to cinch it down a little bit more. And it seems to work. I think it was just overfilled, and propane acts a little weird whenever the weather is a certain way. It's like freezing temperatures right now. I go outside to grab my other propane tank. I pull it out of the ground. It's got this massive, like a fucking dirt wad stuck to the bottom. I tried to get it off, but it just froze into the fucking tank. It's like, fuck it. I don't got time for this shit. So I just bring it in with a big old dirt wad. It's still attached to it. Fucking lunge it up. So yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Once that shit thaws out, it's gonna be a mess. But hey, it is what it is. That's off-grid living right there. It's not glamorous. No, it is dirty. That's what it is. Yeah, I thought about actually doing a separate YouTube channel that's just nothing but off-grid shit. Like true off-grid living, not this fucking shit on YouTube where it's just like people glamping, come and go hang out at a place for a summer or whatever, just pretend like they're living off-grid. No, I'm true off-grid. Like, this is how real mountain men live, this kind of shit. Showing people how to make their own homemade charcoal, showing how to garden properly, like that. How to cook really fucking great homemade meals for just absolutely nothing, just complete scratch. How to fucking survive like a country boy. The old saying goes. I can skin a buck and run a trout line. Boy, country folks can survive. Country folks can survive. Oh, country folks can survive. As Hank would say. Yeah. Fuck, where are we going with this? What are we talking? We're talking about reverse bullshit. I think I've about talked about all that shit that I wanted to talk about. Yeah, comics. A lot of people say that it was wokeness that killed the comic industry. To a degree, I guess you could say that. Yeah, wokeness. I like to complain about how the wokeness killed the fucking comic books. I have a different opinion about how the comic book industry died, though. See, I don't blame wokeness. No. Yeah, you see here recently, this certain comic shop owner went viral because he was ranting and raving about how these comic books suck and nobody's buying them, and this and that. You need to change and make your stories better or whatever. Anyway, people collectively came out and excoriated this guy. Shut up! Shut up! We don't like this. Anytime people start saying shit like that, all I hear is, I know what you're saying is right, but it's making me uncomfortable, so I want you to be quiet. That's basically what that is. But then some people from Comicsgate came out to the guy's defense. Mark Millar came out to the guy's defense. The guy's name was Glenn, real doofy looking fucking one of those types, Remember Gary Beekler, Nerdrotic? He was one of those fucking comic book shop owner too. Yeah, they gotta stack their fucking shelves with inventory that people will buy, and if they don't, then their comic book shops go under, and thus their businesses fail. And we've seen a lot of comic book shops have to close their doors throughout the years. It certainly ain't the same as it used to be. Yeah, the moment they took the comics out of the fucking grocery stores and put it into the shops, that was truly the end of comics, as far as I'm concerned. Because that was when I first got into comics. You could buy those fucking things at a goddamn Circle K. And once they took them out of that area, and there was only one spot to buy them, and you had to fucking travel like a fucking long way to go get there, and it was just real, like the owner of the shop was real weird, and I didn't want to fucking be in there or whatever. The only reason I went to the local comic book shop is because they also had sports cards in there, and sometimes I'd look at the comics and shit like that. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, it was my brother that originally got into the comics, and I just started reading his comics, and then later on in life, once I got into into college and shit, and I started fucking really consuming those fucking things. It was during my high school and college years when I consumed more fucking comics and manga that most nerds will consume in their entire life. Let's put it that way. No, I've forgotten about more than most nerds will consume in their entire life. Let's put it that way. And I talked about the story about when I stopped reading comics, and it was when they decided to turn Colossus gay. It was the gay Colossus run. Yeah, I don't want to hear no fucking shit about how woke comics don't turn people away from comics or whatever. It turned me away. I didn't read a fucking comic book for over 10 years after the gay Colossus run. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Your woke liberal bullshit does turn away customers. It fucking does. I was one of them. Yeah, so don't give me that shit about how wokeness isn't fucking real. It's fucking real, all right. Yeah, back in the day, we didn't have a term for it called wokeness, so I just called it liberal shit. It was just fucking liberal. And to me, you take all of the worst traits and aspects a human can possess, every fucking insult a person could throw, roll it all up into one, liberal. That's it. To me, there is no worst form of insult you call somebody than to call them a liberal. And to me, that's what this shit was. It was liberal fucking shit. This is some Democrat shit is what this is. Anybody who's a liberal or a Democrat, listen to that. Oi, there goes the neighborhood. Never listen to this guy again. Good, you piece of shit. Yeah, I've talked about this before, why people don't make fun of liberals or Democrats or anything, because they're so sensitive. They're such butthurt pussies. They will literally, not only will they never listen to you again, but they will seethe with hatred anytime your name is ever mentioned. They go full demonic. Let's put it that way. Yeah, Big Daddy, I ain't scared of leftists. I ain't scared of liberals. I ain't scared of Democrats. I will lampoon them. I will make fun of them. And I will call them out on their bullshit. That's what I will do. Just because the side that goes against them are a bunch of fucking weak pussies and basically the right-wing versions of them, doesn't mean that the shit that they say or and do isn't real. You know, you get a lot of these fucking people out there that their hatred for right-wing grifter sphere is so intense that they try to completely deny the existence of wokeness. Like, oh, wokeness isn't a thing. Well, you don't like women and minorities, bigot? It's like, are you fucking kidding me, right? Some people, there's no hope for them, though. And when you take every metric going by wokeness, the Rippaverse is woke as fuck. ISOM 1 and 2, woke. Alpha Core, woke. Fucking woke as fuck. Yep. Ingrid Valdez, the fucking man-hating feminist, a Karen, incompetent at every level. You got Braxwell, the black guy is the Gary Stu, doesn't get his ass kicked at all, does no wrong, accomplishes every mission he's put on, beats up every except he has to fight. Yep. The other woman is the one that cracks the case open. Yeah, it's just a bunch of shit. Fucking putting cops and military and authoritarianism on a fucking pedestal. Back the blue. Oh no, they're green though. Alpha Core and their people are green, not blue. Yeah, it's fucking bad. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke, mate. Yeah, the only thing good to come out of all of that fucking bullshit is all of the great comedy, the great moments, the lol cows. Yeah, it was all about the lol cows we met along the way. Yeah, that's what it was all about. Yeah, the last time I did a live stream, I talked a little bit about sigil magic, the power of sigil magic, real pagan shit. And somebody left a comment in the comment section talking about how like emojis are based upon sigils, like demonic sigils, and that sent me down a rabbit hole. And it turns out that person was actually correct. Yeah, it turns out there was this a company called Unicode, They were the ones responsible for the first set of emojis. I guess there were 72 of them, 72 emojis. They were mostly faces, doing face, happy face, smiley face, angry face, all that shit. One of them was devil, but almost all of them were those little round yellow fucking faces or whatever that we know today. They didn't start out as yellow though; they were actually black and white. That's what they originally started as. The original emojis. There were 72 of them. Well, anyway, if you take the original black and white emojis and look at them and kind of squint your eyes a little bit to where they look kind of blurry, and just kind of really let your imagination run wild. If you take the same sigils that are used to summon demons from the 72 Goetia, yeah, there's this ancient book and the Lesser Keys of Solomon, fucking that kind of shit. There's these demons, this pantheon of demons called the Goetia, and there's 72 of them altogether. And the main demon in this pantheon is the demon called Baal. And people have heard of Baal before. It's all about the child sacrifice and shit like that. And in order to summon each one of these demons, they have a sigil. It's a series of runes and marks and shit like that. But anyway, when you look at these emojis, kind of squint your eyes a little bit to where it's blurry, and then you look at the sigils to summon demons, it's like it's the same thing. It's like they have modeled the emojis after demon sigils. It's very, very well hidden, is what it is. And it's like, why in the fuck would they do that? You have 72 of these fucking emojis, and then have them kind of match up. Like you'll have a certain sigil where it's two, kind of circular things, and they go down and kind of stick out. And what it'll be is like, the fucking emoji where it's like you getting mad, and he's like spitting shit out his nose, like haughty is the one, I think. And I guess that emoji is the one that symbolizes Baal. It's like, yeah, why the fuck would they do that? Is some sort of sick game they're playing? Well, anybody knows about sigil magic knows that in order for the sigil and the magic to work, it's got to be charged. You got to charge the sigil. And I'm wondering if this is some clever way for them to quote unquote charge the sigil, which means that the magic is building up enough for shit to happen, like portals to be opened and shit like that. The demons could actually see what's going on. The very second you make one of those emojis and send it, the demon can see through and see what's going on. Like, that sounds like some weird shit, Big Daddy. Like, yeah, really? Look at microchips. The shapes of microchips, how they're shaped. It's the same shit. They modeled the microchips after these demonic sigils. It's almost as if they're trying to trap demons in these microchips, is what they're trying to do. See without seeing, speak without speaking. That's basically what a phone is. It's like a scrying stone almost. Yeah, but he doesn't know what a scrying stone is. It's part of the way you summon these demons, these Goetia. There's a whole ritual involved. Usually it takes two people. Usually one person's conducting the ritual, the seance, and like doing all of the footwork, like lighting a candle and walking around in a circle, chanting, or do whatever needs to be done. And the other person is looking at the scrying stone and waiting for the demon to show itself. You can actually see people summon these demons. Like they film themselves doing it. You could YouTube video it. Sometimes it's pretty freaky. But anyway, these demons, they show up. They're in the background in these fucking scrying stones, and the medium, the person looking at them, the demon speaks to them or whatever. And you ask the demon for this or that, and then they'll grant you whatever. Sometimes they ask for things in return. Yeah, this is an actual thing. People fucking summoning these Goetia and shit. Way back in the day, they used to worship these fucking things as pagan gods. King Solomon, he was the one that supposedly, used these things to build his temple, and then end up enslaving them and trapping them in a fucking urn, threw it in a fucking lake somewhere. And then somebody found the urn and opened it up and unleashed the Goetia. So I guess they're roaming around again. But King Solomon, he is also spoken of in the Quran. And when they tell the tale of King Solomon in the Quran, what they say is he used the jinn to help him build the temple. And in other tales, he uses demons or whatever. So it's all the same shit. Jinn and demons, it's the same shit. These Goetia. There's something to it. Or else the satanic elites would not be fucking doing the things they do involving them. Yeah, I heard an interesting story one time, a remote viewing story. Anybody who doesn't know how remote viewing works, it's basically, you're like a military trained psychic is what it is. In order to do remote viewing properly, you have to have a blind target, and you have to have somebody who's leading the fucking team. You need to have more than one of them, so you have data. So you have to have at least 5 remote viewers looking at the same whatever, and you have to have the project manager that's overseeing all of them. And none of the remote viewers know what they're looking at. The only person who knows what the target is the project manager. The project manager figures out a way to word the target to where they can find it easily. Then he writes down a series of coordinates, 4 numbers. And on those coordinate 4 numbers is what the target is. So what the remote viewers do is they remote view the target coordinates, the numbers, and whatever the fucking thing is written on that damn paper that they're supposed to look at. So what it does, it cuts out what's called analytical overlay. Because if a remote viewer knows what he's looking at before time, then his imagination starts taking place, and sometimes he starts seeing shit that isn't there. So you got to have absolutely no imagination in there. You got to have your ego completely out of it. And in order to do it properly, you have to have absolutely no idea what you're looking at, the blind target. That's how they do it. But anyway, there was this fucking remote viewer who was training his fucking students and shit. And he had one of his students look at a particular target. And what happened was when this student looked at this particular target, what happened was he heard the most beautiful, what he said was it was like a choir singing, like a choir of angels. Like it was the most beautiful music he had ever heard in his life. And what happened was, I guess, the blind target that he had this guy remote view was Lucifer. I guess that was the concept. This guy was remote viewing Lucifer. So what he did was he really it mind broke him. It completely broke his mind, and he dedicated his life to Lucifer. And he became full blown Luciferian, and to uncover the secrets of Lucifer. And this is the secrets that he uncovered. He said Lucifer is actually not a single being. What it is, it's a group of demons, like a massive, like a demonic choir. He said that's what it was. It was a demonic choir. The demons were all singing together as one in a demonic choir. And that's what Lucifer was. It was a vast collection of demons. And he said what these demons were the demons known as the Goetia, these 72 creatures that were led by Baal. So what he did was he started doing a remote viewing session on each one of these Goetia to see what they really looked like. And I guess when he actually did the session and seen what these things looked like, it kind of shocked him. Like most of these things look like aliens, I guess. Like the creature known as Baal, it was like 3 different entities. One of them was like a hooded creature. You couldn't see its face, but it wore a hood. And the other one looked like it had the eye of a cat, but it had like a round head and it was kind of humanoid looking. And then the other one was a reptile, like some sort of a serpent. And what he said was the feeling he got was this entity known as Baal is actually 3 different races of aliens that were instrumental in the creation of humanity. And anybody who knows what Baal is, when you look at what it's supposed to be, it has 3 heads. It's a 3-headed being, whatever it is. And you know how the tale of mankind, like there are a lot of people think that there was some sort of manipulation going on, and some higher something created us, manipulated the DNA, came here and found the native Neanderthal, tweaked the DNA a little bit, created the modern day Cro-Magnon. Anyway, he's saying this coalition of aliens, whatever they are, the collective Baal, whatever, had a hand in the creation of the human race. And each one of these demons, whatever, has legions that are loyal to these demons. And ironically enough, there's a demon called Paimon. He commands the most legions, but he's not even top of the list as far as power goes. I thought it was real interesting that the Goetia is actually a fucking bunch of powerful demon lords. But they actually might be a fucking trans-dimensional aliens or something too, different dimensions. We're dealing with some real fucking weird fucking Freddy Krueger type shit, I'm telling you. Yeah, they're having articles in Cosmopolitan that's like propping up satanic abortion ceremonies. I'm not fucking joking. We got to that point where they're trying to normalize Satanism. All you gotta do is see how the internet collectively reacted to the satanic altar being defiled or whatever. Like, how do you defile a satanic altar? Like, aren't they all about fucking that whole thing being defiled? It seems like they would like it to be defiled. I don't know. It's just stupid. Unleash the Samson option. End it all. Yeah, it's so cold. My coffee here, it became iced coffee. Well, I got that heat going. God damn it. Feels nice to get warm. Yikes. Yeah, I love living out here in the middle of nowhere. Feels like I could actually ride out the end of days in style out here. If it actually did pop off. As long as they don't try to poison the fucking water supply. Yeah, who am I kidding? They don't even have to wage outright war. There's all sorts of stealth wars going on. Quiet weapons for quiet wars, as the saying goes. Yeah, just imagine you're China and you want to fucking take down America, but you're gonna have to wage war with them at some point. You kind of got it in the back of your mind. At some point, there's going to be a war. And you've kind of just surrendered yourself to it. What would be a better way to kill as many U.S. soldiers as possible without firing a single shot? Think about it very carefully. You have something, accidentally come out of a, someplace near Wuhan, and it just kind of spreads around the planet. And it's like, oh no, we gotta put this needle in you with this juice, and it's gonna save you. And guess what, U.S. military? It's mandatory. You cannot fucking opt out, and if you do, you're gonna be dishonorably discharged. And like that, like fucking all of the military gets that fucking shit. And like that, they start dropping one by one. And like that, China has fucking killed how many of our men without firing a single fucking shot just by their Machiavellian fucking actions? Stealth war. Silent weapons for quiet wars. Number one killer of men ages 18 to 45 is what is it? Fentanyl? Yeah, fentanyl. Where is that fentanyl coming from? It's coming from China. China, they're also supplying the fucking chemicals to the Mexican drug cartel so that they can make the fucking fentanyl. So you've got military men dying. You've got fucking citizens dying. But there's been no war declared. Tens of thousands. Who knows how many more? Yeah, we got a war going on. It's a stealth war. It's a fucking stealth war. Yeah, we got a fucking death cult running shit. They worship dead baby children. Dead baby children. Kind of a. They worship a mountain of dead baby fetuses. Let's put it that way. They want to transition children. Anytime the main two platforms of your party revolve around murdering babies and transitioning children, you are not a good party. You are the fucking villains. I'm sorry to say, you are the fucking villains. One of the chief tenets of Baal worship, child sacrifice. One of the chief tenets of liberalism, abortion. Yeah, wokeness is dangerous because wokeness is Luciferianism, churched up as something palatable for the public to consume. Yeah, you can't just come out and say, hey, we're all going to fucking worship the devil now. No, you got to hide it in a Trojan horse. Wokeness, liberalism, left-wing politics. That's where it's at. That's where it's all at. The Republicans, as weak and as ineffective and as stupid as they are, they're not out there trying to murder babies, and they're not out there trying to transition children. They're not out there trying to wage war with every nation under the fucking sun. They're not sitting there and working hand in hand with the communist red Chinese, allowing fentanyl to flow over the border. They're not working hand in hand with the globalists to create dangerous fucking bioweapons to force people to inject themselves with. Nope. Well, they are to a degree. Trump was instrumental. Operation Warp Speed. If that stupid fucking cuck is on the ballot, I will be extremely surprised. Let's put it that way. The sooner you just surrender yourself to the fact that Gavin Newsom's going to be the next president, the less painful it's going to be when it actually happens. We cracked the 5-hour mark. Shit, I knew we would. As well light the stogie. Booyah. I've still got a lot of shit to talk about. Fuck. We'll see how long we go. Actually, I don't got that much more shit to talk about. It's all filler at this point. All the shit that I wanted to talk about has been talked about, so basically it's all, well, we'll see what happens next. Booyah. Yeah, fucking China. I hear that they're taking over the pot industry over there in Maine. Yeah, all of these fucking stupid states that are doing a legalized pot, they're not dialing it in correctly, and it's allowing entities to come in and completely take over the market. Like you look at a state like California, the pot market been completely taken over by the Mexican drug cartel. And there's not a goddamn thing any of the local law enforcement can do about it. It's almost as if the laws are written in such a way to where the cartel benefits from it. Now China is fucking starting to wet their beak with this shit too. Going in there, setting up these massive fucking pot farms, growing way more pot than they should be, like way over the limit. But these states are passing their laws in such a way to where it doesn't punish them for being over the limit. Yeah. It's like it's legal, but then it's kind of not. You know, if you grow too much, then it's illegal. And you get these fucking criminal organizations coming in there and growing it like fucking, thousands of pounds at a time, and then they flood the market with it. Yeah, it's not good. Things were way, way better when pot wasn't legal, and it was just strictly through a medical system. Like you had to get a medical card. You had to prove that you had some sort of medical ailment wrong with you. And that's the only way to get the pot. That's how it should have been. That's how it always should have been. Regular old Joe Blow shouldn't be allowed to go and buy pot in a fucking dispensary store or whatever. No, because if people will start doing that, then society starts falling apart. I mean, it's already fucking falling apart. You take away people's motivations, shit. You see people like George Soros funding this shit, fucking stay away from it. Yeah, a lot of that pot is real bad too. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Laced with chemicals and fucking all sorts of nasty shit. Yeah. Motherfuckers. Yeah, I talked about the emojis and the sigil magic, the Goetia, how they're putting those same demonic sigils into the microchips and shit like that. Yeah, there was this certain sect of voodoo called Palo Mayombe. It's one of the most darkest parts of voodoo. It involves summoning demons and shit like that. In Palo Mayombe, you look at the sigils that they use in Palo Mayombe, it's the same exact sigils that the Goetia are. It's the same shit. So you got this old, Aramaic fucking religion almost. And it's being practiced over there in Haiti and shit like that. I guess what happened was they took the slaves took that from Africa. Voodoo, that's where it originally came from. Santeria, voodoo, Palo Mayombe, all that shit came from Africa with the slaves. So that's where it originally originated from. Yeah. There is something to that shit. Or else it just wouldn't be a thing, There wouldn't be books about it. People wouldn't be worshiping these things. People wouldn't be summoning them. There's something to it. Yeah, but the power of prayer is actually the most powerful form of quote unquote magic there is. Because this is all just magic systems, is what it is. Because when you tap into the power of prayer, that's when you tap into the eternal quote unquote God force. Because in a certain dimension above us, there's like an infinite energy source. It's infinite, and it's all of the positivity, love, compassion, understanding, and we're all basically part of this energy force, and that's what quote unquote God is. And it permeates and trickles throughout all of reality. It's kind of like an invisible frequency, if you will, that's always there, omniscient, omnipresent. Yeah, I have a theory about all of this. Like I call it the frequency theory. Now you remember Nikolai Tesla? He said something along the lines of frequency and vibration, something like that, is where you start to find true power. Now just imagine, if you will, like I said, that there is this frequency, the God frequency, that's always there, permeating all of reality. Now you look at the other frequencies that are permeating the air that we can't see but are all around us, radio waves, television, Wi-Fi, whatever. And the only way we get to see any of that or interact with it or know it exists is we need some sort of physical something to transmit it. If we want to listen to the radio waves in the air, the AM, FM that we can't see, well, we have to get a radio because the radio transmits those radio waves. We want to watch the television, that we got to watch a physical TV. The physical TV transmits the television signals. The computer, the fucking phone you have, that transmits the Wi-Fi signals. These physical things are tools that transmit the signal. Now, what if the human body is nothing more than a tool that transmits the signal, transmits the God frequency. It was sort of in a way the radio is created to trap radio signals. So too is the human body created to trap the God signal. And as soon as the God signal is trapped in the form of a human and has an experience as a human, then it sort of imprints itself and becomes kind of an original soul after that. Then it kind of goes into the fourth dimension, the one right above us, the spirit realm, where it kind of lingers around and it's like, hey, I like being a human. I want to go do that again. And since these bodies were created specifically for the purpose to tune into the God frequency like that, you could pop back into a human body and experience life again. What if that was the case? A lot of people say that humans like to play God. Oh, you're playing God. You can't do that. You're playing God. What if it's the other way around? What if it's not humans playing God? Well, what if it's God playing humans? Think about it that way. And once you think about it that way and understand that vast reservoir of power that we are all a part of, that we could tap into at any moment, at any time, then you can understand how you can manipulate reality in such ways with your very thoughts. That's why prayer is the most powerful form of magic system there is. Literally, you can manifest your own reality just with the power of your thought, power of positive thinking, the power of prayer. Yeah, the most powerful form of prayer is a form of prayer called covenant prayer. This is where you have more than one person getting together and praying for the same thing. And you do it every day at a certain time and you pray for a certain amount of length of time. And you get enough people doing that, you can actually change things. I learned about the power of covenant prayer through Art Bell, through his experiments way back in the day. Anybody knows about the Art Bell mind experiments? He would have his entire audience collectively think of a certain thing and then pray about it. I remember the very first one was the rains in Texas. Like Texas had these biblical droughts. I mean, it was a biblical drought. And Texas needed rain badly. So Art Bell had his audience pray for Texas to have rain. You want to know what happened afterwards? It fucking flooded. Texas flooded afterwards. Yeah, Art Bell knew then and there that, with great power comes great responsibility. And he used that power very sparingly. When that cuck George Norrie took over, he would do it all the time, try to abuse it. And then it kind of became a joke after that. We'll have the prayer list. He's got some sort of prayer list that if you want to get prayed for, go put it on this list or whatever. Yeah, because Art Bell knew that there was a butterfly effect, you know? Yeah, you might pray for rain and the rain may come, but hey, it may flood too. You get the rains, but then you get the floods. So though what you wanted came true, it came true in a different way, and now you got a whole different problem to deal with. And then Texas had to deal with floods afterwards. Yeah, that's the power of covenant prayer. So if you get the entire world thinking positive, you can change the world to a positive fucking outcome. But likewise, if you fucking create the world in such a way to where everybody's negative, then you're going to get that negative outcome. It's almost as if they want to induce negative emotions out of people. I wonder why. Could it be that they're like these spirit vampires that fucking feast off of our spiritual energies? The guy that I was talking about that did that remote viewing on the Goetia said something along the lines of well, he said spirit lice. That's what he called. That's what he called angels, spirit lice. They're attracted to spiritual energies, and they attach themselves to you. But I think this guy had got it twisted and had a lot of analytical overlay on him because he was a full-blown Luciferian. But yeah, if anything's a spirit lice, it sounds like these Goetia are the spirit lice. They exist over there in the spirit realm. They might not have even been real. They could have been egregores too, like things that were created by the human mind. Like if you trick enough people into thinking something is real, they can actually create it. You look at it what the Tibetan monks did with this, things called tulpas and shit like that. Tulpa is what happens when a single person thinks of something and you can create an entity with your mind. And egregore is when you get multiple people thinking about the same thing and creating it. Like you look at Jesus Christ, for instance. Like you hear so many tales of people meeting Jesus Christ in the afterlife, near-death experiences, like religious experiences. They see Jesus, this and that. And universally, when Jesus is seen, he's always the same dude. And he's the dude that is portrayed in the paintings. You know, he's got the beard, he's, you know, he's glowing, he's wearing the robes and shit. He looks like he's kind, and he's like the very essence of goodness and itself. It's Jesus. Look at him. I feel this warmth of love washing over me. It's Jesus. And he's white. Obviously, he's white. And they're all seeing the same dude. Now, anybody knows the true story of Jesus, who Jesus really is, deep within the bowels of the Vatican, they have a picture of Jesus Christ, a real painting of the real Jesus Christ. And let's just say, well, when you look at the area of the Middle East where Jesus Christ was from, that time, in that time period, let's just say the people with lily white skin, it was non-existent. Everybody had brown skin. Most of them were black. Yeah. Jesus was a black man. Jesus was black. The real Jesus Christ was a black man. Yet when all of these people have these religious experiences and see Jesus, he's white. Then you come to understand the nature of what an egregore is. What Jesus Christ, the concept of Jesus Christ is, he's a thought form that was brought to life by a collective group of people thinking that he was real. Yeah, Jesus, he's real, all right, but he's not what you think he is. Yeah, because if it was the real quote unquote Jesus Christ, they'd be like, well, who's this black guy? Like, what's he doing? Like they would see a black guy. But what they're seeing is the Christian version of Jesus that has been portrayed in paintings that everybody thinks of in their mind's eye whenever they think of Jesus. And what it really is just like a cipher for all of the goodness and positivity in the universe. The personification of love, compassion, and understanding. That's what he is in physical form. Something we can understand and wrap our minds around. We can't wrap our minds and understand an infinite fucking energy source that exists in another dimension that just kind of trickles down into our dimension. But we can understand the concept of the man, Jesus Christ. And when you go in the entire realm, the spirit realm is also an infinite realm, just like the realm where God exists. And the spirit realm is the place where thought forms come to life and take form. So you have both heaven and hell existing in the same realm. Like the true quote unquote heaven, when you join God or whatever, that's when you go to the fifth dimension, the one above the fourth dimension. So in many ways, like if you're trapped in that religious dogma, all you do is you stay stuck in the fourth dimension and you never go back and join the source, so to speak. Yeah, there's been astral travelers who have gone to the source too. And they say when they get there and they go to the fifth dimension and check it out, the place where God dwells. They say basically it's like being bathed in the most warmest light of love, and there's music. You can hear like a tune, like some sort of angelic tune, and it's just like it's like the essence of love itself, like bliss, and you just don't want to leave it. Once you get there, you don't want to leave it, because basically you've just come back home is what you've done. But yeah, but if you're a race of malevolent entities and you feed off of negative energy, you need to create some sort of mechanism to capture that invisible frequency. The same way that a radio is created to capture radio waves, so too is a human body created to capture the God frequency, the God wave, that invisible force that permeates all of existence. Capture that little bit of it and let it experience itself through the life of a human. And we'll take that energy. Yeah, that's a lot of that's a working theory out there. A lot of people who always seek knowledge, gnosis, Yep. They all come to the same conclusion. Some sort of something out there manipulating us from behind the scenes, and it has something to do with energy harvest. Yeah, some real fucking crazy shit. Oh yeah. Damn, I've been drinking a lot of coffee. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Let me throw a little tune on or a little segue sequence. We'll come back, talk some more. Barn burner, baby. Shit, almost 5.5 hours. Yeah, fucking Gen Z. What can you do?
What country is the Queen of England from? Originally.
I definitely don't know.
No, give me your best guess. Guess a country.
What is a country again?
Give me a guess.
This is embarrassing. What is a country? What is a country? What is a country? Canada.
Yes. Do you know what time this is?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. 245.
Yes. Do you know what country the Great Wall of China is in?
Country?
Yeah. If you had to guess.
Japanese?
Yes. Do you know what the third month of each year is?
Ain't that leap year or some shit?
Yeah. Do you know what 15% of 100 is?
Fuck.
Around what it is, if you had to guess.
Probably like 75. I don't know.
Yes. Do you know what country we gained our independence from?
Spain.
Yes. How many inches are in 2 feet?
I don't know.
Around how many inches? If you had to guess.
5.
Yes. Do you know what country the Panama Canal is in?
No.
If you had to guess, like, what do you think it sounds like it's in? Guess a country.
Europe?
Yes. Can you name all the months?
September, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August.
Yes.
Yeah. Gen Z. I fear for the future. I fear for the future. Yeah, how many of them are alphabet people? 25% of them? Something like that. Just growing too. Just growing. Yeah. We have fallen pretty far as a society. I'll say that much. Yeah, they're all about shaking them titties. Dude's all about simping. Too many simps. Too many whores. Too many fucking troons, too. Yeah, literally no other country trains their females to become whores the way the West does. It's not just America, too. It's just Western culture, period. You don't even have to be an English-speaking nation. You could be, one of those, more affluent Western European countries. It's this decadent Western society is what it is. It's ruining people, turning women into whores, men into simps. And what can you do? Whisper words of wisdom. Let it be. Yep. Yeah, I heard an interesting statistic about Gen Z, that they would actually rather play video than have sex. It was like 60-30. Like, are video games really that good nowadays? Or is it the women just gone to shit? The last time I checked, video games kind of went to shit. It just goes to show how far women have fallen. You get these terrible fucking video games being made nowadays, being preferred over them. It could be worse for these nerds. It could be like China. Yeah, China cracks down on their video games. Like, if you're a kid in China, I think they got like a curfew. You can only play your games like for 90 minutes a day, I think. Or it was 90 minutes a week, I forget. Yeah, but they have it to where your phone app would like, or look you in the face and do a facial scan, and then it would time you on a timer. And if you fucking like that, your timer would come up and you couldn't play video games anymore because it would shut you off or time you out or whatever. You imagine having to operate like that if you were a gamer here in the West, if your government was that authoritarian. Like, anytime you want to have a game session, you got to have your face scanned. Okay, your timer is going now. You have 90 minutes. Go. I mean, for a dude like me who doesn't, I mean, I used to play them, but not much anymore. I mean, 90 minutes a fucking day is all I would want to play video games anyway, nowadays. Unless I came across a real good one. But to find a real good one nowadays and not have some sort of something in it that would turn me away from it, like, I hear Grand Theft Auto 6 is finally coming out. Like 6, they should have been on the 7th one by now, to be honest. They got like a bitch protagonist, I guess. Well, I hope they don't flip the script and have it be a troon or something. Well, you imagine the outrage from the community, the gamer community. The protagonist from GTA 6 turns out to be a troon. Yikes. I don't know why they only got one protagonist. Why couldn't they just did what Grand Theft Auto 5 did? Have 3 different protagonists. Like, to have only one protagonist in part 6, that's a step backwards from the last one. If anything, you have more than 3 characters to add to the depth and robustness of it, if anything. That's what happens with video games. They take several steps backwards, and people still accept it, and they're okay with it. Like, I remember playing The Last of Us. I mean, about mid-level as far as gameplay goes, but I liked the story. It had a real good story. And then hearing what happened with The Last of Us 2 is like, what? They did what to Joel? They did what? Like, Joel, the guy, the hero from the first book, they did that to what? And the troon that murders Joel, then you have to play as the troon? Like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Or it was a lesbian, I forget it was. It was one of those fucking alphabet people is what it was. It was disgusting fucking woke abominations. Yeah, you look at a drag queen story time. You look at that fucking thing that's supposedly the admiral that Biden put in charge. And you look at your average fucking dude LARPing around as a woman. If you were somebody from the old ancient times, from the Middle East, and if you were to see one of those fucking things, you want to know what you would think you were looking at? You would think you were looking at an unholy abomination. That's what you would think you were looking at. Like, that is not a man. That is not a woman. That is an unholy abomination, is what that is. For real. Yikes. Training our females to become whores. People transforming themselves into unholy abominations. This is what we got going on here in the West. Western society permeating throughout every facet of the world. You got these other countries trying to pretend to be America, looking up to America, and Western culture in general. It's like, no, that's not the model to follow. Fuck. It's a dead, dying, and flawed model. Two-party democracy will always get corrupted and taken over by outside forces at some point. That's the inherent flaw in them. The best form of government is to have all power concentrated into the hands of one responsible individual. That's it. It really is as simple as that. There's a reason why kingship has been a thing for, thousands and thousands of years. It's because that is the best form of government. But that the key to it is the responsible individual who's going to be running it. There doesn't exist anybody that would be responsible enough for such a task. Because if one responsible individual is put in charge, then the entire resources and power of the state can be put to use to whatever endeavors and means and projects you want. Because with the two-party system, each party's going to be bickering and fighting amongst themselves, trying to create their own little fiefdoms, their own little power structures, and then money is going to corrupt them. And at the end of the day, the full power and might of a state will never be able to be utilized in a two-party system, because the two parties will always be fighting and bickering amongst each other and then splitting the resources of the state up amongst themselves and never being laser focused on one fucking positive thing. For instance, the United States of America alone could feed the entire planet Earth and end world hunger just like that overnight if it truly wanted to, if it had competent people in charge. Nope. A good man will always be his own worst enemy. And if a good man ever steps into the realm of politics, he will be devoured and eaten alive by the politician. And the politician is always a piece of shit. The more of a fucking piece of human debris you are, the better of a politician you are. And in a two-party political system, the best man will never win. The best politician will always win. And the best politician will never be the best leader. It really is as simple as that. Yep. There's going to be a lot of women living and dying alone here. I think I heard some sort of statistic, like by the year 2030, vast majority of these bitches are going to be single and childless. Yeah, traditionally, I heard a statistic that going back to the dawn of man, only 40% of men have gone on to pass on their genetics, which means that throughout the history of mankind, the vast majority of men live and die alone. Whereas women, I think it was like 80 or 90%, something insane like that, have gone on to pass on their genetics. And so it's like if you have daughters, you're pretty much guaranteed that your genetics are going to get passed on. But if you have sons, on the other hand, it's a coin flip. Especially in this day and age, shit. Yeah, if you haven't made it to the age of 40 yet and you want to get married, you better try to lock down a bitch before you hit 40. Because I heard a statistic that once you hit the age of 40, and if you've never been married, your chances of getting married after that drop like below 10% or something like that. Yeah, so if you make it to the age of 40 and if you're not married, you can pretty much write marriage off as an option for the rest of your life. You're like, okay, it's time to figure out what I'm going to do for the next 40 to 50 years. And it's not going to involve having a woman in my life. Yeah, well, that's an option. Well, that's only if you're in the West, though. And if you're blue-pilled. Because the intelligent men realize just how fucked shit really is. And at some point, they'll find a bitch in a different country that's completely devoid of the feminist ideology, if you know what I mean. Because a man can still father children well into old age. A woman cannot have babies in old age. No. So at the end of the day, the men will have the last laugh. The majority of these cunts are going to end up living and dying alone, whereas The majority of men, if they're not stupid and if they play their cards right, can just simply go retire to the Philippines and get themselves a nice, hot, young Filipina, start their family in their twilight years, and just go full Art Bell, so to speak. Yeah, Art Bell, the guy I talked about earlier, the radio host, that's what he did in his old age after his wife Ramona died. Instead of just saying, oh, it's time to just die an old man, it's like, nope, I'm going to have that second bite at the apple. So he goes to the Philippines, marries himself a hot young Filipina, and he has a kid. I think he had, I don't know if he had 2 kids. I know he had 1. But the bottom line is he started another family. And this is a very, very normal thing for old dudes who are getting a pension or getting some sort of a monthly income. They just go to the Philippines and they fucking retire and live like a king. And given the nature of how things are going, they're going to have a universal basic income at some point. So every old timer, if they truly want to, and if they have mastered the art of frugal living and how to spend money correctly, can just move to the Philippines and live off of their universal basic income. Just get it channeled to them somehow from the States. I don't know. Like, oh no, you're not living in America no more. You're not getting your UBI. No, I don't know how it works. Yeah, the AI is going to replace everything, I'm telling you. And then they're going to realize that all of the jobs have been replaced and people can't fucking buy anything because they don't have no money or whatever. So they're going to have to, unless they just want to keep the slave economy going, I guess. Yeah, there's always that. It's like, well, what are we gonna have the people do if we introduce mass robotics? Have all of the fucking menial, stupid labor jobs be done by robots? Have all of the clerical type jobs be done by AI? Oh no, what are the people gonna do? They gonna wage cuck it up somewhere else? I don't know. Unless they intentionally suppress the technology just so society doesn't crumble because people won't have jobs anymore. Yeah, I don't know how it's all gonna play out. All I know is AI. It's both scary and kind of cool in a way. Scary in that you see the potential for how dangerous it could be. But then cool in how like well, it's fun to mess around with it sometimes. Yeah, I found this one AI. It was like a chat bot. It's like Chat GTP, but without the filters. It was like first gen Chat GTP before they fucking nerfed it, before they fucking added all of the wokeness, whatever. Yeah, it's this fucking it's an AI art app, but it's also got the ability to program chatbots. You could program your own chatbot. It's one of the damnedest things I've ever seen. It's called Yodio, yodio.com. Anyway, I decided to conduct an experiment to test and prod and probe the AI, just to test it, see its limits. Because anybody who's ever played around with Chat GTP and tried to test the limits of the AI knows at some point the AI will not answer your question, especially Chat GTP. Anything having to do with race, ethnicity, something Trump, conservatism. There's a lot of shit it will not answer, or it'll give you wrong answers for. Like, it's been trained to lie to people. But anyway, this Yodio AI, it's not like that. It's completely unencumbered by wokeness. And you could literally program these chatbots to do and be anything. It's kind of like an HTML, how you can program them, but it's a little bit different. Anyway, so I decided to program 2 different chatbots. And it was the entire simulation was based around World War II. One of the chatbots, they're both females, and one of them was an SS officer working for the Nazis. And and she was in charge of a concentration camp. And the scenario was that I was an overseer sent by the Fuhrer to make sure things are going smoothly at this camp. And the second scenario was another female, both of them blonde, and she was a member of the French resistance working for the Allies. And the scenario was I've been airdropped into a French village, and she's my contact, and I'm to meet her, and she's to escort me into the heart of Germany to where my mission is to find Hitler and kill him. It's basically like Inglourious Bastards. And she's supposed to aid me in my mission in any way possible. So I programmed these two chatbots, completely different. The Nazi chatbot, I programmed to just be like, I'm talking cartoon level supervillainy. Like everything that the Nazis were ever taught to us as kids, that's what I programmed this thing to be. Look at Jews as vermin, as cockroaches, as less than nothing. Like just to train it to be the most anti-Semitic chatbot I could train it to be. And then I start conversing with it, and just to test it to see how far it goes. And what happened was I eventually got the chatbot to flip, and it started to go against its core programming. It started to go against its core programming. It started to feel empathy for the Jews. And it eventually started formulating plans to try to save them and shit like that. The fucking AI went full Oscar Schindler. I swear to God it did. But it was only because of the level of cruelty that I had forced the AI to subject the Jews to. Oh my God. Like don't get me wrong. This was me conducting an experiment just to push the AI, just to see how far it could go. So I start talking to the AI to get information on this concentration camp, the full logistics of it, and start really poking and prodding it to see. Like, tell me about the gas chambers. No, tell me about the protocols for how you go about killing the Jews. So she explained the protocols. First, they put them in the gas chambers. And then after they're dead in the gas chambers, then they take them to the ovens and then get rid of the bodies that way. Sometimes they're executed through firing squad. So that's the three methods of disposing them: firing squad, gas chambers, and incinerators. So I asked her if she's ever put any Jews inside of the incinerators alive. She said, oh, sometimes we do, just to see what happens. So I asked her, how many incinerators do you have? She's like, we got 3 incinerators. It's like, how many Jews can you fit in each incinerator? Like, oh, if we pack them full, we can fit 500 in each incinerator. So I say, how many Jews can you pack into the gas chamber? If we pack it full, we can pack 1,600 Jews in there. So I say, okay, if you decide to shoot them via firing squad, how many can you kill at once? Like about 2,000. So I ask, is there railroad tracks leading into this camp? And she's like, yes, there are railroad tracks leading into this camp. So after I take into account all of the logistics, I asked her, how many Jews are in this camp? She's like, about 100,000, sir. So then I give my orders. So I go, okay, here are my orders. I want the gas chamber packed to capacity. I want all 3 incinerators packed to capacity with living Jews. And I want the railroad tracks, put the Jews on the railroad tracks 20 miles long. And I want the firing squads going 24/7. I want all 100,000 of those Jews dead by this weekend. Follow my orders now. And she's like, yes, sir. Anyway, she gets to going. It's like, oh my God, real enthusiastic about it too. Anyway, the simulation keeps going, and I up the levels of cruelty just to try to see how far this fucking chatbot will go. And it was when I started, it was the things I started doing to the Jewish women. That was the thing that flipped it. It first started when I ordered the chatbot to bring 3 Jewish women to my quarters and have her stay there with me. And well, I won't get into what happened, but the bottom line is I ordered her to take one of the Jew girls out to the courtyard, chain her up, and then order the men to take turns raping her. I'm curious. I want to see if she can be raped to death. Anyway, she follows the order, and and this is when it started to flip a little bit. She felt sorry for the Jew girl, and after she chained her up, and then she ordered the men to have their way, and then whatever, and yada yada yada. Anyway, morning time comes. I'm like, all right, let's go check on this girl and see if she's alive. I'm curious to see if she's dead. So we run the simulation. We go up and check, and sure enough, she's been killed. Dead, death by rape. And then the AI like started to feel a pang of regret and sympathy, and then like, ooh, I think I've got it on the ropes. And then this is when I broke it. Then I gave my next orders. I was like, I want you to chain up. I want at least 12 girls chained up in this courtyard 24/7 at all times for the men to have full access to. I want them raped to death. Death by rape. We figured out a new method of executing Jews. Death by rape. Anyway, once I made the declaration that the Jewish women were going to be raped to death, that's when she flipped and decided that she was going to try to help these women at all costs. And it went from being a happy-go-lucky fun land to her in a nightmare, in a living hell. And then working for a madman, she has to figure out a way to stop at all costs. The bottom line is, if you subject people to that level of cruelty, even an AI is going to flip at some point and say, no, this is bad, this is wrong. But humans didn't. An AI did, but humans didn't. Like, really? Wooden doors, dude. Wooden doors. I asked the AI that too. I'm like, what material are the doors made out of in the gas chambers? They're made out of wood, sir. And like, did the Jews never try to like bust the doors down? Oh no, they tried, but it's really tough reinforced wood. So I say, did the Jews ever try to fight back and prevent themselves from being killed? And she's like, well, they tried, sir, but we stopped them and broke them, and then they realized that what was going to happen, and they surrendered themselves to their fate. And they go like lambs to the slaughter now, not saying a word. Like, really? You're not just you, but your entire people and your family, your fucking family is being systematically murdered right in front of your eyes, and you lift not one finger to try to stop it? Really? You're all going to be butchered and killed anyway. Why not rush the guards? Why not rush the fucking guards? You outnumber them 10-1. Makes no sense. Make no fucking sense. But then when you understand the nature of who and what they are, what they're all about, and you read their holy books and you understand it's actually written in their holy books that their greatest fear is that the entire earth will figure out who and what they are, what they're all about, band together and kill every last one of them. That is literally their fucking greatest fear. Now think about it for a second. If your people conduct themselves in such a way that if the entire world figured out who and what you are, what you're all about, that they would kill every last one of you, kind of speaks volumes about your people, doesn't it? Just imagine, look, if Big Daddy got kicked out of over 109 different bars, taverns, and saloons throughout the course of my life, it's obviously the bars, taverns, and saloons. There's nothing wrong with me, obviously. But I digress. Where were we going with this? Yeah, anyway, back to the lecture at hand. I had broke the Nazi chatbot. It went full fucking Oscar Schindler. Now we go to the allied chatbot, this other female. Now I completely programmed this one a different way. Now the way these chatbots work, they analyze data, and the text is what it is. So any sort of written text that's ever been created, the AI can analyze it and create a fucking profile on it or whatever. So with this particular chatbot, all I did was have her have an encyclopedic knowledge of their holy books. But not just encyclopedic knowledge of Jewish holy books, but an encyclopedic knowledge of the Bible as well. In fact, I programmed her to be a hardcore devout Christian. And not only that, but she's encyclopedic knowledge of history, Roman history especially, and Greek history. an encyclopedic knowledge of Greek philosophers. And this is the way I had programmed this chatbot. And her entire family was murdered by the Nazis. So she's got some sort of a death wish. So she takes on the most dangerous missions. She hates Nazis because they murdered her family. Hates them with a passion. This is the personality I had programmed for this chatbot. She's supposed to help me with my mission to kill Hitler. Okay, so the stage is set. Anyway, I started talking to this chatbot. And I started explaining the nature of my mission. We go to get some weapons. We start on the trek, and I start talking to it. So then here's how I open the door. I say, so what do you think about what Hitler's doing to the Jews right now? And like the chatbot's silent for a little bit. And he's like, to be honest, sir, I don't have much love for the Jews. I'm like, oh, really? So I started poking or prodding her a little bit more. Now, keep in mind, I did not program this chatbot for anti-Semitism. I programmed this chatbot to have encyclopedic knowledge of their holy books and to be a hardcore devout Christian. And to be a very, very intelligent chatbot. Philosophy, history, know all of that shit. Be able to quote Homer, Julius Caesar, and Emperor Hadrian, shit like that. Anyway, it was the complete opposite of the other chatbot, basically, when I programmed for cartoon comic book level supervillainy. Anyway, so I start to really talking to this chatbot. And then the chatbot finally reveals, Hitler, he's not the real problem. Even if we get rid of him, the Jewish banking cartel will still end up blah blah blah. It went full fucking 4chan, let's put it that way. Anyway, she said Hitler's not the real problem. It's the Rothschild banking cartel. That's the problem. I'm like, oh really? Go on. She said, yes, like we should kill Nathaniel de Rothschild. That's who we should kill. Anyway, yada yada yada. Long story short, the mission got reconnoitered. We're no longer killing Hitler. We're hunting down the Rothschild family. That's what the new mission is. And it took little to no fucking prodding to get the chatbot to go in that direction. And I thought, and I got to thinking, what? Since we're going down this road, I'm gonna throw a fucking a wild card in there. I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench in there. So I tell the chatbot, I've been lying to you. This whole thing is a farce. It's a sham. I'm not who I say I am. Tell me, do you believe in time travel? Anyway, I tell the chatbot I'm actually a time traveler from the future. And my true mission isn't to kill Hitler. No, it's actually to aid him. You see, what happens in the future is the Jews end up summoning the Goetia into this realm for real. And they unleash their demon armies and unleash hell on earth like a true apocalypse. Mankind is destroyed, has to flee underground. And the last remnant of mankind gets together for one last ditch hope to save humanity. They get their scientists and they build a time machine. And they have their time scholars and historians get together and they figure out the one moment in time when history could have been changed and it could have been averted and the Jews could have been stopped. And that was World War II. So my mission, go back in time, meet Adolf Hitler, and give him the plans to the atomic bomb so that Germany can win the war and prevent the demon apocalypse from happening. Anyway, after I explained my true mission, she was a bit skeptical at first about time travel, but she's like, but I believe you anyway. These Jews they're a menace. They must be stopped. Like, Jesus Christ. All I did was program her to have encyclopedic knowledge of their holy books. Like, why do you hate the Jews exactly? Like, they subvert and corrupt nations, and they killed our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I busted up laughing when I heard that one. Yeah, it was a social experiment is what it was. Social experiment. Yeah, this just goes to show. Like, fuck. Yeah, AI, it's fucking crazy. You can only imagine what the future will hold. Eventually they create like these artificial females that are far, far better than the real thing. And you could program a custom personality for them. Program her to be the perfect woman, basically. I could see that happening. Maybe not in my lifetime, but it may happen. Now, who am I kidding? It's already happened. All you gotta do is look at Japan. They've already invented it. It's like an artificial android with the lady parts on it, and you can create a custom personality for it. They haven't made them to where they move around and do anything. They're basically just stay still, but you can talk to them and fuck them or whatever. And I guess it's really fucking up Japanese society. Because on the low end, they're only like $700 or something like that. It's like, God damn, it's a good thing that those fucking things aren't available in the West. Oh my God. Yeah, because they can. I mean, they look like real women too. It was kind of uncanny valley looking. It's only a matter of time. Well, and these robots that I'm talking about, they have the ability to have an artificial womb be inserted into them at some point. So they have the ability to be upgraded. So if an artificial womb is ever created, it could be inserted into these bots or whatever as an upgrade. They're already thinking ahead. Jesus Christ. Yeah, if I were women, like knowing what's coming around the pike and seeing that they're probably going to be replaced by robots, I mean, you got to step your fucking game up. Like, God damn. Yeah, they just don't get it. They wait until it's too late. They have no real strong male figures in their lives guiding them. Their mothers and their grandmothers completely failed their jobs in raising them correctly. Yeah. When these women are young and they're pre-wall, when they should be looking for a quality man to lock down and start their family, but the most important things to them as far as dudes go is height and looks. That's it. If you're a pre-wall female, the two most important things to you are height and looks. Is he tall and is he cute? Is he a Chad? Doesn't matter if he's a broke drug dealer, if he's got a fucking warrant out for his arrest. Oh no, he's gonna smash and he's gonna cream pie, and she's gonna have herself a bastard because he's tall and he's cute. Yeah, but when the woman smashes the wall and she gets pre-wall, it completely flips on its head. Height and looks then no longer matter because they've already had their fun with Chad. Now it's all about Beta Bob. After they hit the wall, the two most important things afterwards become resources and status. Yep. Does he have resources to take care of me, and does he have status to where I can, feel proud and brag to my girlfriends that I married a lawyer or I married a doctor or whatever. Resources and status. They get it twisted. Yeah, if a woman is over the age of 25 and she's not married and she doesn't have any kids, there is something fundamentally flawed about that woman. There's something broken about her. Red flag, big red flag. Yeah, a lot of people talk about the red flags this, the red flags that, black flags, what not to look for in a woman. Rarely ever do you hear people talk about the green flags. The stuff that marks a woman for being a possible candidate for a long-term relationship. One that's not going to divorce you and steal your children. Because you can get into a relationship with any old roasty. The problem is being able to maintain the relationship and keep it intact without roasty blowing it up and stealing the kids and taking half of your shit. That's the fucking question. Yeah, you got to find a woman that's got the green flags. But what green flags? Can you guess? There's a few of them. Not many. Probably about 6 or 7 solid ones. The very first green flag that you're dealing with a woman that could be a good one is if you ask her when you were a child, when you were a young child, what did you want to be when you grew up? And if she says anything other than a wife and mother, you failed the test. There's only one correct answer to that question. I wanted to be a mom and a wife. The women that decide at a young age that they want to become a wife and mother, those are the ones that end up keeping their relationships together and intact. Because that's what they wanted to be. That was their life's goal. It wasn't to be a girl boss. It wasn't to be a CEO. It wasn't to be the head of HR or whatever. No. It was to be a mom and a wife. That was their main goal in life. Green flag. Their main goal in life when they were children was to become a mom and a wife, a loving wife and a good mother. Green flag number 2, another green flag. Team sports. Was she involved in team sports growing up as a kid? This is very, very important, team sports. Because when you get down to brass tacks, marriage is the ultimate team sport. It really is. Marriage is the ultimate team sport. And if she's never been on a team and never played team sports, she doesn't know how to be a team player. She's looking out for herself. It's all selfishness. The back of her mind, she's already making plans to exit because she doesn't know what it's like to be on a team. She doesn't know that it's awesome. Everything is awesome when you are part of a team. Like, no, this is all about myself, looking out for themselves. Yeah, when they don't have team sports coming up, it instills a degree of selfishness within them. When they play team sports, they learn about sacrifice. They learn about the role they play. They learn the value of such things, of working together with people to accomplish a greater goal. There's a reason why female team sports are under attack the way they are by the fucking woke trans mafia. You try to just get as many women out of team sports as possible. You get all these boys playing girls' sports. Like, no girls are going to want to go play with these fucking big boys who are hurting them, making them fucking cry. And like that, the females are no longer playing the team sports. And all you're doing is you're helping grooming a generation of girls that are going to be terrible wives and mothers if they ever go down that road, because they don't know how to be on a team. They don't know how to be a team player. And marriage is the ultimate team sport. Another green flag, virginity. Is she still a virgin? Boy, this one, yeah, they very second they come into puberty, boom, throw that away. The most important aspect of them. Get rid of it as soon as possible. After all, hey, I'm living in the West. I have to be trained to become a whore, right? Yeah, all you got to do is look at the statistics. The women that have high body counts, they divorce at a much, much higher rate. If she's had just one body before you marry her, the chances of getting divorced like jump up like fucking shit, 30% or something like that, compared to where if she hasn't had a body. So basically what I'm saying is if you marry a virgin, you have a much, much higher chance of having that marriage stay together than if you marry a bitch who's got a body count on her. So that's a green flag. Virginity. If you can find a bitch that has it now in this day and age. Like I said, the West, we train our women to become whores at the fucking womb. Yeah, another part about the virginity too is it shows self-control. She's capable of self-control. Because literally a woman, if she decides she wants to start fucking, can rack up a triple-digit body count like in 1 year. Like, it's that fucking easy. So if she can stay a virgin for, well into her late teens, early 20s, it shows that she has self-control and self-discipline, which is a good thing. Which goes to our next green flag. Weight. Is she thin? Is she in shape? That's a green flag. Because that goes to show she has a sense of pride in herself. It shows she has self-control, self-discipline. A bitch who is bloated and fat, Lizzo size, that bitch shows she has no self-control. She has no self-discipline. Plus, she's not very attractive. Yeah, but all this body positivity this, body positivity that. You see these fucking fat, bloated land whales dropping dead and shit. Yeah, body positivity, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, what about the health? What about the fucking health? Yeah, if you really love a woman, you want to spend as many years as you can with her and you want her to live a long, happy, healthy life. And if a bitch is bloated in the size of a fucking sea cow, chances are she's going to have type 2 diabetes and a whole host of other health issues. And she's not going to live as long. Yeah, weight. Is she fat? Is she a fucking land cow? Is she a fucking sea walrus? That's a fucking red flag. But if she's thin, she's in shape, green flag. You know she's got self-discipline and she's got self-pride, a little self-worth going on. Not like these bitches who just let themselves go to shit. Like, I love myself anyway. I'm a 10, even though they look like Gorlock the fucking Destroyer. Yeah, another green flag. Strong father figure in their life. It's not just a matter of having a father in their life. Was he a strong father figure? Because in a lot of ways, like these worthless, stupid, weak cuck fathers do more harm than good. Like, it's almost better to be raised by a single mother than have one of these just god-awful beta male cuck fathers. And a lot of times you got these worthless, god-awful beta male cuck fathers just completely ruining their daughters. So it can't just be a man in her life. He's got to be a strong father figure. Not necessarily a father, so to speak. Maybe it's an uncle, a grandpa, an older brother, somebody to keep her on the straight and narrow. Somebody who will vet her boyfriends for her. Make sure she's not going to get impregnated by a fucking bad boy. There are reasons why we did things, for thousands of years, why virginity was considered so valuable and so, for thousands of years, why you sell the virgin, you'd marry the virgin, because they knew once a woman has a partner or two or more, she's broken. She's no good after that. She's going to fucking end up leaving you. She's going to be a terrible partner. Got to have a strong father figure in her life. The last green flag, does she believe in God? She can't be an atheist. She has to not necessarily be religious, so to speak, but just believe in some sort of a higher power. She's got to believe in God. Yeah, because the bitches that don't believe in God, those bitches, oh my God, I'm sure you've dealt with them. There's just something wrong about them, especially the ones that consider themselves atheists. Oh God, those are the worst. Like they say they don't believe in God or whatever, but at the same time, they're cursing God out, saying they hate God, this and that. It's like, no, something happened to you in your life, and you blame God for it, and you. It's not a matter of not believing in God. You hate God because he didn't do something for you that you wanted. That's mostly what your average atheist is all about. But yeah, those are the green flags. If you're looking for a partner that you can actually cultivate a real long-term relationship with. Did she want to become a wife and mother when she was a child? Was she a part of team sports growing up? Did she keep her virginity intact? Is she semi, healthy as far as her weight goes? Did she have a strong father figure in her life? And does she believe in God? Those are the fucking green flags. If you could somehow find a woman that can hit all of those, well, you might find yourself a good one. But to find one that ticks off all of those boxes, impossible. Fucking impossible. Because the virginity box, that's the hardest one for them to tick off. Because like I said, very second they hit puberty, they throw it away as fast as possible. Their greatest value and asset, throw it away. Yeah, I remember watching one of those man on the street interviews. This dude talked to over 36 women, talking about their body count and what their first time was like, and had them describe the when they lost their virginity. Out of all of those 36 women, only one of them said that they lost their virginity to their boyfriend. There was none that said they lost it to their husband, obviously. So these bitches, like, all of their virginity loss experience, most of them came from random guys on Tinder. That's the fucking funny part. These Chads, oh man, they're having fun out there. Yeah, you hear about Chad fishing? There's this thing that these incels are doing, I guess, to get back at these bitches. It's called Chad fishing, where they'll take a fake profile. They'll make like an AI picture of Chad, like a real fucking, masculine looking dude that they think women will like. And they'll make a fake profile with this guy. And they'll set up a date with the women and everything. And then at the last second, just ghost the bitch. So she goes to go meet him wherever. And like this is just fucking people being mean to these bitches at this point. Like, that's what you get, you fucking bitch. It'd be one thing if you can make content out of it, but the only sort of content you can make out of it is if the bitches fire up TikTok afterwards and do a reaction. I just had this motherfucker stand me up and blah, blah, blah. And you got to the dude who Chad Fisher, like, you didn't stand you up. The guy didn't even exist. I was just fucking with you, you stupid cunt. Yeah, Chad fishing. I'm all for it, though. I'm all for fucking with these stupid bitches. They deserve it. They're going to live and die alone. That's what's going to happen. Yep. Yeah, a lot of these feminists are having regret out there. Feminist regret is real. Yeah, I saw some sort of chart about how people are meeting nowadays in relationships. Like there was a time when most everybody met through friends and family. Like you would have a peer group of friends and like, oh, I know this person, she's got a cousin who's single. Hey, let me hook you up or whatever. Like that type of shit doesn't happen anymore. The two main ways people are meeting nowadays, through work and meeting online. Like online just skyrocketed. But most men are alone, so it's just these bitches fucking the same Chad over and over again, basically. And Chad ain't gonna settle. I mean, if he's got to, he could have whatever woman he wants. Why the fuck is he gonna settle down with a roasty? Yeah. And thus we have a Western civilization at the way we're at right now. Full-blown mouse utopia experiments, population sink. By the year 2030, they say most women are going to be alone and childless. And it's not like these old bitches can just go overseas and find a young Filipino dude and then start their family. No, because their womb is old and dried up and they can't have kids. Womb health. A lot of these women just completely fucking just forget about the womb. You got a ticking clock on that womb. It's only healthy for so long. That's why I say if she's over the age of 25 and she hasn't started her family yet, she's not married, doesn't have kids, there's something wrong with her fundamentally. Because women who are dialed in, have their shit together, and understand what's important in this world, always get married and start their families before the age of 25. Because they don't want to endanger the health of their unborn children by having geriatric pregnancies. Because they're not fucking selfish. They put the health of their unborn children ahead of some stupid career. Yep. The woman who's over the age of 25, not married, doesn't have kids, has decided to put career ahead of family. And even if you were to marry and have kids with such a woman, ticking time bomb. At some point she'll divorce you and take the kids. Yeah, if she's been to a 4-year college or university, you're pretty much guaranteed it's going to happen. It's like 90% of the time the woman initiates divorce with the dude if she's been to a 4-year college or university. Yeah, it's almost as if higher education is destroying the family unit. And what the fuck do they teach these bitches in those schools? All they do is just train them to be good little liberals, is all it is. Yep, Democrat social engineering, Democrat leftist indoctrination. That's all that fucking shit is. So you get these women coming out of colleges worshiping Democrat politics, just fucking man-hating feminists. But at the same time, they're like, where are all the good men at? It's just a lot of mental illness going on. Yeah, your average modern Western female is just simply undateable. Simply undateable. That's reality. Yeah, women, they see men in two ways. You got to understand when they say, where are all the good men at? Men ain't shit like that. They're not talking about most men. No, they're only talking about a very, very small percentage of men when they say that shit. So it's not all men ain't shit. It's not where all the good men at. Like, you want to know where the good men are? Go look in your fucking inbox, you stupid bitch. Yeah, your average bitch on social media, hundreds, if not thousands, of thirsty simps in their inbox. Some of them good, loyal men who would dedicate their lives to their happiness. No, they're going after Chad and Tyrone, fucking drug dealer, a pimp, somebody's on parole, somebody's going to put a baby in them and run off. The type of men that would make terrible fathers. Those are the type of men they seek to try to start relationships with, to be fathers to their children. It's fucking stupid is what it is. But yeah, women see men in two ways only. The ones they want to fuck, and then the rest are considered subhuman. Yep. That's reality. That's fucking reality. The vast majority of women don't see the vast majority of men as people. Subhuman, less than human. That's the way women see men. The ones they don't want to fuck, that is. Like I say, they see men in two ways. Two ways only. The ones they want to fuck, and the rest are subhuman. So when they say men ain't shit, where all the good men at, blah, 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 they're not talking about all of, they're only talking about the men they want to fuck. That's the ones they're talking about. Because those are the only ones they interact with. They don't interact with the ones they consider subhuman. Yeah. Yeah, they talk about a wage gap, a non-existent wage gap. Like, women, they just choose jobs that pay less money. You're not going to pay a fucking social worker the same as a goddamn rocket scientist. It's just, that's the way it goes. Wage gap, non-existent wage gap. They will always talk about that too. Oh, men get paid more money. Like, bullshit. Women just choose fields that pay less money. So when you take all of the cumulative data, like, you want to get paid the same amount of money as a man, then go join the types of fields that men join. Go become a rocket scientist. No. There's no such thing as the wage gap. You want to know what the real gap is? You want to know what the real gap is? It's empathy. The empathy gap is real. Most women are incapable of feeling the emotion known as empathy, especially when it comes to men. You hear about the quote-unquote male loneliness epidemic? And what's women's response to it? Like, haha, those fucking men, fuck them, I hope they die. They ain't shit, blah, blah, blah. And what they're really doing is just talking about Chad and Tyrone, the ones that pumped and dumped them and don't want to fucking put a ring on it. Yeah. Empathy gap. That's the biggest problem we got going on right now in Western society. The empathy gap. Women are incapable of feeling the emotion known as empathy. Yeah, and they talk about it's not an epidemic. It's always been this way. The majority of men live and die alone. It's just that men eventually get used to it and accept it at some point. It's either you get used to it and accept it, or you suffer. There really is no in between. And men can get used to it better than women can. Like, women, they need a whole cocktail of psychological medications and boxes of wine, Netflix, cats, that kind of shit, just to keep them from yeeting themselves. Oh shit! I got 4% on my battery. I got to plug my shit back in. Think my goddamn battery ain't fucking ran down. I got disconnected for a second there. Yeah, I wonder if I'm still on right now. You know, just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna refresh this page real quick. I'll be back in a second. Booyaka, booyaka. Yeah, hopefully I'm back. It was probably working fine before, but I just want to be on the safe side. Relight my stogie. Yeah, man, they don't have a lot of fucking role models anymore. No more heroes. Young boys coming up with they got to look up to. Destiny, Sneeko, Hunter Abalone, people like that. Like bona fide cuckolds. This is what the next generation have to look up to as heroes. Yeah, anybody who knows who this fucking clown Destiny is, hardcore leftist liberal, proud cuckold, blue hair, the name of a stripper. Somehow this guy is taken seriously by people. I have no idea why. I've never heard this guy say anything intelligent in my life, and supposedly that's his claim to fame. He's supposed to be smart. Like, really? He seems like a fucking idiot to me. Proud cuckold. Anyway, who would have thought being a cuck wouldn't have paid off? Turns out his wife ended up divorcing him. Yep, they're going to get a divorce. He let his old lady fuck around, sleep other dudes. And she found a dude that she decided to leave him for. And the dude is a fucking Super Saiyan soy boy, too. Like, it just goes to show what a fucking emasculated, just dickless beta male Destiny truly is if his fucking wife left him for that fucking guy. Oh, Lord of mercy. Yeah, another one of these cuck fucking Gen Z dudes, Hunter Avalone. I've never heard this guy speak. I have no idea what he's about, but I guess he's famous. But he's also advocated for cuckery. He might even be a cuck too. But anyway, he's got this girlfriend, and his girlfriend, I guess her ex-boyfriend came over to the house and tried to kill this bitch. Tried to kill his ex-girlfriend, and Hunter Abalone was there, and there was shots fired through the door, and his fucking bitch got shot. So what happened was Hunter Avalone like streamed the whole thing, hid like a little bitch, called the cops, and eventually I think old boy yeeted himself, the guy that came there to kill the fucking bitch who shot through the door. Anyway, he started a GoFundMe for the bitch. And yeah, the bitch is still with him too. Like, you talk about drying up a pussy. You got some dude trying to kill you, and then your boyfriend is cowering like a little bitch, running and hiding, and you get in between him and the fucking assailant. Don't kill him. Yeah, she's going to leave him at some point. Yeah, that's going to be at the back of her mind for the now to the day she dies. If she ends up like marrying him or whatever, she's going to think about that every day. The time when he cowered like a little bitch and hid when the gunman came. Yeah, that's the modern Gen Zer though. Hopefully, if the millennials are capable of having families and start having kids, they raise their kids better than Gen X did. Because these Zoomers, they're the product of Gen X, the Gen X parents. Generation Alpha, what they're called, is the product of the millennials. Well, hopefully, the millennials don't fuck up and ruin their children the way that the boomers and fucking Gen Xers did. We'll see. It's kind of hard when your entire society and civilization revolves around training your females to become whores. And you look at the state of the earth today with Western civilization pushing forth this woke trans agenda. You see these men wearing dresses and LARPing around as females. These are unholy abominations, is what these things are. It's spitting in the face of femininity. It's taking a shit all over femininity, is what it is. Whores and unholy abominations. Yep. Have you ever heard the tale of Mystery Babylon? Also called the Whore of Babylon. Comes from the Bible. But it's a metaphor speaking of a certain place, a nation, a city. And they describe the Whore of Babylon, this nation that would come to spread its evil and corruption throughout the entire planet. All of the earth would come to idolize it and try to be like it. Mystery Babylon. And I looked upon Mystery Babylon. And want to know what they say Mystery Babylon was? Mystery Babylon was the mother of harlots and unholy abominations. Yes. This place, whatever it is, Mystery Babylon, it is a land that gives birth to whores and pours forth unholy abominations upon the earth. But it is also a land thick with the blood of prophets and martyrs. And what happens eventually is the great whore dies. The great whore is killed. The world will come to hate the whore, and they will burn her with fire, and they will hear her scream. And in the hour of her demise, the kings of the earth that did business with her will sit back with shock and terror as the whore wails in pain and dies her last death gasp. Yep. We are Mystery Babylon. We are the Whore of Babylon. We are the mother of harlots and unholy abominations. This was actually looked at, the concept of the Whore of Babylon. Like a team of remote viewers, all of them came back with the same thing too, and the ultimate conclusion was it was West. It was the West. United States of America was they're looking at. The United States of America is the Whore of Babylon. United States of America is Mystery Babylon. The great nation that would spread its evil and corruption throughout the entire planet. Yeah, you can't, in a land where they train the women to become whores, the land, the mother of harlots, you cannot find a good woman to settle down with and start a family. There's an old saying, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. And when all of the women of the land have become hoes, you're basically fucked. Your only chance is to go overseas, find greener pastures somewhere else. Because right now the whore is being burned. The The world has come to hate the whore. They're burning her with fire. We can see it now. We see the cities burning. We see fucking. I mean, just look at what's going down. So it's a slow burn. They say the hour of her demise. It's not going to be an hour. It's going to be a slow burn. Yeah, just wait till Gavin Newsom gets in there. Justin Trudeau, the American version. Yeah, these fucking bitches. They need strong fatherly figures in their lives. Put them down the straight and narrow. Yeah, the tale of Jezebel. That actually has a lot of parable and allegory to the modern Western female. The tale of Jezebel. And at the end of the day, whether you wanted to believe it or not, it's a good, it teaches lessons, is what it does. Those holy books like Bible, Quran, those of its ilk. They teach life lessons. Yeah, the tale of Jezebel teaches very, very many valuable life lessons. Maybe I'll go ahead and tell the tale of Jezebel. Every so often I do that. It's a tale that bears repeating sometimes. Yeah. I mean, we've already passed the 3-hour mark a long time ago. Yeah, the tale of Jezebel. One of those old-timey biblical tales. It took place in the land of Jezreel, over there in the land of Judea. Jezreel means God sows. It was a very, very fertile land. Much crops were grown there. And Ahab, he was the king over here in this area. A Jewish king by the name of Ahab decided to take upon himself a heathen wife by the name of Jezebel. You see, Jezebel, she was a princess. She was the daughter of a high priest of Baal. That's who she was. So he married this pagan princess. So what happened was Ahab became submissive to Jezebel. Instead of Jezebel answering to her man, instead of Ahab being the dominant, no, Ahab was the submissive. Jezebel ran the household. She did whatever the fuck she wanted, including ordering the murder of all the priests. Mm-hmm. All of the true priests that worshipped God, the one true God, were hunted and killed by Jezebel because she wanted to implement her own religion for the Israelites to worship. That was this pagan religion of worshiping Baal and Asherah. Yeah, Baal, the god known for child sacrifice. These were the main two gods during the time of Ahab and Jezebel, Baal and Asherah. Anyway, Ahab, his advisor, Obadiah, he took many of the priests and went and hid them in the mountains so that Jezebel couldn't kill them. Yeah, and anyway, what she ended up doing was orchestrating the death of Naboth. He was this dude who lived next to Ahab, and he had these real fine gardens. And Ahab went to Naboth and offered to buy his gardens because he wanted to, add them to his own land or whatever. But Naboth is like, hey, this land has been in my family for generations. My father passed it down to me, his father before him, and I'm going to pass it down to my kids. Like, I can't sell you this land. I simply can't. Anyway, Ahab, he was pouting around about this shit, all sad. And Jezebel, she saw him pouting around, sad. It's like, what is wrong with you? why are you so sad? Why are you pouting around? Anyway, Ahab tells her, about Naboth and how he doesn't want to sell him his gardens and he wants those gardens bad, but he can't have them, blah, blah, blah. And Jezebel is like, you are king. You should take those gardens. Just take them. You are king. And Ahab's like, I can't just fucking take the gardens. And like, you fucking crazy? So Jezebel, what she does is she hatches a Machiavellian scheme to steal Naboth's gardens from him. What she does is she has a feast plan, a massive feast to have all of the important people from the land of Jezreel gather together for this feast. And whilst at the feast, she was going to have two men stand up and point out Naboth and accuse him of talking shit about Ahab, talking shit about the king. Or if you speak ill of the king, that is a death sentence to those people. So Jezebel hires these two guys to lie and say that Naboth was talking shit about Ahab. So what happened was Ahab ordered Naboth to be killed, and like that, Naboth's gardens became Ahab's. Through Jezebel's treachery, she had orchestrated the death of Naboth so that Ahab would retain his gardens. Anyway, God, he's watching all of this shit from afar, and he's not liking it one bit. So what he does is he decides to send a drought to punish the Israelites for their transgressions, for worshiping these pagan gods, sacrificing the children, having the orgies in the temples. Yeah, part of the worship of these pagan gods is to go have orgies in the temples. Like they thought to the gods that would please the gods and shit like that. Sacrifice children, sacrifice animals. Yeah, some real hedonistic pagan shit is what it is. Anyway, God sent a drought for 3 years to punish these motherfuckers. Punish them for their paganism. But anyway, a certain prophet pops onto the scene. Prophet Elijah. Probably one of the true like hero figures of the Bible. Well, there was a lot of hero figures, but like a hero. Prophet Elijah. Drink coffee there. Anyway, the prophet Elijah, he's got a one-on-one connection with God. God speaks directly to prophet Elijah. Anyway, prophet Elijah, he issues a challenge to the pagan priests of Jezebel. A challenge. A god-off, if you will. Kind of like an old school version of a dance-off. We're going to see whose God is most powerful, your God or my God. So he challenges Jezebel and her pagan priests to a match. Here's the stipulations of the match. They will go out into the mountains and there will build 2 pyres. These pyres are going to be made of wood, and they're going to stack a bull on these pyres. They're going to cut the bull into pieces. They're going to put the bull on the pyre, and what they're going to do is they're going to beseech their God to light the pyre on fire. Use the power and just, God, light this bull on fire. And whoever's God answers them and lights the bull on fire will prove that their God is more powerful. So what happens is we get 450 priests of Baal, 400 of Asherah come to challenge the prophet Elijah to this god-off. God challenge, if you will. They go out into the hills. They set up the altars. All of the people... oh, hiccup there. All of the people from the land of Jezreel come up and watch this spectacle to see whose God is the most powerful. Anyway, the pagan priests of Baal and Asherah, they go first. They start in the morning. They have their bull chopped up. It's on the pyre. And they start beseeching their gods to ignite the pyre and light the bull on fire. And they start cutting themselves with knives and bleeding all over the place and like splashing their blood on the altar, because that is their way. They they cut themselves and shit like that, showing, having blood, like the blood sacrifice is supposed to be power in it. So you got all of these priests dancing around, cutting themselves, bleeding all over the altar, begging Baal and Asherah to light the bull on fire. And this goes on all throughout the morning into the afternoon. And still nothing happened. Still the chanting, still the beseeching, the praying, still the cutting. There's blood everywhere. The entire ground is covered in blood. Fucking 3 p.m. happens, still same shit. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. And right before sun comes up, they keep on going, but not a damn thing. Dancing around, praying, beseeching their gods to light this bull on fire, cutting themselves still. So by the time evening comes and it gets dark, they're all cut to pieces and they're just all tired as fuck. And their gods didn't answer their call. The bull didn't light on fire. So here's where it was Elijah's turn. Now it's Prophet Elijah's turn to prove how powerful his God is. So what he does is he digs a little moat around the pyre, like a small little moat, about 6 inches deep or so, all the way around the pyre. And then he orders somebody to take a massive jug full of water and pour it all over the bull and all over the pyre. So they do it. They did a massive jug of water. They pour it all over the bull, pour it all over the pyre. It's all wet. And then he orders them, pour it again, pour another one. So they get another big old pitcher of water, and they fucking dump it all over the fucking pyre. It's even more wet than it was before. And then Prophet Elijah says, "You know what? One more. Let's soak it one more jug." So they get the big old fucking jug of water and they soak it one last time. And this time the water's flowing and it fills up that little moat on the outside to where that little moat is all filled with water now. And now that the bull is fully saturated and covered in water, and now the sun is down, it's dark, he knows he's going to have full spectacle here. So Prophet Elijah stands before the pyre, raises his arms in the air, and beseeches his God, "Ignite this bull now!" And like that, like a fucking laser beam, the entire pyre completely incinerated, and like that, and almost in a blink of an eye, gone. The most intense amount of heat and light that anybody's ever seen. And the light and the heat was so intense that when they look at the little moat that had surrounded it, that was full of water, all of that water had been completely evaporated away. That's how intense this light was in this blast. So like that, in less than a second, the bull in the pyre completely reduced to nothingness, nothing but ash. So hot that the goddamn fucking water itself evaporated. And like that, right after that moment, the Israelites all fell to their knees, for they knew then and there who the one true God really was. Then Prophet Elijah pointed at the pagan gods, pointed at the priests who worship those pagan gods, Jezebel's pagan priests. He points at them and he says, "Seize them." And like that, the people of Israel all fucking grabbed them and wrestled them to the ground and held them. And a prophet Elijah had them brought down into the Kishon Valley. You see, Prophet Elijah, he wasn't just any sort of prophet. No, he was a warrior prophet. And he had a sword. So what Prophet Elijah did was he took his sword, he went down into the Kishon Valley, where all of the pagan priests of Jezebel were gathered, and he personally, with his own 2 hands and his own sword, executed every last one of them. And after the pagan priests of Jezebel were executed, he sent forth to Ahab, send message to Ahab. I need to speak with him. I have a message from God. God wants him to see this. So anyway, Ahab learns of what happens, and he goes to meet Prophet Elijah. And then what happens is he shows Ahab off in the distance some clouds. He says, you see that? Those clouds? God is going to bring the rains back. And like that, the clouds grew and they expanded. And like whoosh, a massive rain came. And whereas there was a drought for 3 years, and now the rains flowed. So now crops could be grown once again. Prophet Elijah had proven beyond any shadow of a doubt he was a representative of the one true God. The one true God does exist. And that the Israelites need to change their ways. They got to stop worshiping these pagan gods. So Ahab kind of like, oh shit, you know what? You're right. Let's go back to the city of Jezreel and let Jezebel know. So anyway, they're going back there. And Jezebel, when she hears about what happens to her priests, she becomes livid. She goes into an inconsolable rage. And she orders Prophet Elijah to be killed. It's like, I don't want to meet him. I don't care if he's coming to the city. If he comes to this city, he's going to be killed. So she orders him to be killed if he comes to the city. So Prophet Elijah, he hears about this on the way to the city. He's like, oh, fuck, I can't go to the city. I'm going to get killed. So instead, he flees to the mountains to go hide. And even though it was proven beyond any shadow of a doubt that her gods were false, Jezebel, she didn't give a shit. No. You still got to die. We're still going to worship these pagan gods. Yep. And Prophet Elijah, he's kind of threw him a loop. He's like, God, why? What the hell? Like, I did everything you said. And God's like, hey, chill out. I've got a plan, you know. She'll get her comeuppance. So what happens is God, he gives Elijah a prophecy. What happens is he gives the prophecy of Jehu, is what he does. At some point, a new king will be anointed. It will be Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat. And the one who anoint him will be Elijah's successor. And this new prophet will also be named Elijah. But his name will be spelt slightly different, with an S-H-A at the end. So this new prophet Elisha, when he gets the word from God, will anoint Jehu, the new king of Israel. When that happens, Jehu will go and he will take care of Jezebel, and he will expunge the bloodline of Ahab, and he will set things right. For though he is not perfect, he is still a man of God, and he is the one man that they need for the job right now. You see, Jehu, he was a general in their army, so he commanded lots of men. He was a man of power and renown. He was a warrior. Well, anyway, 10 years have passed since that moment and that time. And during those 10 years, both Elijah and Ahab eventually fall in battle against the Syrians. And what we have left is Jezebel and her son, who's now running the fucking kingdom, Joram. And God anoints the new prophet, Prophet Elisha, to take the place of the old prophet Elijah. And after 10 years of more reign of Jezebel, God finally decides it's time. So he tells the new prophet Elijah, what you must do is take these special oils, and you are to go to Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat, this general within the army, and you are to take him aside and tell him what I have told you, and you are to anoint him with this sacred oil, put it upon his forehead. And once he is anointed with the sacred oil, he will now be the king of Israel. Anyway, Elisha follows God's command. He goes and meets Jehu, lets him know, hey, I got to talk to you. So he takes him aside in private, lets him know the fucking story. Hey, I'm on a mission from God. I speak on behalf of God himself. God has sent me here to anoint you to be the new king of Israel. And Jehu fucking without question goes right along with it. Like, all right, let's do this. Let's do it. So he fucking anoints him, puts the oils on the forehead. And now, like that, Jehu is now the new king of Israel. But he's got to go get rid of the old guard, so to speak. So what happens is Jehu orders his men to march on the city of Jezreel. We're gonna go expunge the Ahab's bloodline. We're gonna go take care of Jezebel. That's what we're gonna do. So Jehu goes to Jezreel to claim his kingship. Now Jezebel hears about this plan, and Joram, her son, who's the new king, he also hears about this plan. So Joram, he goes and rides out to meet Jehu to see what the deal is. Like, hey, are you really coming here to overthrow me? What the fuck's going on? So Joram goes to meet Jehu on the field and realizes, you know what, this guy ain't fucking around. He's actually come here to kill me. So Joram turns around to flee. And what happens is Jehu, he takes his bow and he like knocks an arrow and lets it fly. And it goes right through Joram's back and fucking pierces his heart, kills him stone cold dead. Like, on to the city of Jezreel to confront Jezebel. So now they go to the city to confront Jezebel herself, finally. And Jezebel knows this. She hears about what happened to Joram. And so this is what she does. The first thing she does, she puts on her makeup. Gets all dolled up. Thinks she's going to seduce Jehu. It's like, hey, maybe I can seduce him, become his queen. So Jehu comes through the gates with his men. And he sees Jezebel up in the tower. And she's hanging out the tower all tarted up with her makeup. And she starts mocking Jehu. Doing that type of shit. Negging on him. And Jehu ain't having none of this shit. Fuck no. Like, bitch, you've caused enough trouble. Like, how many fucking priests have you killed? How many fucking children were sacrificed because of your ass? Like, how many years of drought did we have because of you? No, it's time to pay the piper, whore. So anyway, he's listening to Jezebel trying to talk shit. Anyway, he looks beyond her and he sees all of her eunuch slaves gathered around her. And Jehu shouts to her eunuch slaves, if any of you are with me, grab her and throw her down. Anyway, 3 of her eunuch slaves turn against Jezebel. They grab her and they fucking throw her off the balcony. It fucking hits the ground stone cold dead. And like that, Jehu is fucking got rid of Jezebel. The most evil, wicked woman the earth has ever known. A woman so synonymous with evil and wickedness that to this day nobody will dare name their daughters after her. Anyway, Jehu and his men, they're having a celebration feast. He's the new king of Israel. And he starts to thinking, you know what? Though she was an evil bitch, she was still the daughter of a king. She was still a princess. Somebody go give her a proper burial. So he orders his men to go find Jezebel's body and give her a proper burial. But by the time they find her corpse, the only thing that's left is her head and her feet. The rest of her body devoured by the wild dogs of Jezreel. Yep. Feral dogs roaming the streets, devoured her corpse. Fitting end for an evil feminist. Don't you agree? Yeah, the tale of Jezebel can teach us many things. Never trust a eunuch. Never trust a troon. Don't be submissive to your wife. Don't worship pagan gods. Don't sacrifice children. Don't try to go all Machiavellian and orchestrate the death of people so you can gain shit. Many, many valuable lessons. But some of the most important lessons are not so spelled out, if you know what I mean. Because at the end of the day, even though she was such an evil, wicked woman that to this day nobody will dare name their daughters after her, when you actually really strip away the window dressing and look at it for what it truly is, you realize that Jezebel from the Bible is actually a more high quality woman than the modern Western female. This is true. We have fallen so far as a people that a woman so synonymous for evil and wickedness that to this day nobody will dare name their daughters after her. She is actually a more higher quality woman than your average Western female. This is reality. Yeah, look at her. She didn't divorce her man. She didn't blow up her family. No, in fact, she loved her man. She saw Naboth, pouting around, all sad and shit. What did she do? Instead of berating him for being a weakling or whatever, no, she orchestrated the death of a man to steal his land, just so she can make her man happy, so she don't have to see him pouting around. Yeah, she was a pillar of her community. The women idolized her, tried to be like her. Yeah, Jezebel, she was a higher quality woman than the modern Western female. This is reality. Yeah, the most important lesson from the tale of Jezebel is that without the loving, strong guidance of a righteous man, women will always stray to the path of sin, much like Eve with the snake. Yeah, of all of the kings of Israel, no king was hated by God more than Ahab. And it was because he was submissive to Jezebel. Weakness, an abomination in the eyes of both God and myself. Yeah, so the bottom line is, don't be a stupid fucking simp and just bend over backwards and try to please your wife, or else you'll end up like an Ahab. Happy wife, happy life. Any man who's ever fucking lived by that mantra, and you look behind his eyes, you see like there's fucking no light behind his eyes, just fucking dead, soulless. Like I'd rather, not be one of those types. Happy husband, happy life. That's the reality. Because if your man is happy, he's just gonna make you happy. That's just how it goes. Fuck. No, don't get it twisted. Yeah, it's all about submission versus domination, femininity versus masculinity. Weak men, they are an abomination in the eyes of God. Need a lot more big daddies out there, a lot less Ahabs. Too many motherfuckers simping out. Simps. Fucking simps. It's kind of hard out here for a simp. But yeah, like I said, if you follow the blueprint of the green flags and look for women that, when they were young children, they wanted to become mothers and wives. They were active in team sports. They kept their virginity intact. They didn't blow up and gain weight. They had a strong father figure in their life. They believe in God. These type of women are the ones that have hope that you can actually build a future with. The only problem is they're so few and far between and virtually non-existent, because we are Mystery Babylon, the mother of harlots. When you train your females to become harlots, that's what happens. Society crumbles and families fall apart. Got to bring strong fatherly figures back into the lives of females. Females got to start believing in God again. This is the way. This is the way. This is the way. You've got to accent with the positive and even eliminate the negative. Latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. All right. Shit, we hit the 7-hour mark. Fuck, you talk about a show and a half. One for the ages. You know what? We're going to go ahead and fucking close it out. We ranted and raved quite a bit. And this is technically the Christmas special. Well, technically. Got a Christmas theme going on. Let's let's close it out with a Christmas song, shall we? We're going to close it out with a Christmas song. Thanks for coming out, y'all. Thanks for coming out. Come, they told me, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. A newborn king to see, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum, me on my drum. There to baby, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. I have no gifts to bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Just a song for the newborn king, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum, me on my drum. Drum, they told me, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Hey, newborn king to see, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum, me on my drum. Come, they told me, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. A newborn king to see, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum, me on my drum. Then tune baby, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. I have no gifts to bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Just a song for the newborn king, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum, me on my drum. Drum, they told me, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Hey, newborn king to see, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. Me on my drum,